Here we go, there's the news.
Hi, Bruce. Barry.
See, you could have done it in 10 seconds. They're doing the weather in Tajikistan. Yes, sir. Yeah. Doing weather now?
Are we taking you as well?
Hey?
Are we taking you guys as well?
Yeah. The biggest day on the Eastern Football League calendar is upon us, and what a day Mother Nature has put on for us here at Bayswater Oval. Welcome to Division 1 Grand Final Day. All thanks to the Pancake Parlour here on EFL Gameday. My name is Dyson Baker. Welcome to the warm-up out here at Bayswater Oval, set for a massive clash between the Balwyn Tigers and Norwood. Set to be a cracking encounter. Joining me this afternoon, Brett Davidson. Always a pleasure to be here on Division 1 Grand Final Day, but this one just seems to have that little bit of an edge.
Yeah, I think we've been used to some fantastic games over the last couple of years, but I think today it's going to be something special. Weather's come out, it's magnificent day, and I think there's going to be a big crowd today, so really looking forward to a top-notch game of footy.
Wayne Brasher's traded in his Vermont jacket that he was wearing earlier this morning, and he's made sure that he's got his unbiased EFL media jacket on for this afternoon. Excited about this one, Brash?
Oh, yeah, look, it's a magnificent contest in store for us today. I've sat down and gone through the competitions of this game all week, and I still wake up this morning thinking that both sides can make a case for winning the game today.
Now, we were talking about it off air just sort of over the last half an hour before we went on air, and it seems to be that no matter, like as you said, Brash, no matter which way you look at this game, it's going to be close. You say that, well, Balwyn have got 4 key forwards, but then you go down the other end and you say, well, Lee Williams can turn a game like he did out here 12 months ago on his hat. And across every line, you can make a case for each one of these sides winning.
Oh, without a doubt, and I think that's what the beauty of today's game will all be about. It's going to be a bit of a chess game. I think there's going to be a lot of work by both coaches today, which I think is going to be fantastic for the football fan to see exactly what happens. But you're right, you look down both sides, and we actually spoke about it before. We're looking for what is that X in the game, because it could be very, very close today. And that's the difficult thing is, you know, do you look at Bate, who really needs to step up today and really perform something? Is it English, who could do something again? We're coming off the bench maybe. Again, it's just one of those games where we're trying to work out what could be the difference between the two sides, and it's not easy at the moment.
Most definitely. I mean, look, I suppose if you were looking at it just on pure value at the moment, you would definitely say that Balwyn have an edge in the ruck. Meeson and Rennie Watts up against Connor Sutherland and Jonathan Wynn. Jonathan Wynn's not in really good form at the moment, Dyson. He's going to really have to play out of his skin because Connor Sutherland hasn't got the height. He's going to have to sort of use his nous, and play a backup role when Jonathan's off the ball. That's where an area I think that Balwyn can really exploit.
Going back to the start of the game, as far as we know, both these sides are coming in as selected.
Yep.
So the 22 that were selected, from what we've seen, Wright's playing out in the twos in the reserves at the moment. So too is Mitch Dowse and Sam De Soysa. So Balwyn are going to come in as selected. Norwood, we think, are going to come in as selected. The only one that I think has a cloud over him is probably Rhett Jordan, who said on Monday night that he was 100% fit, and
he'll play.
From all reports. And that's the thing. I mean, I think no discredit to any of the emergencies for the Norwood side. I think you take an 80% fit Rhett Jordan over anyone else.
And look, they talk about the fact that you don't take risks like that in grand finals, but I go the opposite way. I think you don't win or lose it by one person. It's about a team, but you can actually take a risk on one person. And I think someone of Jordan's ability is a bloke you can actually take a risk on. And I think it's well worth the chance. He is a bit of an X-factor footballer, so he can come on and do something a little bit different. And in a game like a grand final, that could be the difference in the game.
Yeah, most definitely. There are just so many computations in this game. You're trying to look for matchups where at least a couple already. Chris Pendlebury's going to go to Lee Williams, and I would dare say that Rod Crowe would probably go to Davey Johnson. There's a couple, 2 matchups at the start.
Yeah, and we were also talking about the fact that when you go through those 4 or 5 matchups, it's then looking at what happens after that, and that's where it becomes really interesting. And I mean, you know, do Norwood try and release Ava in the back half to become a little bit more attacking, or do they have to put him on somebody a little bit as a lockdown player within that situation? Who's going to stop Goebbels and Broadhurst if they really start going? You know, Gilchrist, both Gilchrist boys, who's going to stop them if they really get going? Again, I think we talk about the Balwyn side, and we look at the fact that they've got so many players in their side who can actually win games of football. Norwood are a really good football side. They're really, really well drilled. They all play their roles extremely well. But there's not a lot of players in their team. Maybe Williams is one, maybe Bates one, and maybe English is one who really can win games of football. Now, you know, that could be the difference between the two sides today.
Like as you said, you look across every line and there seems to be a matchup that we're going to have to watch right throughout the game. If we go line by line, let's start maybe probably the key position to go is in the Balwyn forward line. You know, the BGs of Barker, Goebbels, Broadhurst and Goss have won games off their own boot, and it's not very often that you can have 4 players who have kicked between 50 and 60 goals across a season of football, or not usually at all. It's a phenomenal effort, and I think, as you mentioned, it's guys like Ava. We know that you're going to have Hill down there. He'll take probably, I would say, Broadhurst.
Yeah, I'd
just
play,
to match him for height.
I'd probably look at that as a match-up. But again,
but
you've
then
got 4.
Outside of that, you've got Ava, who you probably want to play a more attacking position. And then it's almost anyone's guess as to who takes the other 3.
And the beauty of that, isn't it, is the fact that if you're the Balwyn coach, you're going, it's rare that you're going to have all 4 of them stand up and be great. But you can afford for one of them to have a quiet one because they've still got to have the respect of having a key back on them. So then there's 3 others, and if one of them gets out of the loop, it's hard to stop. So they've got their 4-prong attack, which could be really, really dangerous, and very, very rare do you have a situation where all 4 players are going to have poor games of footy.
Well, I've always said it with the BGs, right? You can probably hold 2 of them, but you can't stop 4 of them. You know, it's just one of those things that 2 of them are going to get off the leash, and it's just going to depend on which 2 get off the leash.
And look, probably the thing about any forwards getting off the leash, it's all about what happens in the midfield, what happens on that half-back line. Do they get the drive that allows those key forwards to get the possession and the easy possession? And that's where Norwood are great. Norwood's ability to stop games, lock games down. You look at the second semi, you know, you've got an 8-goal versus 8-goal game here at Bayswater. So they were able to lock the game down and get it played on their terms. That's their strength because of the amount of great role players they've got. But if it gets loose, gee, as you say, trying to stop 4 is a really tough ask.
I think the other thing too, where I think Dan Donati's got a bit of a win situation too, is the fact that he can use both Broadhurst and Goebbels in rotations going through the half-back line as runners as well. And the thing is, when you're rotating your top 4 or 5 forwards around half forward, centre half back, it creates absolute headache for the opposition coaches with his matchups, because one minute you see Goebbels down at centre half back taking marks and setting up play, and then the very next minute he's down at full forward taking a huge grab and kicking goals, and Broado is very much the same. So then you've got those other 2, Goss and Barker to complement them, right? So you just can't get off the... It's just so hard to match up.
And this is probably one of the things we probably will... we won't get an answer from Dan about this, but we'll probably need to ask him the question about that versatility within the group, because I think that's the key. With the key difference between the two sides, as I see it, is a fantastic role side. Again, they play their roles so much, but I think the versatility of Balwyn being able to switch up and have the freedom and the discipline to be able to switch up players all around the ground is the unpredictability, and that makes it difficult as an opposition coach to try and match that up.
Yeah, 100%, and perfect timing, and we might actually get him to talk about that as the first question. The senior coach knows this spot all too well over the last 4 years. Dan Donati, welcome to Bayswater Oval on Grand Final Day once again.
Thanks, guys. Great to be here, as always.
We've just been talking about it, and Brett mentioned it a few times then, is the versatility, not just across the ground, predominantly inside that forward line, and you've got 4 guys who effectively, on some circumstances, you only need 2 to stand up on any one day to really create the difference.
Oh, look, I've been pretty fortunate over the last few years to have a number of forward avenues, and I guess that's modern day football. You know, if you rely too heavily on one or two players and one goes down, then what do you do? So, yeah, look, we've been pretty lucky. We've got 4. We've probably got 5 or so forwards if you can include Alan Murray in that as well. And he's certainly been in great form over the last couple of weeks too. But no, look, it's great as a coach to have that versatility, and they do all swap their roles. They've got a bit of a license to do what they like doing, and at times I'll tell them one or the other to stay deep or to play higher. But you know, these boys have been playing footy long enough; they know what they're doing.
Sorry, David. The reserves are currently leading by 17 points in the grand final. To me, that's probably the biggest pat on the back to the Balwyn Football Club. You know, usually in years gone by, there's been they're just a team, the Balwyn Football Club. They're not an actual club themselves. But to have the Twos finish on top and currently leading halfway through a grand final must be really positive.
Oh, look, it is real harsh to call us a team and not a club. You know, our football club has been around for a long, long time, and you know, our area is very difficult to recruit under-19s because we're in the private school zone and we just don't get the kids, and it's really hard. Look, been really proud of the Twos. I'm just watching that quarter then. I think we missed 6 real gettable goals, so they've got the win in the last quarter. Vermont's going to be a tough quarter, but extremely proud to have 2 sides in the grand final for sure.
Dan, we were talking about it before about the fact that it's a bit like a chess game today. I mean, the respect that both teams must have for each other's opposition group is going to be phenomenal. But if you have a look at today, as a coach, do you find that there's actually a lot of coaching that you have to do because these boys are very experienced? As you said, a lot of them get their license to do what they have to do. As a coach, what do you go through on a grand final day? Because I think a lot of people just expect, you know, that you've got to do the fire and brimstone, all that sort of stuff. But I don't think that's the way you work, is it?
Oh, look, coaching's a hell of a lot harder than what you actually all think it is, you know, until you do it. There's just so much you've got to put in and so much time. There's analysis, there's videos, there's things that you cut up for the boys to look at and to watch and to see. There's Tuesday night preparation, there's Thursday night preparation, there's Sunday morning preparation. And, yeah, in the grand final, you know, we had a meeting across the road like we do before every final, and we go through matchups, we go through our team, we have a bit of a highlights tape and video and all that sort of stuff as you do for big games. And yeah, look, it is tough. Coaching in big games, that's what it's all about. You know, you've got to be on. You know, I'm switched on all game today. There's not a time in the whole game where I'll sit down and relax because you just can't, unfortunately, as a coach.
One of the things that I've been really impressed with, Dan, is the fact that this is for the 4th year in a row that your side is playing on grand final day. It's actually a test to the mental character of your guys and the fact that some of those players that have been here for those 4 years and yet they still know how to perform when the time comes.
Oh, yeah, look, they're a bunch of competitors. Look, last year stung, you know, coming out to a grand final and didn't quite work out the way we'd hoped. We came from 5th last year. It was an enormous effort to get there and we just fell at the last hurdle. But those days, sort of, you know, look at Rennie Gilchrist on the front cover. That day still rings in his mind. And, you know, we turned over a bit of the list. We recruited some good players to the club this year and revigorated the hunger. Yep. And if you lose a grand final the next year, if you're not hungry after that, I don't know when you could possibly be. So it doesn't surprise me.
And the set leading on to that was the fact that last year the list probably going into the grand final wasn't as healthy as what you probably would have liked it. But the way that the list has come together as the season has progressed, it's really started to, you probably nearly got your best side on the ground going into this game today, albeit with some players that might be not 100%, but near enough to 90% fit.
Yeah, look, I'd agree with that. Probably out of our best 22, Chris Waller's probably the only one that misses out today. Obviously, did his ACL in the first final. Outside of that, we had a full list to choose from. We sat down long and hard. I think we picked a really good side today to take on a really strong Nord.
What do you take out of the second semi? The 8-goal each here, close game, but a bit of a lockdown affair from the Norwood side in some ways. Do you take much out of that game when you prepare for a game like today, or do you think, well, you know what? Yeah, we look at a few things, but we've got to play completely differently to what we did on that day.
A bit of both. Yeah, you definitely look at it. You have a look at what you didn't do well, typically. I don't think we did a hell of a lot well on that day. And that was, again, you've got to credit the opposition for the way they locked us down and made it difficult for us to move the footy. But I just thought we came a little bit within our shells a couple of weeks ago. And when a couple of things happened early in the game, we had a couple of boys taken off, and it can rock you a little bit. And I reckon we just looked a little bit deer in the headlights at stages, and we weren't playing a natural game. So we definitely reflect on that. We cut it to pieces. We've looked at it, areas to improve. We brought that to a preliminary final last week and played 3 fantastic quarters, and hopefully we can build on that this week.
Am I right in saying 4 or 5 guys in the reserves today that played in the senior grand final last year?
I actually haven't added that up, but you could be right.
Right, Shepherd.
Goldsack.
Jared
Chergan was injured, I think.
But would have been there had he been fit.
No doubt. Yep. Oh, yeah, no, at least. And look, there's some...
And I mean, that's the thing, particularly seeing a guy like Jared Chergan in the twos most of the back half of the year is, like I mentioned before, the depth in this club has just grown and grown year after year after year. And hopefully for your club, it means 2 grand finals and 2 premierships at the end of today. So all the best of luck,
Yeah,
mate.
good on you guys. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks very much to Dan Donati, the senior coach of the Balwyn Football Club, and a club that's now now used to being here on Division 1 Grand Final Day, 4 years straight.
Yeah, unbelievable
for 2
effort,
premierships
really.
already, as we mentioned, lost last year, but come back with a vengeance in season 2015.
And I think we forget about it, don't we?
We do.
We sometimes underrate the fact that they've actually been able to do that, and in some ways also, probably this year they've been not the quiet achiever, but they've been, a little bit behind the front runners in some way, in the way people have been talking about
Yet they
what'll
finished
happen.
16-2.
Yeah.
Was it expected that they were going to be here, though? Because, I mean, you look at the list that they had last year, obviously probably went in, let's say, 75% fit. We know that Pendlebury was on one leg before the game even started, went down in the first 15 minutes. We know that they weren't fit coming into this game. They made changes, and you look at the blokes that they've brought in. He won't play today, but Waller, Roach finished second in the best and fairest. Goss has just been phenomenal, another 50 goal kicker. Those are the 3 main ones that come to my mind, and these are the guys that have really won games off their own boots during the season.
Well, yes, you asked the question, did we expect them to be
I
back?
think I just answered it as well.
Yeah. And the thing is, but you're asking me. Yes, I do expect them. I did expect them to be back in the main dance, because they're a club now that that strive for success, right? And they go out and get the players that they require to get the job done. I mean, I look at it as the fact that there's always clubs that you try and model yourself around, and they've openly stated that they've admired the Vermont Football Club in the fact of the way they've gone about it, and a lot of clubs do that. But on the other hand, it also a bit of lady luck has to go your way as well. But it also comes down to smart recruiting and the culture of your football club.
And I think the change up too with Balwyn over the last couple of years, and probably since Dan has been there, is that predominantly or previously they were a side that loaded up on the 29 and 30-year-olds, the very experienced players, to get them in and get them going. But you have a look at some of these boys here that are playing in their 4th grand final. It's not like your Gilchrists are not old players,
No.
but they've now got, this will be their 4th grand final under their belt. And you think about what they're able to do, they're not an old side per se. So I think that's also something that the club's got to be really proud of.
I think you have to take, I know it doesn't matter in Division 1, but I think you almost have to take that Division 2, 3, 4 analogy and saying, well, are we looking at the best Premier or are we looking at the best to be promoted? Obviously, they don't get promoted to anywhere, but who's in the best form going into the following season? And you probably look at, I reckon there's probably only one that drops off this year in terms of retirement, and that's Alan Murray. I think he's openly said that 150 will be his last, and hopefully a premiership for him from Budgie Murray. But, I mean, there's not a lot of guys. I mean, Crow's on the older side, probably Milhoisen. I've got to adjust my mind to that now. And then Pendlebury. So there's probably 4 players who are potentials and maybe one that's a definite.
I think the other thing that probably will come into it too, Dyson, is I think some of those players that have been injury riddled a little bit may assess at the end of the year, whether they feel that their body can hold out for another year, especially in Balwyn's case. I mean, once again, this is the 4th year in a row they've made it to the last dance. We're at September 20. They're basically going to be coming back on the track at the start of November.
That's
and
4
this is
straight 20-plus game seasons.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're asking a lot mentally and physically of a group of guys. I mean, and you've got to be absolutely amazed at the continuity of the club.
I think the key with that will be the end result today. If they lose today, then I think that's where there's a number of things will impact upon them, and blokes who have been through a number of things will maybe make those decisions. But if they win today, I think you're likely to get another year out of a number of them. And I think you've got to give credit to Dan and what he's been able to do and the way he coaches. And, we talk about coming back, in a month's time. I would guarantee you that there'll be a number of their players, if they're going on next year, will be given very specific programs. Don't come back early. Have your break. Do all your right things so that you are refreshed, because he would understand that 20 games in a year, especially also with the boys that play in the interleague, there's a number of those boys as well. That's going to impact upon them considerably. So he would be really smart on what he does. I think they're in a tremendous position, Balwyn. And so are Norwood. I think we've forgotten the Norwood side of things as well.
On the flip side, you're probably looking at a team full of 28, 27, 28, 29-year-olds at the top, guys like Holmes and Hill and Bate and all these guys. And then you've got guys that are coming through that are the next chapter. So, you know, I'd say that O'Sullivan takes over from Wynn as first ruck next year if he's around. And then you've got guys like Cruceratus, who's young. Matty Over's still young, surprisingly. That's the one that probably a lot of people forget. You know, best on
McCubbin's
ground
only
in an
20
interleague
years
game.
of age.
McCubbin's probably the one that was, I reckon he was probably second in the Trojan Young Gun this year.
Yeah.
And not by a lot. You know, he's been fantastic. And then they've got a lot of kids who probably have got maybe 4 or 5 games this year. Haven't been genuine first division senior footballers all year. But give them 2 or 3 years and they'll be, you know, the Holmeses, the Bates, the Jordans going
The
forward.
one thing, though, I've noticed, especially in the last couple of years, right, that imitation, the initiation, or not so much where the players feel intimidated, that intimidation factor that the young guys used to feel is no longer present. Those guys' reputation count for nothing amongst the youth of today, because to them it's let's bring it on, let's see if you really are as good as what you think you are, and if you are, then you're the better player on the day. The youth, the young blokes of today are prepared to take the game on a lot more and are not as scared as what they used to be.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that's got to do with the way they're coached as well. I think there's, you know, you go through both sides, and we know there's some great footballers, but I don't think there's any player that you go there that you're scared of either physically or their ability-wise. You look at Lee Williams, who's probably got one of the better reputations within the two sides. You know, you got defenders go to him, they respect him, they admire him, but I reckon there'd be few that they know that they can take him on and win if they play the right role.
Even he's only young. I mean, obviously
26, 27, yeah.
Not even. I reckon he's 25. I might be wrong, but...
And we shouldn't forget Lee Williams either. He come back from a very, very serious blood disorder, right, which actually threatened his whole football career. I mean, and his life at one stage. So, I mean, his success story in itself is a great one, for not only for himself, but for the Norwood Football Club. I mean, to come back, and I don't care what anybody says, if you're averaging 4.5 goals, 5 goals a game in First Division football, you're up in the elite class.
Oh, exactly. And, you know, we talk so many years about Matty Gregg and how good he was at the Vermont Football Club, and he was. I think Williams' goal average is actually better than Gregg's, I think, in some ways.
I believe.
And you're talking about an absolute superstar of our game in Matty Gregg. So Lee Williams often a bit under the radar in that sense, that sometimes he's not given the credit that he really does deserve. But I think that's where we look at today where the difference is. And what Dan was saying with the versatility of the 4 key forwards.
Yep.
You've got Williams, who's the number 1 target. It's then looking, if he doesn't get the goals that we need him to get, where do they get him from? Who is going to be up at Norwood, who's going to stand up and then kick the goals to win them a grand final?
Well, this is where a bloke who is a match winner on his day is Davy Johnson. Centre half forward, he's mercurial at best, right? He can run, he can take a leap. He's just started to hit his form in the final series after a really long season in cricket, and it took a lot out of him. But he's really starting to find... He's not a genuine runner, Davy Johnson, but he just covers the ground. He more lopes, but the thing is he's got a vertical leap. And at centre forward, if you can get someone like that can take the pressure off Lee Williams, and he is capable of kicking 3-4 goals, Dyson, you know. So he's another guy that they can go to if things are going awry.
We're speaking of Balwyn's versatility, but, I mean, Davy Johnson's one of those blokes who, if Wynn is getting beaten comfortably in the ruck, and if O'Sullivan isn't competing, then Johnson can go in there, get over the top of Watts, or even Meeson as well. I mean, they're not genuine tap ruckmen, both of them, but that's where Davy Johnson probably comes in handy. And if Norwood aren't getting first used out of the middle, then I think he's probably the one to go to maybe at the start of the second quarter just to try and get something running.
I think the other thing, the key with him as well, is the fact that when he plays centre forward, what I like about the way he plays centre forward is that he's not scared to go behind Williams. He allows Williams to come up and ball. And the number of goals he kicks from the goal square is quite phenomenal because of his ability to run behind the contest, and he uses that leap to his advantage. So if you can get him one-on-one, Norwood would want him one-on-one in the goal square. He's a very hard man to stop when he gets in the air.
But another player that's really come of age for them this year is Darren Stewart, and he's been holding down that centre forward post as well. and he played an exceptional game in that qualifying final against Noble Park. He was all over it. I mean, he was jumping, but the thing was, he was working extremely hard going up the field as well as going back, and he had a lot more strings to his bow than I think what Davey offers at a centre half forward area.
I think that's where you're talking about the strength of the Norwood side is this role playing that they've been able to do. So you've got those two players who they're not superstars in their own right,
No.
but their ability to play their role all the time allows others to come in and do. Like Johnson does so much heavy work.
He does all those 1%.
Massive amount of heavy work, which is so important. That releases other players to be able to get the fruits of the heavy work. So I think that's where their strength is, and their ability. They are so well drilled and so well coached as far as they each know what their strengths and weaknesses are, and they play to them all the time.
Just I'm getting ready down below us, the Norwood Rooms underneath us. It's just an update on the reserves game. It's 7 minutes into the final term. Balwyn, as Nutsy mentioned before, inaccurate. 3 goals, 11-29. Vermont at 2-7-19. That's 7 minutes into the final term of this game. So we'll see. We'll keep an ear and an eye on that one. We might head back to Barry Cotts in the Radio Eastern Studios just for a short break. We'll have Dennis Knight joining us shortly, as well as both the club presidents back here for yet another game. They must get used to being here at the grand final luncheon and soaking up the atmosphere. I know both of them enjoy the finer things in life.
Oh, they certainly do, and I think they'd love the fact that they're sitting on the main table again.
Yeah.
And we'll certainly get a lot out of both. The presidents are fantastic in both of them being able to come on here, and they both. They love their club, they bleed for their club, and they really give us a lot on grand final day. So looking forward to having a chat to both of them.
We'll be back right after this here on Pancake Parlour EFL Gameday. You're watching or listening to the A1 Airport parking warm-up.
Out of film? Yeah, that's all right. Ballywater are a sponsor anyway. Every what? Everything rolls off the table. Hey, Boone. That's yours. I'll get a microphone and all. There you go. Just check the seats on. What happened to the couch? The couch was nice.
It was good one. I don't think it was big enough to fit 3 larger people on it. I think that might have been the problem.
Actually, it was like the lazy Susie sat there. It was actually had a relaxing, calming effect on me.
It was trying to get me out of it. I think it was always going to be the problem.
Yeah, it was like, cut. How you been?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh,
Yeah.
looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Different to last year. It's people are probably all a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah.
Be a tight game. It's going to be a tight game. We're in for a.
Gee, Vermont might cause the upset here, mate. They've just kicked 2 goals.
What just did? Kick 2?
Yeah, they just kicked the last 2.
Dyson, EFL program.
Yep. Anyway.
Me, John. I'll get that drink bottle later.
It's all right, mate.
Oh, we'll go over in a sec.
That's Will's fault. I brought my own mic up there before. Yeah, you roll, took the drink bottle, then lost it. So I thought, oh, well, still the other guys that sit next to me. I sat down, there was just crumbs everywhere, no bread rolls. He trashed the table. I thought, oh. Anyway, he's having fun. He's down there.
Finally, we got a game.
Yeah. It's a bit like that fourth
Yeah,
division
it's
reserve.
only
grand
three
final.
and a half quarters
Yeah.
to get one, but it's
That's one back the other way.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Dyson.
Welcome back to Bayswater Oval, and we managed to join him. He jumped in just at the start of the ad break, but we made sure that we got him on air as quickly as possible because he is a busy man, just enjoying the luncheon. Mark Etherington, the president of the Norwood Football Club. You must be getting used to being up here at this time of year.
Firstly, good afternoon, gentlemen. I don't know about getting used to it. It's
You could get used to it, though, couldn't you?
I would like very much to get used to it, but no, it's second time, and yeah, obviously feels a little bit different this time round. But pleased to be on the show, and thank you for having me.
Obviously, you mentioned it feels a little bit different. You walked out of here as the Premier. You walk back in here today as the reigning Premier, coming to defend the crown. Is that something that you've sort of taken on board and sort of run with it as a confidence booster for the boys to know that they could do it? They've done it once, they can do it again?
Oh, look, we've had previous interviews where I've said, that was last year. We've pretty quickly moved away from thinking about what happened last year, and while sure we are the reigning premiers and we need to defend that today, this is a whole new ball game, and we're up against formidable opposition, and we're not taking it lightly. So we're the underdogs going in, even though we are the reigning premiers. Balwyn have clearly been the best side all year, finishing minor premiers, but all we've got is an opportunity today, and we're going to try and take it with both hands.
A couple of losses early on in the season and no rooms and a little bit of a vibe around the club. Was there a feeling that you maybe wouldn't get here at some stage during the year? Or was there always confidence in Nida and the boys?
I'll be honest, and I'm always, don't mince my words, there was reservations at the start of the year for sure, because we were clearly not performing. There was a perception there that it was a premiership hangover. We did turn around and when we were sitting 1 and 3, I think we were sitting 8th or 9th on the ladder. There was a perception out there that we weren't going to get into the finals this year. And since then, we dropped one game. And I think the boys needed just a bit of a wake-up call, to be honest.
Mark, congratulations on the team getting there again.
Thank
I'm
you.
certainly not going to ask you the question about what your 5-year plan is
Today,
today,
3 weeks ago.
I think one of the strengths, again, about Norwood is the fact of under the adversity that they've faced off-field, and that's not happened. It's not been the first time that that's happened in the club, that they've been able to come through again and just work through it. And I think you need to probably talk about your committee and the strength of your committee and what they've been able to do to get the group. I mean, the players do all the work, I know that, but behind the scenes, it must have been fantastic this year, again, to see all the hard work come to fruition by getting here on the final Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've gone through a major redevelopment, which is still going. It's dragging out a little bit. Bit of short-term pain for some long-term game, absolutely. But we're running from a marquee, a tent, and it goes further than just the committee. You look at our Norsemen and our Wooders and our coterie groups, which you are familiar with. I go back 2003. We went through it. We didn't actually have a home ground that year. Flip side of that has been this year no facilities whatsoever. So it's meant we've had to rely on a lot of people to pick up the slack. And we talked about Thursday night. We had 350 odd people down there. I'm trying to work out who from the radio crew actually lives on Mmmm Road. I heard that the other day. Someone from the radio crews lives on Mmmm Road. But anyway, they made the comment that we were running our vote count last Saturday night when I listened to the Sunday show last week. And we, in the face of adversity, have turned around and had a real struggle. But really good characters and good passionate Norwood people have stood up and said, I'll pick up the slack, and we've managed, and it's been fun. We've actually enjoyed turning around and in the face of adversity when a lot of other clubs would probably struggle. I think we've probably flourished even further because we have challenged it together.
Mark, one of the things I reckon Dennis Knight has brought to the playing group is a lot more of a physical edge in the fact that they play the game very hard and fair, very much the way Dennis played his football. Do you really reckon that has really suited some of the players in your group?
Look, we've got some bigger-bodied players this year, and I'm going to point out again, and I like to boast that we've got 14 to 22 homegrowners again this year, so it's a huge position to be in. Yeah, I think they have become more physical, but within the confines of the fairness of the game.
Exactly.
And there's been a lot of talk and chitter-chatter and perception that we have been playing outside of that, and I think that's just a crock of shit. The reality is, as a football club, we've been fair and reasonable, and those bigger bodies have probably benefited from some of that preparation and the stronger... We haven't had a gym this year either, mind you. But Dennis Knight has brought a focus on being physical, but within the fairness of the game.
One of the other things that I was going to ask you about the rooms themselves, when's the rooms actually going to be finished? Have they given you any sort of time frame, or is it
It's a mighty looking structure.
or is it are the blokes not working because there's too many wet days?
No, we're undercover now. It's at lock-up stage. The club, the sporting club entity, is actually responsible for a fair portion of the fit-out. So we have commenced part of our works, our responsible part of the works. There's probably 2 months, I think, realistically to go. As much as there's been talk about trying to have it completed within sort of September, October, I think it's more likely November, December by the time we finish everything off.
If we go back to a little bit of what Brash was talking about, the change in the style maybe of the Norwood side, I think an edge within the group is a very good thing within it. It shows a bit of a development and a growth within the whole group, and that's Dennis's strength as well, is his ability to grow the group as well. And that, when you talk about Norwood now, you talk about actually going out there and saying, this is a really strong, talented group of players that play within the rules but bring an edge to the game, which is really important. I think that's been a great part of his, I suppose, what he brings to the club as well. Would you agree?
I totally agree. And they believe in the structure that's put in place, and they believe in working to the line, and working to the line in terms of the boundary where you can turn around and don't cross it, because obviously you'll find yourself with a send-off or whatever, or a free kick going against you. But Dennis has ensured that they understand that. It's been part of our preparation, as part of our pre-season, and all the way through the season itself, the season proper. So yeah, I agree. Yeah, Dennis has turned around and made sure that they do understand what they can and can't do, and they bring that to the game. And it's a grinding game. We play a grinding game now, and we tend to try and work our opposition down. We probably don't have quite the same finesse at times as some of the likes of Balwyn and Vermont and so on, but I think we've got some good old-fashioned desire in there as well. There's another word
wrong
we
with
can't
that.
say on air.
One of the things, Mark, I've been once again really impressed with, even though the under-19s came up short today, once again they showed a lot of character from where they come from, and the junior club at that the 15 levels up were really strong, and it's some really good players coming through for the club in the next few years. Some exciting times there, I feel. Yeah,
no, you're right. And I boasted the 14 of 22 before. It's been sort of a magical number that's been there, and hopefully it's a good omen. 15s won the flag. We had 2 17s in grand finals. One of them, the purple team, obviously won the flag. 19s have come from knockout finals all the way through.
Yep. And they were really good today. They really look, they were always behind by a couple of goals, but they never gave up, and that's a really good trait.
Yeah, against a side who dominated all year, and last time they played, beat them by 11 or 12 goals.
Points, you're right there. And there's a 55-odd point turnaround from where it was when we played them last. And because of the way the draw worked, it meant that Norwood only played Vermont once, from my understanding of what was there. So we've come up against a formidable opponent, and there's a club that we highly respect in Vermont. They've got a great junior program and good kids coming through. We're trying to make sure we do the same thing.
And that's the thing, is that let's go back 1999. I'm thinking that's a long time ago, isn't it, if we go back then?
Making yourself feel old, Davo.
Don't worry, I've been coaching for 30 years back then as well. So if we have a look at it, who did you, or did you, when you were there as president, did you model the club on? Did you say, this is the club that we need to look at to model ourselves? Because at the moment, I think there are clubs looking back and going, we need to model ourselves on the Norwood style, which is, I think that's the greatest accolade you could have as a president, to have other clubs wanting to do that. Was there someone that you were thinking of at that time, this is the way we need to go to become a top-line club in the future?
I wouldn't say there was one specific club. We looked at what models were working, absolutely, but we wanted to make sure that we kept our feet firmly planted on the ground, and whatever we put in place had to be sustainable, and it couldn't be, 2 years, 3 years down the line, best thing that could happen now is we can bring in this point system. I reckon they're 15 points too high at 50 because we're running at 33. I reckon the salary cap could come in another year earlier, and I'm an outspoken supporter of this. But to turn around and be in a position where we have never deviated from that pathway of making sure that we're bringing young kids through, I think we've modelled ourselves on a family environment and family football club. So I wouldn't say we've emulated any other club, but we did take a leaf out of the likes of your Vermonts and so on, who have had good, strong juniors coming through for many years.
You mentioned just before we let you go, you mentioned the fit out, and obviously that's something to do. Have you made room in the trophy cabinet for this afternoon's trophy?
No, we don't can our chickens before they hatch, mate. So, no, we've got a fantastic space there, and it's a big wall that we need to put a trophy cabinet up. So
the whole facility is. We haven't been out there since it was, the bones of the old one. But it was. I've seen a couple of photos. It's just a phenomenal structure.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a beautiful structure, and full credit to City of Maroondah and our local state and federal members who have turned around and done the right thing and shared our vision. And it is a full community facility, but you look at what's there at the moment, and look, there's lots of space. And whether it happens this year or it doesn't happen this year with filling in the another spot within it, there you go. The reality is we'll keep on that same path. We want to leave a lasting impression on what we do at that footy club. So,
is there a small room, or not so much a small room, it could be a medium-sized or a large room that is the Mark Etherington lounge or something along those lines? Because I'm sure you...
Mark Etherington media box, maybe?
Maybe, where you could sit back and just look over the estate as it is and enjoy the luxury.
No, I think you know me well enough to know that everyone else will be upstairs and I'll still be on my same spot on that hill. So, no, I don't plan on, whilst we'll host our functions and formalities and all that there, no, you keep your feet firmly planted on the ground, and I like being outside with all the people that have been part of the journey.
As you would.
Perfect. Well, we wish you all the best of luck, and hopefully you can fill that trophy cabinet sooner rather than later.
Thanks, guys. All the best for the call, and always a pleasure having a chat to you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks to Mark Etherington, the Senior President of the Norwood Football Club. We might take a quick break here on the warm-up. I'll just give you a quick update. It's the 23-minute mark of the final term, and it's Balwyn 4-12-36. Vermont peppering the goals at the moment, 4-9-33. We'll keep you updated on that one right after this here on EFL Game Day.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy. Absolutely the plan.
I'm going to have to go in a minute. Welcome back to Bayswater Oval, and in the depths of the reserves game at the moment, it's currently Balwyn 4-12-36. Looking forward to this game ahead. We've talked about it time and time again. I think
got too many players that are ready to go and ready to fire in a big game. And it wouldn't surprise me if Norwood won, but I think the way that Balwyn are playing, the way that they've been prepared and the way that they're ready, I reckon they're just going to get over the line.
I'm feeling exactly the same way as Davo. If Norwood win, they're going to win it in the close one, say 11 and 12 points. But if Balwyn win the game, I can see them winning it by 40, 50 points.
Yep.
And the game being close for 3 quarters and Balwyn running all over them in the last quarter. That's the way I see the game panning out.
we've mentioned some of the guys that are going to be game changers in this one so far, but anyone that stands out to you as potentially a Cliff Tompkins / Blue Ribbon medalist?
Well, I suppose if Balwyn win, you probably are going to say that Pendlebury is going to have to do a job on Williams, stop him from being a key scorer, and that really limits the ability of Norwood to score. So Pendlebury becomes a real bonus there. So he could be one that you could say could be a medalist, looking at it as a coach, of course. But I've got this funny feeling that Rennie Gilchrist is going to come out and just... 2 years ago, when he played on this last day, he was just absolutely sensational the way he played his football. Yes. Wouldn't be surprised if he does the same thing today.
Oh, it's probably not the best timing. But we do have Richard Wilson, already won premiership. We may as well get you straight after the final siren. Balwyn are victorious, 4-12-36, Vermont 4-9-33. That's ticking one box for you, Richard.
Mate, that's a great result for the twos. First ever grand final for the Rezzies, and in a pretty tough comp. So that's a fantastic result for them today.
Good afternoon, Richard.
Good afternoon.
When we spoke early in the season, you and I, you were always dreaming of getting back to this very, very day, because you felt that there was some unfinished business from last year because of the circumstances. But I would have to say that this year you go in a lot more better off than what you did last year.
Yeah, we've obviously recruited pretty well, and there's always unfinished business when you lose the grand final. You want to try and get back and have another crack at it, but at the same time, you can't keep the same team. So we recruited pretty well. I think it's shown throughout the season. The Rezzies have just won a grand final here. The seniors are pretty much full strength. Chris Waller with an ACL is the only one out. And I think we've got a lot more depth in the senior squad this year. So we do cop a couple of injuries like we did last year in the grand final. I think we can cover that this year.
That's the thing. Like last year, you did have injuries early on in the game, and that really stifled the creativity of the side. But this year, like I said, you've got the BGs, you've got 4 quality midfielders and a very, very solid back line, right, that can also be used in multiple roles around the ground. Coach Dan Donati's got a wealth of riches at his disposal today, I feel.
And I think that's where you say, where do we think we'll win the game today? I think it is the depth across the 22. I think over the journey, we think we've got enough talent and class and key position players to cover whatever might happen. And things will happen today. You could find yourself behind. You could find it. You could be in injury. It could be all sort. This will be a grand final of all grand finals, and there's a lot riding for the two clubs. We know that, but I think we're comfortable where we sit.
I think also, Richard, you'd be pretty proud of the fact that, yes, you've had a side in the grand final the last couple of 4 years now, but to see your reserves get up and win a flag like they have today is a real progression for the club. And you've been around here, you've been here for a while now, but that must feel really good as a president to see that, you're gathering momentum within the entire club, reserves win. I know the 19s is a really tough ask around with the fact that private school kids and all that sort of stuff, but that's where the club's really growing at the moment, and that must be really pleasing.
Yeah, absolutely. And, going forward, with the point systems coming in and those sorts of structural changes, for us it's going to be challenging. The demographic is challenging in terms of getting players coming through naturally, unlike a lot of other clubs. So it is pleasing, and even to get 19s up is really important. And there's 19s players who played in our senior team last year. So you can see that there's opportunities. The depth, again, and people, it's a club people want to come and play at, and they come to the club and they enjoy it and they love it, and they're challenged by it personally, and they want to play in finals, and it's so they get a whole opportunity and employment as well. So they get a whole opportunity to come through Balwyn and progress their lives, both through footy and otherwise. So very happy at the minute.
There's a couple of people I want to talk about, and this guy, I reckon, has been really instrumental around the club, Richard, and we probably haven't spoken about him or given him enough credit, and that's Jacko. I reckon he's done a hell of a lot for that football club, your football club, on and off the field. He seems like he's a real general, especially on game day.
Yeah, look, he's had a terrific year, and he's run out of the back line and creativity there. He's a very smart footballer. His old man was a good footballer, and he's got those football smarts, and it's just he's a real linchpin for us. Norwood know it. They ran a tactic in the semi-final, which probably exposed what they want to try and do with him today, because his influence on any game, all their games this year, has been significant. And off the field, mate, he's just a terrific.
I know he's an elder statesman in some ways, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he hosts the game day functions, and he just handles that with absolute aplomb. I mean, he just slots into a position, right, and it's almost like he's the go-to man of your club. And I think Joe Dragier's done a really fantastic job too as the secretary, and that she's done a lot of hard work behind the scenes to keep the administrative of the side going, and they're some of the unsung heroes that we all talk about, but they also deserve the recognition as well.
Oh, 100%. And, I think any club, particularly the club like ours, and in any Division 1 club, I think, you've got to have a full-time or a part-time football manager to run the whole back office, and the days where the president does it all or the secretary does it all, they're long gone if you're at the pointy end of a competition. It might be okay down the Division 4 level where it's not as demanding across the areas, but Division 1, it's just part and parcel of football these days.
Very much so.
Are you as excited about what this actual contest could be like today as what we are? Because we actually see today as being one of those games that we've decided, we've changed our mind 3 times before the bounce, and we could change it again before the first bounce. It seems to be that today is going to be an exceptional contest, and that has to be exciting for you as well.
We like 10-goal blowouts. We want that Hawthorn blowout like last night.
Well, I guarantee you, Richard, it's been the same with Davo and I. We've been thinking about it, and we just keep coming up with the same answer and the 2 same scenarios. And it's a game that 2 scenarios are going to play out, I reckon.
Look, I think today it's going to be tight. There's no doubt. They're 2 good sides. They are the 2 best, and I think they're comfortably clear this year of the rest. And I thought we saw that in the preliminary last week. For us, it's about this is top of the ground stuff. This is our run.
Yep.
Our skills and class sets across the ground. How we structure up, I think, gives us what we think will be ultimately the opportunity to run the game out and get a winning score.
Well, you certainly got the goal kickers to do it, and you've got the four main ones, plus you've got 3 or 4 midfielders that also can kick goals. Your Roach, your Gilchrists, O'Regans can kick goals. Even Rod Crow in the back line, Tregear can kick goals as well. So and Alan Murray's another guy. Yeah. I mean, so you've got so many options or weapons that you can use and swap around that really it's going to be, Dennis Knight is going to have to be right at his mettle today to try and combat that.
And I think... Alan Murray plays his 150th game today. It's his final game. This is it for Budgie. And he's had 2 ripping finals to date. I think the big thing for us is our midfield's got to be competitive and keep the pressure on across there. because the Pendlebury matchup with Williams.
Yeah, you said that on Thursday night.
Is a key. It's a key, and he held him to nothing on the other week. And if you can keep, Norwood get up and about if Williams is up and about, and if you can keep him under control, it just has an overriding effect, and it will force Norwood to have to go and find another target to kick the goals. And I think that's a really big play for us today.
Well, we wish you all the best for today, Richard. I think it's going to be an outstanding game. And as you said, as a president, you're looking forward to a 10-goal win. As a commentator, we're looking for a little bit closer than that.
You were one of these, what we just had in the reserves here, one of these hard stoppers.
Oh, I think we're due.
We don't like hard stoppers, us presidents.
No. But good luck for today.
Thanks, Richard.
And thank you very much for helping
Thanks,
us out.
boys.
It's fantastic.
Good stuff. Happy calling.
Thanks,
Thank
Richard.
you.
Yeah, well, Davo, we've now spoken to both the presidents and we've spoken to a coach, and guess what? I'm still none the wiser.
I'm
I
walking
can't
away.
pick it. I just still can't pick it.
Well, we've got half an hour. Was it about half an hour until the first bounce? And I think I'll change my mind another 3 times. But ultimately, I'm going to come back to the same.
We're going to come back to it, isn't it?
I think we'll come back to the same scenario, which will be, I think if it's close, I've really got that feeling that Norwood, with their close checking and their role play game, could win a close one. But if it starts to get off the leash, then you can just see that Balwyn class and the ability for them to be able to just bring in all those different avenues. They could actually blow the game apart.
Yeah.
Well, it's great to be on, boys.
Hello, Ez.
just jump
Nice
in
of
and
you to
join the
drop
chat.
in.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Just watched a great game of football out there. We're just going to run to a quick break, and we'll be back with more after this to talk a little bit more about the game.
Beautiful.
I'm good.
So when we come back here, we're just talking about...
Yeah, so what I'll do is...
I've got to go and have a pee, mate.
Did he bring you a shirt?
He said he was going to get
I've got to go to the toilet, mate.
He had a fair bit of stuff going on, so...
I've got a spare one that I wasn't wearing. It's XL.
No, I won't go close. It'll be a skin tight. It's swimming on you.
Sophie?
So I'll say cross down when I've got someone down.
So they'll say BWS is down.
No, you'll hear me on.
That's what I was trying to say before.
Gaz will signal you.
Sweet.
Number 44, Matt Shepherd.
So when do we come back?
He'll let you know. We'll be back.
Number 45, Francis Rosa.
That was good. Finally, we got a decent. That first half was absolutely deplorable.
Skills were terrible.
That last quarter was pretty good. Yeah.
It's a strange score.
And they were just about ready to kick another one when that siren's gone too.
Well, the
weren't
bloke kicked the goal. Yeah. He ran in after the sign.
Number 54,
Only 3 seconds after, I wouldn't know if it's a goal or not. Controversial.
Strange scoreline, though. 36 to 33.
But today,
Number 56, for the ball 11 medalist, JJ Petty.
I think that's been the talk around is that it's going to be.
Number 61, Harrison Walker.
It's going to be on early. Horn have never been able to stand up to that, even if it's in third.
Number 66,
They'll allow them to go.
Matt
They'll destroy Norwood. You're not allowed to do it.
Michael Stephanie.
And they've got a game plan that stands up in finals. The Balwyn have they're a little bit hit and miss, but I've gone for Balwyn. I think they'll win it, but I'd like to.
Number 81, Jack Lorenzo.
If Balwyn get the game on the outside and run, I reckon they've got better runners this year.
And they've got 4 keys up for
Number 82, Nick Lorenzo.
Welcome back to the EFL Division 1 Grand Final coverage. Got Grant Soupy Campbell joining us as well as Damien Watson. Soupy, welcome to the coverage.
Yes, it's always great to be here. And what fantastic weather we've got. And unlike this time last year, we've got the same two teams, but I think it's a very evenly matched on paper. Last year, Norwood, the clear favourites. Looking at a couple of the big stats, the one that really stands out, Norwood have only conceded 100 points in one game of their last 40 from 2014-2015. So defensively, they're very hard to score against. But Balwyn this year, they've gone from conceding 67 points a game last year down to 58, which that's premiership kind of calculations that make them extremely hard to beat defensively as well. Quarters won, Balwyn 55 this year, Norwood 53. Very little difference between them, so it's a very hard one to predict.
And we've got Damien Watson joining us in the end chair as well, just fresh from calling the Reserves Grand Final. Damo, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no problem. I'm glad the voice is held up after the Reserves Grand Final. It was an exciting finish, but I'm really excited. Great anticipation about the Seniors Grand Final today. I've been to every Division 1 Grand Final since 2011. They've always been one-sided. Hopefully we can get a tight contest today.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic, and what a day. And Dave, I was going to ask you, Soupy mentioned there about it being a real 50-50. Going into the game, I had a chance to chat with Rennie Gilchrist on Monday night, and I said to him, are your boys fit? Because this time last year, they'd finished in 5th. They brought their whole way through, but going into the game, we knew there was issues with Pendlebury, Millhughes, and those sort of guys. They were running out of legs. They had issues.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's probably the difference this year. And I'll tell you what, this is why this man is the head of stats, because he just brought up some stuff then, and I went, wow. I mean, I'm going 100 points once in 40 games of football that says a huge amount when you talk about grand finals, because it is well known that it's you're attacking grand finals, and that's a really important thing, I think, today. And we've got two great defensive sides, and it showed in the second semi when you've got 8 goals apiece on a great game, on a big track, a nice dry day, still only kicked 8 goals. Going to be really interesting to see what happens.
It's going to be super interesting. We've got Ben Warren Smith down on the boundary chatting to a couple of big names down there.
If all patrons could please vacate the ground for the start of the senior game.
Huge push. What I'm interested in is where does
Back, thanks to Ben Warren Smith down on the boundary. Sorry, Davo, before we were chatting before that. How do you see it playing out? If it's Norwood last year jumped them, it's fair to say. Quarter time it was reasonably close, but it was the second quarter they really took over. Interesting, the first couple of games we've seen today, both teams have been really cagey. I think we've had a goalless term, maybe the first term in the reserves, and there was only 1 goal kicked in the under-19s. Do you think we're going to see a similar sort of caginess in the seniors game?
Look, I think it's going to be a bit like a chess game, to be honest. We've looked at all both sides. We've seen that there's an enormous amount of different matchups. I think that we both look. Brasher and I both think it could go two ways. We think that if it's tight, we think that probably Norwood will get over the line, because we think they're a really well structured side. They play roles. They play their roles to the absolute nth degree, and that's why they've been able to play the football they have. But we also think that if it starts to open up a little bit, we probably think Balwyn can run away with it. 4 big forwards, really good midfielders that can play outside runners, use the ball extremely well. And the key will be, can Pendlebury stop Williams? If he stops Williams, where do Norwood's goals come from? And, you know, there's some great questions to ask here. And I think it's going to be tight early.
Yep.
If it continues to be tight, Norwood's got that opportunity because they know what to do. Starts to open up. I fear that Balwyn could come out and actually play some really good football.
We'll touch on that Williams-Pendlebury matchup shortly. Back down to BWS.
We can have all patrons please vacate the ground for the start of the senior game. Thank you.
Down there on the boundary with Les Ferguson. Now, I wanted to touch on this before we get your tips, guys. The Pendlebury-Williams matchup. Now, this season I feel Pendlebury's had the better of him, but I will mention when they did play at Cherry Road in the second half of the year, Williams stood up in the last quarter and kicked 3 massive goals. We know what he did in the grand final last year. Round 1, I think Williams might have only kicked 1 or 2. So who do you see winning that matchup this afternoon?
Well, look, it's the key to
mighty team of boys, the Norwood football team, boys.
Main coach.
In the second semi-final, Norwood progressed through to the grand final with a 42-point win over Vermont in the preliminary final. Ladies and gentlemen, Balwyn kick the Mount Highway into the ground in the first term. Introducing your officiating umpires in the field, Dan Beard, Jason Herman and Jordan Buckingham. On the boundary, Brenton Dixon, Curry Green, Jesse Haywood and Tristan Webb. In the goals, Greg Wolford and Ashley County. Your emergency umpires are Brett McArthur in the goal and Nick Jankostas in the field. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please be outstanding the Australian National Anthem?
Football. These two clubs have had a brilliant season 2015 and they deserve to be here on the main dance today. We saw them take off in a second semi-final 2 weeks ago. That went to with under a kick. Now what can the grand final bring today? Over the last few years we've seen some big margins played out, but I don't see that happening today, Wayne Brasher.
No, and it's a ripping day here, BWS, and you know, look, I've sort of said during the week that if Norwood happen to take the flag, they're going to win by a couple of goals. But if Balwyn happen to get out in front, I reckon they could blow the game open and win by probably 40, 50 points. That's the way the game could actually play out as well.
19.2 degrees it is currently in the city of Melbourne, and a perfect opportunity to cross down boundary side for the first time this afternoon to our Life Care boundary riders. The voice, the main man on Division 1 football grand final day, Damien Watson. He's boundary side with Aaron Kirkby-Rodia.
Glorious conditions down here at ground level. What else would you expect on Division 1 grand final day? We can expect a top temperature of around 20 degrees with no rain to speak of throughout the afternoon. There is a slight northwesterly breeze blowing towards the mountain highway end of the ground, which is the end that Balwyn will be kicking to in the first term. And Aaron, the surface looks pristine.
It does, it certainly does. The cricket pitch is in great nick as well. Plenty of softness in it. It's not too hard out in the middle.
Let's get your tips one more time, boys. I know you went through them on pre-match, but Damien Watson, who are you looking after this afternoon? Who's going to win and by how much?
I'll be looking after Norwood this afternoon, and I think they'll win after an extra time encounter by 2 goals.
Ooh, extra time. We like hearing that. Aaron Kirkby-Rodia?
Norwood by 9 points for mine.
Okay, so a few boys they've got their tips ready. We've all got our tips ready as well. I'm going to go for the Balwyn Football Club today. I've tipped them to win by 6 points. You'll read that in Boundary Banter in the Eastern Footballer. Our last one for the year with Ray Baird. Hasn't that been fun? But I tell you what, I've been changing my mind for the last couple of weeks. It's too hard basket nearly, Brash and Dave. I tell you what, I picked Norwood at the start of the year, so I wanted to ride that home after the win a couple of weeks ago. But I've been on Balwyn all year, and it'd just be silly not to continue on them. I think it's going to be a close one though, and I can't wait, Davo.
Well, yeah, look, I hopped up out of my seat 5 minutes ago and changed my mind.
Have you changed your mind again?
I did, but I've actually stood here at the moment. I'm going to stick with, look, heart says Norwood. I think the head says that Balwyn by about 35, and I think it's just going to be their firepower, which is going to be hard to stop.
Well, Balwyn will be kicking towards the mountain highway end. There is a huge crowd out here.
Massive crowd.
Oh, it's fantastic, isn't it?
We can't wait for this game to start. The Division 1 Grand Final is finally underway, and Meeson goes up against John O'Wynn. They had to go after it again. Holmes got a little knockdown. It came down to Tregear. Got the handball away. Now Balwyn will have the first chance to go forward. The kick goes out towards the wing position. Copping one high. The umpire said was okay. Fraser, he goes over the top to his skipper Gilchrist. Hot to trot. Swings around on the right boot. Thumps it inside forward 50. Murray couldn't quite trap it. Gobel's got the little handball out wide. It's It's a hot footy early. Stacks on the mill, and we'll have a bounce at true centre half forward down Balwyn's end.
Boundary.
It's crossed down boundary side thanks to Life Care as.
Just quickly, boys, Rhett Jordan wearing the number 38.
Pye throws the ball up, comes down. Little quick there by Cross, kicks it to the top of the goal square, just waiting over the back. It might sit okay here for Broadhurst. He picks the ball up, he has time, he uses the banana, and he slams it home. What a sensational start by the Balwyn Football Club. They get the first goal on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It only took them 50 seconds, and the class act put it through in Blakey Broadhurst.
And that's been the difference already. We talked about this before the game. Gilchrist got involved there. Broadhurst, one of the key forwards. You know, I know it's just a start, but that was a good start for Balwyn.
Yeah, and they got the ball out of the midfield very quickly, Davo, and really ran them around.
Boundary.
It's crossed down boundary side thanks to Life Care.
Just quickly, for anyone listening, Matty Deckler is wearing the number 12, Justin Gould wearing the number 8, and Lockie Dixon in the number 30.
Pye throws it up, comes down to Holmes. Now Norwood get their chance to surge the ball forward, doing a nice little job there and trapping it. Kick inside forward, 50, dropping short. And now the Tigers will get a little bit of a reprieve. Kick goes out towards the wing position, bouncing football away from Liam Fraser, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
Already you can see the Balwyn are trying to try it spread and run and get going as soon as they possibly can.
Almost 2 minutes gone, first term. Division 1 EFL Game Day Grand Final. Meeson got the tap down, couldn't find a target there, and Jordan sends Norwood forward. And there it goes over the boundary line and out of bounds.
McCutcheon's got the job on Johnson, which is an interesting one. Gives that'll be a great duel all day today.
Thrown in once again. Meeson, good punch forward, except it doesn't go very far. Jordan sits out the back, now digs it inside forward 50. McCutcheon was first to meet it, couldn't quite make the most of it there. Swooping on this one, Dixon sends it goalward, except it's across the face and out of bounds on the full.
Already very early, Balwyn are trying to stretch Jonathan Wynn in the ruck area and try and make him more accountable.
Going to have a long day ahead of him is Jonathan Wynn. Kick to the outer side, just over the head of Jessup, manages to find its target. There in the Tregear. Tregear kicked up, trying to find O'Regan hard up against the boundary line, and that's where it sits. Huge crowd piled in here at the Bayswater Oval.
They're still coming in as well.
Tell you
massive.
what, you forget after 12 months between drinks that how good that feeling is being in the middle of the ground on this big day, and particularly with the weather the way it is. Picturesque Bayswater Oval.
I reckon there'll be a lot more rotations today, Davo, than in previous games this season.
So Rhett Jordan already having an impact, wins the free kick, gets it away though, and now O'Regan has it at centre wing. Spent it before he got it, then gave it to his skipper and Gilchrist. Gilchrist goes inside forward 50 looking for Goebbels, and finds Jeff Goebbels on a long lead, 35 out on a 45-degree angle.
When you get delivery like that...
That was pristine.
Well, the thing is, you're basically setting an impossible task for your back line.
And that's two clear possessions he's had that have could result in 2 goals with Gilchrist. The other thing is Norwood have had four possessions so far. We've been really poor, and interesting to see Holmes is coming off and limping quite badly.
So Goebbels comes in now. Little bit of a stutter step approach, but has he sent that one home? He has, and Balwyn have their second of the afternoon with just 4 minutes gone in this first term. The Tigers are 2 straight 12. Norwood yet to score. This is EFL Game Day, all thanks to the Pancake Parlour.
And again, you saw the fact that they stretch them. Norwood have just been a little bit nervous by the look of it. They've made a few fumbly decisions. They've kicked forward was a wild kick where they've been a little bit better with the use of the football moment, Balwyn, and good start for them.
Goal number 67 for Jeffrey Goebbels. Tipped an absolute ripper here a couple of years ago on this very day. Meeson straight down the throat there across, who got it away to his skipper there in Gilchrist, who unleashed with a Goebbels-like barrel inside forward 50. But the Norsemen, they'll have time, switch it out the back. That's a good mark out there taken by Zach McCubbin. So stops props. Short options are on. They probably just need to slow things down a little bit here as Rhett Jordan wearing the number 38 this afternoon. Jumped 2 spots. Thumps the ball up towards a half-forward line, using his body really well at the back there was Stewart. Couldn't quite get boot to ball. Hewson's in there as well. Couldn't quite trap it. Strong tackle there on Cruzerada. Sees the ball brought to deck and will have a bounce.
Tregear on McCubbin is a great matchup as well. I'm really looking forward to that one.
Meeson got an easy one straight down the throat of Cross, who's had a few touches early, kicks it out towards the wing position, knocked away and over the boundary line and out of bounds. That was good play. Grant Campbell, thanks to Choose Tap.
Hit out 7-1 in favour of Balwyn.
So right in front of us here, there is a monster crowd out here today. Pye throws it in. Little knock down there by Wynn. Was trapped there by O'Regan. He had one arm pinned and will have a bounce. True centre wing position out here. Right where the chopper landed. Quick restart, which is what we like to see. Meeson, who's winning the taps early, got the knockdown. A few players around this football, spills out wide. That was okay. Declan got it away. In fact, it was Gould that time. He switched numbers this afternoon with Declan just to confuse the situation over the boundary line. She goes and out of bounds. Milhuisen sees it over. To see him back in the side. He was missing early in the piece this season. Meeson, once again, front spot, trapped by Murray. Tried to get the handball away, almost could have been pinked. He had it for a fair old bit of time there. Gibson came charging through, trapped there by Murray. He's brought to ground by, well, almost brought to ground by two Norsemen. Adam Gibson being the main tackler there, and we'll have another bounce.
Meeson's so dominant that he's actually causing problems with their setup in their midfield at the moment, Norwood.
Well, as if on cue, we'll give that one to John O'Wynn that time. Going in very hard, Taylor Gilchrist. He copped one high. Good play by both sides there. And a little bit of how do you do, but no doubt we'll get this game underway.
No love lost between these two sides at all. Played a fiery second semi-final out here a couple of weeks ago, and it started exactly the same way as McCubbin gets his kick inside forward 50, looking for Williams to fly. Got caught at the back position, couldn't make the most of it. Now numbers spread. Trying to work it out there was Dixon. Although they've managed to clear here Balwyn and find Cross at centre wing. And that's got to be 25. Oh, no, there'll be a free kick going back the other way.
Little bit of unwarranted
inside
attention.
50 as well.
Off the ball against Taylor Gilchrist. It'll be a free kick to Davy Johnson, 45 out.
And young Gould's come off the ground and he is feeling very groggy after a very solid hit in the contest.
So Davy Johnson, man on the mark at 45, will kick from just on 50, sends it on its way. Looks pretty good on the boot, except it's just swayed right. And it's through for one behind. So Norwood have their first score on the board at Balwyn. 2 straight 12. Norwood one behind 1 point. We've played 8 minutes in this first term. Wetherill to do the kicking in duties. Finds Goebbels a long way from home. Just stops and props. Now goes short, too short. Looks for McCutcheon. Kick wasn't all that flash. Trying to bury his head in there as well. And the ball's held up once again.
Not only will we see Jeff Goebbels up the field, but I expect that Blake Broadhurst will also do that as well as the game progresses.
Goss and Barker to play stay at home.
Yep.
So ball still on the outer side, right in front of the Choose Tap hydration station. Regain possession here, Norwood, and Gibson kicks his ball inside forward 50, although couldn't find the target in Dixon, and the ball goes out of bounds on the full.
They just haven't got their flow at the moment, Norwood, have they? They're just being rushed at everything that they do, whereas Balwyn just are trying to spread and run the whole time.
Gottliebson to Tregear to Pendlebury, who spots up Ed McCutcheon outside half back. He was looking for a 25.
It's worth a try.
Geordie Buckingham, experienced umpire, said, "I have to do better than that." Convinced me. So McCutcheon looking for a short option, really. He never looked like he wanted to go the distance. He just popped it up in the end, and well, the umpire said it was okay.
Too high from the non-official.
No, he's actually, once again, it's gone to the centre-half forward region. Another off-the-field infringement.
McCubbin on Wetherill, so Wetherill to get the free kick.
That was against actually Ambrose, and he put Gilchrist down just, crossing paths.
Yep.
And now it's turned the football over. Yeah.
Well, Wetherill, his kick inside 50 was chopped off there by Justin Gould, who elects to go short. That's okay. Mark's been taken there by Ambrose. Short passes on. So using the far side of Bayswater Oval here. Mark's been taken by Lachlan Dixon. On the right boot, sends it out towards the wing position now. Kick had to be good, and a strong mark taken there by Connor O'Sullivan. Took it on the second bite. This way, that way. Wanted a bit of support, and he got it too. The kick goes up towards the half forward line now for Norwood. That was good play, and they'll have a genuine chance to go inside forward 50 now. Kick there by Ava inside, but it was chopped off there by Kennedy. I'm not sure if that was quite paid, but the umpire said play on. The short pass is over now. It goes out towards the Brendan Goss direction.
So much for being stay at home.
Yeah.
45 out from defensive goal.
Maybe they're going to take it in turns.
They're working hard, though.
They are. That's what they're doing. They're working very hard up and down the ground, Balwyn.
Rennie Gilchrist got it to Cross, who got it away to Taylor Gilchrist on the right boot. Send it wide and out of bounds on the full it goes.
Well, just on that, Goss has just run 150 metres, go back to gain position.
So Norwood with the football. Go back to Bate, who wants to create a bit of a switch here. He goes back to the vice skipper in Stewie Hill. The evergreen Stewie Hill puts it out wide there for Gibson, who had the run of the football. It was a good kick. And now the Norsemen are off up towards the wing position. Bouncing football in the favour of Gottliebson. Got it over the top there, Sanfilippo. Back to Gottliebson. He has time to stop prop. Go in towards his skipper in Gilchrist, who's had a lot of the football. Cross copped one off the football. I saw it.
He's been prominent early, Cross.
Rennie Gilchrist with 6 disposals already.
Kennedy out wide. Rennie Watts is asking for the football as well, but Cross elects to go use that far side of the ground. Mark's taken by Johnny Mielhuisen.
It's very reminiscent of 2 years ago with the way that they're using the football, Balwyn.
Helicopter punt inside. He was looking there for Goss at the fall of ball. There's Murray. Somehow he just came up with the football then, Alan. Kicked it to the hot spot. Over the top it goes. They might have the numbers here. He's pointing now for Norwood. This way, that way. Oh, he had good poise and he kicks it out wide. That was a good kick here. Zach McCubbin. He had a little bit of a space, but he was quickly met upon. So his short pass was on. He put a lot of pressure. He might get another chance here. Stolen there by Kennedy. Got the little handball away. Here's Gilchrist. Looping handball over the top. Found his teammate there in Taylor Gilchrist. Snap around the body this time by Goss. Can this one somehow go through? Murray's there at the line. What a fantastic mark. He only had eyes for the football, Aaron Murray. He's a superstar player. He's going to have a tough shot on goal, but I tell you what, he's only 10 metres out. That was a ripper.
Absolute spectacular mark, but you know, you're looking at the way Balwyn are moving the ball into the forward line, Davo. They look really sharp at the moment. Norwood just look a little bit lethargic.
And Gilchrist again, he was the architect of that with his hands.
Yep.
And, you know, that's a great mark by Murray.
Alan Murray back at the club this year, looking for another premiership medallion. He'll go for the banana kick and he'll put it straight over the goal umpire's head. That's his first goal of the afternoon. Balwyn have kicked 3 straight on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Their lead is 17 points at the 13-minute mark of the first term.
What they're doing, Balwyn, really well is that they're spreading extremely well. They get the ball, they're spreading well. They're not allowing Norwood to close the game down at any stage. There's a fair bit going off the ball at the moment, all over the ground. There's lots of blocks, there's lots of things happening. Balwyn are coming off better with it.
You'd almost feel like that Norwood's bench already looks a little bit lame. Johnny Holmes is still not walking freely there.
It's almost the opposite of the first term last year. As the ball goes inside forward 50, Johnson with the fly, couldn't take the mark. Ball spills out the back, numbers here with Balwyn, can't quite pick up. Kennedy still trying to make it work, bustling through a pack to Clare. Now finally a kick comes out, this time through Sanfilippo. Goes to Kennedy, he couldn't take the mark, put the pressure on, came Harrington. Just still trying to make something out of nothing. Good work there from Pendlebury, got the handball away. Found Tregear, doubles back and now looks for an option. Decides to go wide, finding the commentary side. Great kick, finds Goebbels. Goebbels, true centre wing, commentary side. Kicks to Goss on a long lead and finds Goss. Plays on quickly, kicks inside forward 50, bouncing ball to Budgie Murray. Can't find him, plenty of numbers round. Good work there from DeClaire to clean up. And it ball's held up at half back, this time in the hands of Poynton, who kicks wide, finds Gibson. Gibson, short chip kick, back to Poynton, wasn't all that flash, dangerous position. Numbers here, Bate had a lot of work to do. They could turn it over, Tregear. Nice work there from Poynton, just eludes the tackler and now gets the kick away out of a little bit of danger for now. Although Balwyn have regained possession deep, hard up against the boundary line. This could be a sensational goal. What a goal, and Balwyn now lead by 4 of those. And a great kick. It looks like Shane Tregear as his first of the afternoon. 4 straight 24. Norwood are 1 behind, 1 point. And just like that, a 23-point lead in favour of the Tigers.
Well, you know, Davo, you're looking at the way this game is panning. I know Balwyn are kicking with the breeze in the first quarter, but I think they're doing a lot more right than what Norwood are doing.
Uncontested possessions, 27 to 18 in favour of Balwyn.
And I think it's just the way they're using the football. Again, they're clean, using it extremely well, very dangerous at the moment.
Shane Tregear on the right boot as well. Sensational play as O'Regan banks it on his boot. It's a bouncing football inside forward 50. Charging out there was Lukey Barker. Almost played for the free kick. It was not coming. Put his head over the football. Won it again. So good play there. Good second effort by Lukey Barker, who might just go back and fancy himself from here.
And look, the coach would be really happy with that effort from Barker, because the last time it went forward, he tried to put a bump on instead of a tackle. He'd be really disappointed with that. But that time, head over the football, got the free kick. And Norwood are coming off, and their players are quite exhausted at the moment. It's quite interesting to see both sides, the way they're rotating, what they're saying to each other. It's very, very interesting.
Johnny Holmes back on the ground, so that's good to see, the skipper for Norwood. But Luke Barker to open up a 29-point lead at the 17-minute mark of the first term. He set sail for goal. It might go right to the line. It was touched and pushed through. Minor score is the result. That's their first on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 4-1-25. They lead by 4 straight kicks. Norwood one behind. This cross down boundary side, thanks to Life Care.
As you said, BWS, Johnny Holmes is back on the ground. It's their left knee heavily taped, and he's not moving well at all.
Kick went up towards Davey Johnson, who copped one in the back. And he'll receive the free kick across the half back line. It was 3-on-1 there, so Norwood will certainly take that one. Johnson, well, he put himself in a fair old bit of trouble with Meeson right on his hammer. The short pass was on, that's okay. Taken there by Declare. Switches it out wide, but we've had a 25-metre penalty paid, and the ball will be brought into almost the centre circle out here at Bayswater Oval.
Boundary.
A lot of players are surging forward here. Short passes on there, just struggling to hit targets at the moment as it comes out to Ava, who did have a bit of space. He kicks it in towards the Leroy direction. Getting in the right spot there was Rod Crow, had the spoil, got the little handball away. Umpires paid a free kick for a throw. So he didn't get it away in time, and it'll be a free kick to Norwood. 25 metres out from goal. Perfect opportunity to cross down boundary side thanks to Life Care.
Yeah, Holmes was pulled straight off by the runner. I reckon his day might be done, boys.
Keep an eye on that one as John O'Wynn, the big ruckman, will have the first shot on goal for Norwood. Well, the first genuine one, that's for sure.
And look, Dan will be disappointed they gave away a free kick like that, but you could see the Crow drifting across as that foil in front of Williams.
Oh, I'll tell you what, we've talked about ruckman kicking it over the years, that was an absolute shocker. John O'Wynn out of bounds on the full.
They're just not quite on, are they? There's just little things about them at the moment that they need to assess, and the use of the ball by Balwyn has been exquisite.
So the kick out of defence, Milhoy's in out to Murray, has found it to centre wing, Bayswater Road side of the ground. Handball over the top, found its target, and now back to Milhoy's in, back to Murray. Working in a phone booth, they try and find a bit of space here. Roach inside forward 50, great mark running back with the flight of the ball there, Ava. Kicks wide, finds Jessup. Jessup short. It's Gould. So Gould at true centre half back, kicks short, finds Ambrose. So we feel like they're gearing up for something here as they go towards forward 50.
Move it.
Dixon. Dixon's got to send it on the boot. He's got a lot of players deep, can't quite find him. Great work, the defensive pressure there on Stewart was exceptional. And they'll clear it away again, Balwyn this time through Crow. Out to the outer side, finds Tregear. Up towards centre wing. No attempt at the ball. The flyer came over the top of Broadhurst. The ball's found its way to centre wing. And a free kick going the way of Fraser. So Fraser inside forward 50, looking for a target. Goebbels was the option, can't quite find him. Plenty of bodies thrown around as Hill just tries to stop it in its passage. 45 out from goal will have yet another ball up.
That's what you want to see with your forwards, don't you? The way they really fought for the ball then.
Yep.
45 out from Balwyn's goal. Meeson gets the tap down. O'Regan was under a lot of pressure. Jordan regained possession, gave the handball away. Now gave it to Jessup. They've moved into a bit of space here. Can use it if they're clean with disposal. They were. Harrington got it away. Bate went over his head and ended up in the hands of Kousaratis, who goes inside forward 50, looking for Johnson. The fly came late there from Stewart.
And
someone's got a yellow card.
That's
in.
Lee Williams.
Oh, no.
Yeah, look, it was undisciplined. Didn't need to do it. It was nothing malicious. It was just a contest as they went through. He's probably copped the guy a little bit high, but you can't afford when the ball's going forward to be doing that. Oh.
So the state of play at the moment, Balwyn in possession. They lead by 4 goals. We're reckoning John Holmes could be off for the rest of the day, and Lee Williams has got at least 15 minutes to spend on the sidelines. It's not looking good for Norwood fans, though. For Balwyn fans, it's a pretty comfortable place to be at time on in this first term. As Crow gains possession, kicks out wide, finds Cross. Cross in front of that packed outer side here at Bayswater Oval. Just waiting for something to present.
Kick goes inside, forward 50 now. Big fly over the back there by Sanfilippo. He couldn't pull it down. Little handball out there by Barker. They've got the numbers. Oh, picked up there by Goebbels. They're going backwards to go forwards, but they've still got the numbers. Milhoysen got the handball out. Gilchrist, he somehow found a little bit of space for any snap around the body inside forward 50. He was looking for Broadhurst. It might come out. O'Regan on the right boot. Which way is this one going to go? It was half smothered, nicely trapped there, and now the Norsemen might get their chance to get away. Using the outer side here at Bayswater Oval, the kick goes out towards the wing position, diving down low and taking a strong mark there was Connor O'Sullivan. So just in the nick of time, takes the mark. Loops up a nice handball there. He's Matty Bate. Swings out on that familiar left boot. Thumps it up towards a half-forward line. Big fly over the back there by Stewart. He couldn't pull the mark down. Got the little handball away, though, but it was quickly trapped off there by Chris Pendlebury. Got it away to Milhoysen. Hasn't he had some sort of a first term? And you give him a wrap and he kicks it out of bounds on the full. So it'll be a free kick to Norwood across the half-back line. Short passes on now.
Now we'll see what Norwood are like when they go forward without Williams as the target. This will be the interesting part.
So Rhett Jordan on the right boot. There's been another whistle. I tell you what, there's been a fair few free kicks paid in this first term. Win. It's been held without off the football. There's a good zone happening for Balwyn as well, happening across his half-back line and creating a lot of trouble for Norwood to break them inside the 50, which is where the ball goes now. Tregear had the spoil at the back of the pack, and now he receives a handball on that familiar left boot, uses it out wide. Johnny Milhoysen takes the mark.
And again, Norwood are just falling into just a blazing. They're just blazing forward, and it's quite easy to stop. And Balwyn are just moving up and down the ground beautifully with their defensive spread. It's been excellent.
Squares things up to Gottliebson. Chris Pendlebury takes the mark in the back pocket. Not afraid to just get the ball away quickly. Kicks up towards the Goss direction. That was knocked away from him. That was a good spoil that time over the boundary line and out of bounds.
I reckon one of the things that with Lee Williams going up has actually bought 10 minutes for the Balwyn midfielders, because they've been covering his and chopping off his space, which is really hurting them.
Pye throws the back in now. Nicely picked up there by Mason, who just got it out of that danger zone. It was a fair old kick too. Shuey Hill and Jeff Goebbels go at it. Goebbels has kicked one in this first term, and over the boundary line she goes.
Well, he was a bit stiff then. I think that was a legitimate round the neck free kick, that one.
So ball thrown in. Watts to go up against O'Sullivan. Trying to bust through the pack here is Gould. Does so. Now gets his handball away. This time to Krusaratis. Wasn't flash, and it goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. Of course, boundary side, all thanks to Lifecare, Damo.
There have been a significant number of interchange rotations already in this game because the weather is warm. Expect that to increase throughout the day.
Certainly, it's up around the mid-20s today here at Bayswater Oval. As ball's thrown in once again, O'Sullivan had back position, won the contest, then went searching for it. Ambrose at the bottom of the pack.
That's where Balwyn can take advantage of the fact that Williams and Holmes are off the ground. That limits them to only 2 rotations off the bench.
Thrown up this time. Bottom of the pack here was Poynton. Couldn't get away, Jessup. And got the call holding the ball. Kennedy gets the free kick. Handballs further afield, finds Taylor Gilchrist, gets around one. Hands off to brother Rennie, now over the top to Cross under a lot of pressure. Back to Taylor Gilchrist, had to beat Matty Bate, didn't. Now Harrington can swoop on it, and now the Norsemen recover the ball. Although they've turned it over as quickly as they got it, and they go inside forward 50 once more. Balwyn. Goebbels was the intended target. Plenty of numbers round in Tigers jumpers. Just can't make the most of it with a clean disposal. Bate clears out, Jessup away, and Norwood are out of defence.
was a great spoil by Stewie Hill and smother, and now it's Gibson on the right boot for Norwood in towards the middle of the ground. That's okay. Cruzaradas, they need a big game from him this afternoon. Drives the ball inside forward 50, but standing strong. Rod Crow got it away, and now Ed McCutcheon can take off for the Tigers. Uses Milhoysen down the wing. Geez, he's had a lot of the football in this first term. Just owning that half back to half forward line at the moment as he kicks wide and the ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds on the full.
It almost seems like that if Norwood get a goal here, it's certainly going to be against the grain because they just really have no forward offence at the moment.
Stewie Hill thumps it every bit of 60 metres. He was looking for his teammate up there in Davey Johnson, couldn't quite pull the football down, diving over at Matty Declare, and Pye said all was fair and we'll have a bounce. EFL Game Day, it's Division 1 time. 24 points is the margin to Balwyn in the first term as Norwood go forward, but Cross takes a strong mark and he wastes no time either. Now the Tigers can use the grandstand side of Bayswater Oval on the right boot. The kick goes up towards the wing position. One-on-one situation. Paint beats all players and seen over by Pearson.
They're spreading across both sides of the ground really hard at the moment, Balwyn. They're trying to really run Norwood ragged with what they're doing, and it's starting to work.
Right in front of the dry area here. The most vacant of the afternoon as the kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Pack forms. Oh, it was a good fly there by Sanfilippo. Gilchrist came in backwards to go forwards. This is going to be okay. Here's Chris Pendlebury, usually a brilliant kick of the football, and this is no exception. The mark just couldn't quite be pulled down, but they've got the support. Picked up there by Roach. Little looping handball over the top. Find Taylor Gilchrist. He thumped it on his boot and kicked it up towards the half-forward line where Kennedy made some space. He'll be able to take off here. Kennedy, the shot passes on, and a great mark by Blake Broadhurst. He had to get down low. He had an opponent in Matty Aber right on his hammer. What a sensational mark that was.
Again, you saw they spread them both sides of the ground, didn't they then? Spread them wide on both sides of the ground. Beautiful use of the football, and there's the difference. Not blazing forward, kicking to a great lead, and great mark. We'll see what he can do at the end.
Well, they've dominated this first term, haven't they, the Balwyn Football Club? They currently lead it by 4 straight kicks.
Gee, it's going to be a fair kick if he can kick this.
Blake Broadhurst. It's been 4 single goal kickers. He's been one of them. For number 2 of the first term, he starts it out left. It's the right way to go about things. He pushed it to the left-hand side, no score is the result. So the first term is done and dusted in the Division 1 Grand Final out here at Bayswater Reserve between Balwyn and the Norwood football clubs, and it is Balwyn doing it all in this first quarter. 4-1-25. Norwood, they only managed 1 minor score. The goal kickers, Jeff Goebbels, Blake Broadhurst, Shane Tregear and Alan Murray for the Tigers. Hopefully you're enjoying your afternoon out here at Bayswater Oval or anywhere you are around the globe. We'll be back out here with the second term and all the action that happened in the first right after this.
It's difficult to see through a dirty window, but once you clean it, you can clearly see the view. Taubin Brothers Funerals is just like a clean window. Its easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app are so transparent, you don't need to clear the cobwebs to find the information you need. It's all there for you to see and make an informed decision when planning a loved one's funeral. Download Taubin Brothers Memory Maker app today. It's free from iTunes and Google Play. Or find out more at taubinbrothers.com.au. Taubin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Hey man.
Yeah, man.
Can you smell it?
Smell what?
It's my favourite smell in the world. Footy season.
Yeah, man, like you can smell the grass at the Mighty G.
Yeah, and you know what else I can smell? The hot marshmallow chocolate at Pancake Parlour.
They're like my favourite smells ever. Like first you head to the G and smell the grass, and then after you've cheered your guts out, head straight to Pancake Parlour and warm up with a delicious hot marshmallow chocolate.
Oh, it's made with pure Belgian chocolate, seriously decadent.
Oh, Pancake Parlour, open 24 hours, High Point, Malvern and Doncaster East.
Lovely.
Program sponsor.
What was wrong with you blokes yesterday? You were playing like you'd been stuck in traffic for an hour before getting to the game.
Coach, there was a railway crossing gate down for ages.
The other mob thrashed us. You ran out of legs.
They all have breeze tags, Coach. They use Eastlink. They get to focus on the match rather than focus on inching forward in the traffic.
Get a breeze tag and use Eastlink, the quickest way to get around Melbourne's east. Arrive fresher, play better. Eastlink, it's time better spent.
Program sponsor.
Hi, this is Jeff Tanner. Join me on the Thursday morning breakfast show. Listen to some smooth sounds. Michael Bublé to Andre Bocelli, Elton John to Catherine Jenkins, and Rod Stewart to Josh Groban. Popular music to crossover opera. 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock every Thursday until it's time to say goodbye.
EFL.org.au is a must visit for the die-hard Eastern Football League fan. In our news section, check out the latest news, feature articles and video programs, including the Inside Football Friday preview. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos. Best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. To go live and local for your footy, head to EFL.org.au. EFL mobile web app. Own a smartphone and love the EFL? Then the EFL mobile web app is a must for you. Go to m.efl.org.au to access fixtures, results and ladders for all EFL grades. You can also receive live around the ground scores every Saturday afternoon from the palm of your hand and contribute to the mighty EFL forum while you're online. Download the EFL mobile web app to go live and local for your footy, right from the palm of your hand. EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Bayswater Oval. There's a mountain of people out in the middle of the ground at quarter time here at the Division 1 2015 Eastern Football League Grand Final. And it's Balwyn 4-1-25 leading Norwood, one behind. Goal kickers in that first term, Shane Tregear, Alan Murray, Blake Broadhurst and Jeff Gobles. Obviously all from the Balwyn Tigers as they lead this one by 4 goals. The two stats that matter, Grant Campbell.
In that first quarter, Balwyn dominant nick-outs 15-5, although Norwood won the clearances 12-7. What tells you the story, though, is the contested possessions, which was 42-33 the way of Balwyn, and the outside ball, the uncontested possessions, 58-43 in favour of Balwyn. Inside 50s, 14-13 their way. They took 3 marks inside 50 to 0. And with Davo, we were commenting before, the delivery in the forward line has been a big difference, particularly the amount of space and the time Balwyn kicking to a leading player with Norwood just bombing the ball in.
Yeah, what's happening is that when Norwood have the ball on the outside, they're getting in back, they're slowing it down and not being able to get it forward quickly enough and using it well enough.
Yeah, it's been one. We'll cross boundary side thanks to Life Care. Damien Watson was with the Balwyn senior coach Dan Donati.
Dan, a 4-goal lead at quarter time. The defensive spread is working well. You must be pleased with that first 2.
Yeah, look, I was pleased. I reckon we should probably kick 1 or 2 more. Look, it's a 3 or 4 goal breeze, so we'll wait and see where we're at half time. But obviously, keeping them goalless in the first quarter, they had plenty of entries. I thought our defence worked well.
And what do you expect from the second term? What did you tell the boys?
Oh, look, contested footy. We've got to win that this quarter. We've got to lift our tackle pressure, and we want to use the ball when we go forward because you can score up that end.
No worries. Thanks, Dan.
Not never satisfied. He's the senior coach of the Balwyn Football Club, Dan Donati. We're basically almost knocking on the door of a Balwyn flag here, just in terms of the start that they've had. I mean, there's still 3 quarters to go, but Norwood really need to find something. I think Lee Williams, when he comes back onto the ground, is going to be pivotal in them getting back into this game. If he can pop up against Pendlebury, kick 2 or 3, and hopefully get off the leash a little bit, then I reckon there's still half a chance, but it's looking a long way from that at the moment, Brash.
Unfortunately, you're right, Dyson, and the issue's going to be Lee Williams is off the ground for the first probably 8 to 9 minutes of this second quarter. If Balwyn can score 2 against the Breeze, it makes his job nearly all that little bit harder when he comes back on, because there's going to be a lot of expectation on him, Davo, to try and kick goals to get him back into the contest.
And the way they brought the ball into the forward line, you know, they just can't keep bombing it in that way. They've got to run it in, lower the eyes, use the targets that they've got up there.
Just before we go down to Aaron Kirkby Road around the boundary, John Holmes walking up into the rooms. I think he's actually going up into the coach's box. So that's a terrible sign for the Norwood Football Club. Aaron Kirkby Road, before we get underway for Life Care.
Yeah, fairly calm Dennis Knight there at quarter time. He's just asked his players to start hitting up little 15, 20-metre targets. They weren't doing that in the first quarter. They were just continually bombing long to midfielders, dropping back in the hole. Lee Williams due back on at 8 minutes 25.
Thank you.
Just about to get underway.
Under-away. Over-away.
Said it all year too. By Dan Beard to restart the match. Mason versus Wynn. Meeson got the knockdown. He copped one in the eye as well. Cross came charging through. Ball spills out, kicks up towards the half-forward line. Matty Bates stood underneath it. Couldn't quite pull the mark in as Fraser's over the top of him. Bate goes after it again, hits the deck, and will have a bounce just inside the arc for Balwyn.
Young Cross has been good, hasn't he, in the contest there, and he got the ball out really nicely.
Third man up, got the spoil. Charging over the top there was Poynton, couldn't quite trap the football. A lot of players around this. Matty Bate got his arm pinned, and Dan Beard will come in and bounce it again.
He's crucial, Bate. He's got to be influential in this area now. Use his experience to get the ball out of that area and use his left foot to advantage.
So about 40 metres out from goal. Shepherding free kick has been paid, and it's going the way of the Balwyn Football Club from the ruck contest. Rennie was taken out of it. So the skipper will go back and have a shot for his first goal of the afternoon.
This will be disposal number 11.
I was going to say, he's been so influential today, hasn't he? He's been magnificent in what he's been able to do, and quite one last year, and he's really stepped up this year.
Tell you what, I reckon those fluoros are blinding my eyes.
Your eyes are usually closed, aren't they, Brash?
Yeah, they are, exactly.
Good afternoon to Steve Buckle.
So Rennie Gilchrist, one of the best players you will see in Metropolitan football, kicks it straight into the man on the mark, but he gets another go at it, snaps it up towards the forward pocket. Bate had the front spot. Great tackle there by Blake Broadhurst. It spills out wide. Ava sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds.
I don't think you can believe that that actually happened, because usually they know exactly where the mark is, but that was really well done by the Norwood defender.
Meeson and Wynn got a fingernail on it. Gilchrist came over the top of the Rennie variety. He's brought to ground and will have another bounce. 24 points is the margin. Balwyn have kicked 4 goals, 1. Norwood only 1 behind in that first term. No score yet in this second quarter, but it might be the skipper going after it again. First time, second time. Good tackle there by Murphy Ambrose. He held him up and will have a bounce. It's now moved to 35 metres out from the Balwyn goals.
It's like he's on a personal mission, isn't it? You just see the way he attacks the football each and every time then. Magnificent.
Well, it was just left for anyone to go after it. Then Poynton, he slipped at the critical stage, but it was Lux of Fortune. He takes a free kick. He wanted to play on as well, got in a little bit of trouble, and he just kicked it out of bounds on the full. So it almost looks as though they're a little bit rattled here, the Norwood Football Club. Gilchrist will have another chance to put one through. This one's a more difficult shot. He's right on the boundary line. The wind's going across the face of goal, so he'll need to start this one left and hopefully work it through. You can see him looking sideways. He understands the difficulty of the situation, but he might just go for the snap anyway. You little ripper, I think this has gone through. You are an absolute gem, Rennie Gilchrist. That's his first goal of the afternoon, and Balwyn have 5 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. What a perler.
There's 2 things about that goal. 1, magnificent kick. 2, extremely poor defensive work by the Norwood players. Didn't come across to stop him getting around. No. And secondly, didn't control that back half of the goal square near well enough. Should never have been a goal, that, but it was, and a great goal, and gee whiz, hasn't he been good. Oh, it's been magnificent so far.
What a start there, and what a goal from the skipper. You just seem to always get the ball in that flank of the ground, Ben Warren-Smith.
Throw.
It's worked for you a couple of times. So Mark Regan will get the free kick. Gives back, finds a teammate in Roach. Roach kicks long towards forward 50. Goss on a long lead, can't quite control it. Ball goes over the back.
Free kick.
Yep, and that's what happens when you start playing in front.
And the spread again, that spread wide each time. They're doing it so well.
So handball goes back to Gear inside forward 50, looking for Goebels, got caught in back position. Good work, Stewie Hill. Just read it the better of the 2 and took the mark. Kicks out wide.
Good kick too.
High long kick, doesn't quite find its target there in Stewart. And it'll now be returned back inside forward 50. Milhuisen got his handball away. Too hot for Goss, and it goes over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Well, they need to do something now, Norwood. They can't afford to wait for Williams before they do something. They've got to do something now.
Two-stat match stats, Grant Campbell.
Inside 50s 2-0 in favour of Balwyn, and clearances 2 apiece.
Probably says a lot in terms of that inside forward 50 stat. It was pretty dominant by Balwyn in the first term as well. It's held up once again, centre wing, outer side. People still coming into Bayswater Oval. What a game this was set to be, but Balwyn have just taken it by storm. Although Norwood have run a free kick. It's going to go to the big man, Wynn, who just goes along, trying to get something moving up in the direction here of Stewart. Stewart will be able to control it, but the boundary line beats all comers over the boundary line. About 70 round from the Norwood goal.
Again, just poor disposal, no pressure, looking for a target, just poor disposal, and didn't do what the coach said, which was looking for the 15 and 20 metre targets that they need to have.
And even if you're going to go long, Matty Ava was all by himself in the middle of the ground. Meeson gets a tap down and straight over the boundary line once again. So this game, hit a bit of a lull in passage. 5-1-31 Balwyn, Norwood one behind 1 point. 6 minutes go on second term. Listening to Pancake Parlour EFL Gameday. It's the Division 1 Grand Final for season 2015.
So Wynn got the knockdown. That man again, Gilchrist. Tregear. This is okay. Here's Jackson Weatherald. Such a super player. Little handball on. They're working it nicely along the wing position here, the Tigers. They're doing a great job. They're about 70 metres out from goal, and the kick goes towards the Broadhurst direction. He stopped prop. Well, the kick wasn't that flash for him, so Poynton can link up, and in the middle of the ground, the Norseman can take off here. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, a kick up towards the half-forward line. And a free kick. We heard the whistle. That was Tiggy Touchwood at best, but it's been paid to Stewart, who's certainly been presenting for Norwood. There's no doubt about that.
That was just a poor kick, though, to him, wasn't it? Just set it up and he got the free kick, but, you know, poor kick.
Kicks it to the hot spot, but there was nobody home, and a strong mark taken by Chris Pendlebury. Solid as a rock, as always. Switches it out wide. The mark's been taken by O'Regan. He has a little bit of space as well. On the right boot, drives it up towards a half back line as Bate drops what he probably should have taken. Nothing's going right for the Norwood Football Club at the moment. Over the boundary line and out of bounds. 30 points is the margin. 5-1-31 Balwyn, 1 behind Norwood. 7 minutes gone in the second term of the Division 1 Grand Final. Norwood, they need to even just create something out of nothing, but Meeson just slammed it on the boot and kicked it into the middle of the ground where the mark's been taken by Fraser. He wants to move the ball on quickly. Now they're linking up sensationally through the gut. Short passes on. Lukey Barker takes it 45 metres out. Almost uncontested. He had a little bit of space, and he'll go back and have a shot from almost exactly on the arc, 50 metres out, pretty much directly in front.
There's the difference in the sides, running through the middle, lowering the eyes, short target. Norwood, when they come down, they're bombing it forward. So, you know.
They're playing exactly how you play against the wind. They're keeping it low, those 15, 20 metre targets, Dave, you're right. Now they're going to reap maybe another goal here.
Well, there was a question mark on whether he would play, and he pushes it to the left-hand side. Lukey Barker through for 1 behind. Just held up in a bit of breeze there. That's their second on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 31 points is the lead to the Balwyn Football Club 8 minutes into the second term.
Got a bit of padding across that tape on his forehead as well. Of course, getting a concussion a couple of weeks ago. Bit of action happening off the ball. Alas, we back at the ball at hand. Gilchrist to be first to meet it. Gives the handball off. Finds McCutcheon. Kicks to the outer side, finds Weatherald. Hasn't he had a season this year? Phenomenal. Goes over to Cross, inside forward 50.
Good kick.
Looking for Broadhurst, just outmuscles his opponent beautifully.
Oh, tell you
Umpire
what.
did not agree.
What do you reckon of that one, Davo?
Oh, look, that's a bit harsh. I think that was just a perfect use of the body. Didn't put his hands out, just used his body, let him under the football. But
Bate, the recipient of the free kick. Kicks wide, up towards centre wing. Fly came from the back, looked like Stewart. And they'll regroup again. Watts to Goss, inside forward 50. Bate the only man there for Norwood. Wastes no time against Barker and plays on. Kicks short.
That's better.
Finds his target, Chris Aratus. At
Middle.
half back. Plays on, kicks wide. Ava in a dangerous position. Just manages to get it in front of Goebbels. Keep an eye on Lee Williams. He's just about to come back onto the ground. McCubbin right in front of him on centre wing, commentary side.
Too slow. They've had spare numbers in the last few moments.
So
Williams back on.
Up towards DeClerc, who now goes inside forward 50, looking for a marking target. Won't quite find it. Ball spills out the back of the pack. Gilchrist should give to Watts. Now handball wide to Cross was the intended target. Under a lot of pressure there from Jessup, and now Rod Crow. Up towards centre wing, finds Fraser, who can just take it off and run. Fraser inside forward 50, looking for Barker over the back of him. Broadhurst trying to make something out of it too. Out-muscled by Ava, although the free kick, that's the old evener-uppener.
If I ever saw one.
And Broadhurst has won the free kick.
But again, the way they
Unlucky
move the
from
ball
Matty
from the
Ayler.
back half, then they're just crisp with their movement.
Broadhurst called to play on, looks for Goebbels, and a great punch there from Matty Bate on the last line, sees it over the boundary line.
I just think the way the game is, it's playing right into Balwyn's hands here at the moment. That they'll be content to, just play the percentages.
Boundary.
Thrown in once again. Rennie Watts tried to get the tap down, couldn't so. Trying to swoop through a group of players here with Sam Filippo. Goebbels and Hill were first immediate. Hill gained possession. Gave to O'Sullivan, who just roosted it. Sitting under this one, got Liebson. Couldn't quite mark. Now gave the handball away. Intercepted by Stewart. Couldn't quite grab it, though. Both of these clubs making clinical errors as McCutcheon kicks it inside forward 50. That one's not a clinical error because he's managed to find the skipper. And Rennie Gilchrist can line up and hopefully be able to put it through on this occasion.
Let's cross down boundary side. Thanks to Lifecare, Damien Watson.
G'day boys, Darren here. Lee Williams back on the ground and John Holmes back on the bench.
This will be disposal number 16 for Rennie Gilchrist for the game.
In a quarter and a half. 11 minutes gone, second term. This for the sixth goal on the board for the Balwyn Football Club. And kicks are behind. The third on the board for Balwyn there. 5-3-33. Norwood one behind at 1 point. 11 and a half minutes gone. You're listening or watching Pancake Parlour EFL Game Day on efl.org.au.
Matty Bate just plays it to himself. It's again just blazes away towards the wing position. Hot football in there is Gould. He couldn't relieve himself of the tackler.
It just seems that a big bomb each time. There's no working and running and trying to create overlap at all from the Norwood tight side.
There is a lot of kicking and hoping. There's no doubt about that. And Balwyn, well, when they make a mistake, they're making good on their mistakes as well. Like you said, Davo, they are crisp this afternoon. Comes in Gould. Little handball over the top. This is going to work out okay. Here's Harrington. Can they work something out? Mark's been taken by Leroy back on the ground. He's not in his comfort zone, though. He's about 85 metres out from goal. Just screaming for some teammates to present inside the arc. So he kicks it to the hot spot. It was a good-looking kick straight through the arms there of Watts. They've still got the numbers here. The Norseman picked up by Jordan, who's brought to ground by Johnny Mulhuisen. And will have a bounce 20 metres out.
And again, just a kick in hope, wasn't it, really? There was no leading up, no presenting, and they'll be quite happy if Williams gets kicks 85 metres out. He's not going to kick any goals in that area.
No doubt about that. Comes out now. A shimmy of a kick goes Goldwood. Now Balwyn have the numbers. Pendlebury, his handball was dangerous. Gottliebson was there. He picked it up. He was a cool head. Got it back to Weatherall this way, that way. Oh, he's a class act. His kick went to Mulhuisen, and then they get themselves out of danger again. Goss takes the mark across the half-back line. That was good play right in front of Pearson, who gave him a bit of a bath a couple of weeks ago. Goss will be looking forward to returning the favour this afternoon. Got the handball away. Balwyn using the grandstand side. The kick goes up towards Barker, who has such strong jukes. He takes the mark on true centre wing. Budgie's asking for it at half forward. If Budgie wants it, Budgie gets it, and he takes the mark. Short passes on if he wants it. That's good play. Kennedy takes it. He's 70 metres out from goal. They've still got spare men inside the arc if they want to use them. Instead, they might just go for the tall timber. They've been working it out nicely. Weatherall will use the middle of the ground here. Here's Roderick Crowe, who wants to create the switch. That was good play as well. Goes out wide. The mark's been taken by Ed McCutcheon. On the right boot, sends it out towards the Sean Cross direction, who takes it. So they've gone right across the ground out here at Bayswater, and they might come back across again. Here's Rennie Watts on the left boot. Goes to Mulhuisen in the middle, and Weatherall's all by himself on that wing position. It's been kicked to kick across Bayswater. It's not even half time here for the kids out there. The kick goes up towards half forward, where Sam Filippo wants to get in amongst the game.
So for 8 kicks, they've gained 10 metres.
Weatherall, he gave the little handball away. They'll go backwards again. Taylor Gilchrist this time. He's had a bit of the football also, usually good skills.
What they've done
probably says a lot about the press that Norwood's got going on.
But they've also spread Norwood across the ground 3 times this way, doing this. Norwood is just running across the ground. I know they're pushing, but they don't have the football, and they're 5 goals behind. So it's great play by Balwyn.
O'Regan to Weatherall. He's had a lot of touches in the last minute or so. Goes short. Mark taken by Liam Fraser.
And they're happy to do this. They've got this set up really well at the moment, Balwyn.
Back to Tommy Roach.
They can go backwards
he's
again
looking,
if they want.
He's looking like he'll go that way, Davo. You're spot on. And he does so now. Shane Tregear takes it back to Weatherall, who now has some space and might be able to drive a long one inside the arc. He goes that way now. Kick goes over the top. He was looking for Goebbels, and nicely fisted that time by
I
Stewart.
reckon they've had about 21, 22 possessions there without Norwood touching the football, Grant.
Uncontested possessions this quarter. Balwyn 49, Norwood 12.
Add quick 22 to that one.
Thanks to Choose Tap, it is delicious. Win got the knockdown that time and then went after it again. He was basically hugging Rennie as he brought him to ground. Rennie Watts, I'm meaning. 51 metres out from goal. Balwyn, they're doing it all at the moment. The quick kick from the stoppage goes inside forward 50. Jordan was there, so too Tregear, and she trickles over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Balwyn have come in with a very clear plan, Davo, and they're executing it exactly the way they wanted at this particular stage of the game.
Their discipline is sensational. They're listening to each other, they're setting up, their planning is very, very good.
16 minutes gone, second term. Bate tries to get it away. Held up by Murray. Now Kennedy gains possession for the Tigers. Little handball under. Goebbels gets around one, then handballs back to Weatherall. Short chip kick inside 50. Looking for, that was Milhoisen. Couldn't quite take the mark. Dixon gave it away to Kusaratis. Goebbels cut it off. Now tried to get his kick inside forward 50. Wasn't going to happen. Jordan quickly played on. Kicked up towards centre wing. Just touched. And we'll have a boundary throw in. True centre wing commentary side.
Dennis Knight has got to get a couple of his key plays into the game. Maybe move Lee Williams up to centre half forward. Probably get Matty Bate onto the ball. That's just they need to try something here.
So right on the blue ribbon logo in the centre of the ground. Rennie Watts gets the tap down. Kennedy put his head over the ball. Could have won a free kick. Umpire said no play on. Hard up against the boundary line. O'Regan sees it over.
And maybe put Davey Johnson into the ruck just to try and get him to start jumping over Milhoisen because they're not getting anything out of the middle.
Well, you kicked a point in 1 3/4 quarters. You'd need to do something.
Davey Johnson, third man up. O'Regan was at the fall of the ball. Kennedy just put boot to ball, got it sending up towards half forward. Stewie Hill, 3 deep, sends it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Choose Tap match stats, Grant Campbell.
Inside 50s this quarter, 10-3 in favour of Balwyn.
So no surprises there. Davey Johnson coming off with a blood rule. He's got a fair bit of treatment so far. So too is Alan Murray. They seem to be the two targets for a bit of off the ball stuff around the contest. So Jessup comes on and almost in it straight away, but this time taking it away here was Sam Filippo. Kicks up towards Goebbels, was being held by Jason
Oh,
Herman.
he saw it the other way.
Oh, he saw it the other way. I was going to say he was in front position to see that Goebbels was being held, but alas, Hill wins the free kick.
Well, he was screaming for it, Hill, so it was obviously there.
Yeah. Dixon at half-back, about 25 metres out from his defensive goal. Plays on, takes on Jeff Goebbels, gets around him, and now sends a kick up towards centre wing, 2-on-1. And that's not going to help out at all as Shane Tregear takes the mark on centre wing for the Tigers.
So Tregear goes to Cross, who just takes it and knows he's got a teammate backwards, and they can create a bit of a switch on here. Here's Pendlebury, switches it out wide. Mark's taken by Weatherall on the left boots, drills it up towards the half-forward line. Milhoisen putting his hand up for the player of the day. There's no doubt about that. Blue ribbon medalist switches it out wide. Murray takes it.
Their spread is so disciplined, isn't it? It's just fantastic the way they're doing it. They're patient, they're spreading, and Norwood have got no answers at the moment because they can't get the footy off them.
O'Regan's got it. Goes short. Back to Milhoisen. So they can create a switch here. Shane Tregear's all by himself on the other side of the ground. Instead, they go towards the Broadhurst direction. And
now, what was the difference between that one and the one previously?
Exactly.
He used his body beautifully, took the mark, deserves to have the kick, but previously it had been given away. So
short passes on to Brendan Goss. What an addition he's been to this side this year, Wayne Brasher.
He has. He certainly made me eat my words.
Marks inside 50, 7-0 for the match.
So Brendan Goss, it's the toughest of angles, really, right underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. His side leads by 32 points. He would love to get amongst the goal kickers. It's a good looking kick off the boot. I reckon that's come back enough here. Brendan Goss, eat your heart out. You little beauty. That's their 6th goal on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They're loving it today, the Balwyn Football Club, spreading it right around the park. 6 individual goal kickers, and they lead by 38 points into time on in the second.
I don't know what they can do, Norwood, at the moment, because I don't think they've got many answers to.
No.
But they've kicked a point in nearly a half of football in a grand final. They've got to find something. They've got to be able to get that football off. They've got to go maybe back to man on man. Just create the contest and win the contest.
Ball back in the middle once again. Wynn got the tap down. Couldn't kick to advantage, though. Nice work at the bottom of the pack there. Gould trying to clear it away. Get something moving. They do so now. Good work from English. Just tries to clear it forward.
Disciplined.
And Milhoisen, bottom of the pack. Gave it away. Now Jessup gives to Cruceratus in dangerous position. Weatherald held him up. Jessup just tries to make something out of nothing, although Tregear regains possession. Gives away to Crow on the outer side, to Gilchrist to the Taylor variety. They moved it to half-back, ball in the hands of McCutcheon. And now they kick towards centre wing. Goss was the intended target. It goes over the boundary line and out of bounds on the full. So a free kick to go the way of the Norsemen. Short finally, over the head of Bate, wasn't flash. Basically sums up their first quarter and a half. They just haven't been accurate enough at the moment.
Well, he had 3 options in, and he kicked to 2 of them, and he missed both of them.
Right in the middle.
Right in the middle. So that does sum up their story. They're just not using the ball, even when they're not under pressure.
So ball to be thrown back in, out of side. Mason had back position, thumped it down, and straight out of the boundary line she goes.
We're talking about Rennie, who's having a fantastic game, as well as John Milhoisen, but I tell you what, John Mason has had a sensational game in the ruck. He is really taking control of this game.
Sullivan's under a lot of pressure, and now even Stewart's in the ruck, so using any option they can to try and get some sort of advantage moving. Cross takes it away, gives back to Gilchrist. Dangerous position, but they should work it out okay. Milhoisen under a lot of pressure. He's going to be pinged here. Fair enough too, had plenty of time to get rid of it. So the free kick going to Matty Bate, 55 out from the Norwood goal.
Don't blaze.
Waste no time, gets it inside forward 50. Williams was being held, but the mark was taken nonetheless. Whereas Stewart lines up 25 metres out directly in front.
That's where his value is, isn't it? That's what he's able to do, is take those floating marks when he gets into the right space. But they've just kicked it. They've blazed too much, not allow that. That was actually a good kick from Bate.
Darren Stewart for the first on the board. Comes in and make that the second point. So in 23 minutes of Division 1 Grand Final football, Norwood are 2 behinds, 2 points. Balwyn are 6-3, 39, a 37-point lead in favour of the Tigers.
They really hurt. That really hurts the side when they're down on confidence and down on everything, then to miss those easy ones. So they're going to have they've got to regroup when they come in now.
Haven't had many chances, and that was certainly the best one they'd have.
They need a Goebbels moment right on the stroke of half-time, I think.
Gilchrist. The Rennie variety, spotted up Crow, who had O'Regan, who could just take off here. O'Regan in the middle of the ground, crosses by himself, takes the mark. Little handball off, that's okay. Gave it back to O'Regan, who thumped it on the boot up towards the half-forward line, and almost was a kick into no man's land. Matty Bate had a little bit of space. What a sensational tackle by Sanfilippo. Ball was released, came out Stewie Hill. Little handball over the top, who copped one high, and the ball will be given back to the vice-skipper, and he'll have a free kick across the half-back line.
I don't mind that. No. I'm glad that you see the intensity at which they went at him. It was fantastic.
Great work from O'Regan.
So Bate, who's definitely had a bit of the football, passes on. It was a good kick looking for Ava. He couldn't quite pull the mark down. Going in hard was DeClerc. He copped one high and he'll receive the free kick. So they've got to work something out from this stoppage here, the Norwood Football Club. They also need some luck. Short passes on. Oh, once again, it was dangerous, but it was nicely trapped there by Poynton. On the right boot, kicks it into the middle of the ground. It was scruffy. They might get it. Well, Newman was the recipient of the handball, but it was a free kick given to Pearson, who certainly copped one on the chops for his troubles.
That's better for Balwyn, actually. Stopped the game then, and they were off with it.
So, short passes on Bate.
The old professional free kick.
Yeah, he's been better in the last 5 minutes, Bate.
Up to 7 disposals this quarter if he kicks it.
Well, the silly man not to. And he roosted every bit of 60 metres. It's a 4-on-4 situation, but Chris Pendlebury just sat at the back of the pack nicely. He took the mark and he spotted up Cross in the guts. He's having some sort of a game too. Sean Cross kicks it up towards the Luke Barker direction. It needs to bounce favourably for him. He took it on the first bounce, handballed it back. That was okay. Now they go inside through Goebels in towards a forward pocket. Tregear and Sanfilippo, I should say, takes a strong mark right underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and he'll go back to kick, well, Balwyn's 7th individual goal kicker and their 7th for the game.
He's run 55 metres to get to that contest, Sanfilippo.
Yep, and they're run and spread again from that back half. They just put it through. But what they're doing is they're going through the middle a little bit more as well with their spread. It's magnificent.
Well, it's all going right for him at the moment, so you nearly expect this one to go through, but he pushed it to the left-hand side, and a minor score is the result. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 27 minutes into this second term, and it is all Balwyn. They lead by 38 points, 6-4-40 to 2 behinds.
Matty Bate kicks to himself. Now kicks out to the commentary side wing, flying from the back. McCubbin couldn't take the mark. Now he gets it at the bottom of the pack. Cruceratus gets around Cross, gets his handball to Jordan. This is what you want to see if you're a Norwood fan. Gives his handball away. Time ticks down, and that is the end of the first half of the Division 1 2015 Grand Final. And at half-time, it's Balwyn 6-4-40 in a commanding position. Norwood at 2 behinds, 2 points. We'll head back to the studio, clear a couple of sponsor messages. We'll be back right after this here on EFL Gameday, all thanks to the Pancake Parlour.
Hey, man, it's crunch time. Is it footy speak? Nah, man, it's crunch time at Pancake Parlour with the salted caramel crunch. Yeah, house-made warm salted caramel sauce and roasted almonds on 2 buttermilk pancakes topped with vanilla ice cream. Yeah, man, it's crunch time at the G, and then it's crunch time at Pancake Parlour. So this is footy speak then? I'm just saying, man, like the salted caramel crunch would be great to have after a day at the footy. Oh, Pancake Parlour open 24 hours, High Point, Malvern and Doncaster East. Lovely.
Program sponsor. Okay, boys, it's time we got ourselves a big advantage this weekend.
I'm not going to tank, Coach.
No, who said anything about tanking? It's what you'll save in the tank. I want you all to go out and get a breeze tag. Use Eastlink. You'll be at the ground faster and fresher, and you'll save fuel too.
Get a breeze tag and use Eastlink, the quickest way to get around Melbourne's East. Arrive fresher, play better. Eastlink, it's time better spent.
Program sponsor.
The inside of a cake can have many layers. On the outside, it's hidden behind a coat of icing. But when you cut out a slice, all is exposed. At Tobin Brothers Funerals, nothing is hidden. Our website and Memory Maker app make it clear for families to make informed decisions about planning a funeral for a loved one. That's an example of how Tobin Brothers Funerals is taking transparency to new levels. Find out more at tobin.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
G'day. Join Russ, Norm and Dan each week on Thursday around noon for an entertaining mix of music, interviews, community information and a smile or two. Tune in 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for Thursday around noon with the gang of 3, Russ Reid, Norm Wright and Dan the Pole Climber.
Hi, this is Frank Unsworth. Driving can be stressful at times, can't it? Relieve the stress by tuning into Radio Eastern 98.1 on Fridays between 4:30 and 6:30 for Friday Drive, with easy listening music to help you relax, regular weather forecasts, news bulletins and community service announcements, keeping you up to date with what's happening.
EFL mobile web app. Own a smartphone and love the EFL? Then the EFL mobile web app is a must for you. Go to m.efl.org.au to access fixtures, results and ladders for all EFL grades. You can also receive live around the ground scores every Saturday afternoon from the palm of your hand and contribute to the mighty EFL forum while you're online. Download the EFL mobile web app to go live and local for your footy, right from the palm of your hand. EFL.org.au is a must visit for the die-hard Eastern Football League fan. In our news section, check out the latest news, feature articles and video programs, including the Inside Football Friday preview. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos. Best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. To go live and local for your footy, head to efl.org.au. EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Bayswater Oval, Division 1 Grand Final Day, Season 2015. This is EFL Game Day, all thanks to the Pancake Parlour. As I mentioned at quarter time, it's even more so at half time. This field is just packed full of people enjoying the sun out here on Division 1 Grand Final Day. The biggest day on the Eastern Football League calendar, and it's Balwyn, the biggest performers so far. They lead 6-4-40. Norwood are 2 behind 2 points. Grant Campbell, the two-stat match stats from that first half.
In that second quarter, Balwyn dominated the stat sheet. They had 63 kicks to 29. They won the contested possessions 30 to 28. But the big one, I've never seen it before. In a quarter, Balwyn have had 74 uncontested possessions. Norwood only 22. So a differential of over 50. That would have just about never happened in a game of football in a quarter.
Half of that was in about a 5-minute passage.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Inside 50 count, 14-6 for the quarter in favour of Balwyn. They took 5 marks inside 50 to 1. So that's 8 marks inside 50 to 1 for the half. Balwyn just dominating the stat sheet. Norwood not applying enough pressure. What can Norwood do to get themselves back into it?
Well, I suppose we've talked about the fact that they can't go out and set up the same way as they set up in the first half.
No.
So that's number one. I know you have faith in your players, but you've got to do something. It is a grand final. You've got to win it. The good thing is they're not 10 goals behind, and they've got a half of football to get back. So they're 6 goals down. It's not insurmountable. They're a good football side. They've just got to come out and make a few changes. I think they've got to restructure their forward half a little bit more. Their back half hasn't been poor. It's just been the fact that they haven't been able to get their hands on the football.
No.
And then they've got to go to a man-on-man situation, not allow this chipping around that Balwyn did with the controlling of the ball.
We'll cross now to the Channel 9 newsroom, and a man who's probably sitting there all by himself given the amount of Channel 9 personalities we've got out here at Bayswater Oval. Very good afternoon to Clint Stanaway from Channel 9.
Yeah, Dice, a very good afternoon to you and to all the listeners out there at Bayswater Oval. Sunny day out there, I expect. All the brighter for Peter Hitchens' appearance in the chopper there, delivering the match ball and the trophy. So great to see all the big names out there. Chomper's there as well, Tony Jones.
Yeah, doing some of his finest, giving it to Balwyn and Oval Park, as he usually does.
No doubt, no doubt. All right, well, as the EFL enjoys its big day, Dice, it's really heating up in the AFL, as you know. Hawks big man Ben McAvoy spoke today of their resolve and how a change in attitude might just propel them to that three-peat. As for the beaten Crows, it's all about Paddy Dangerfield now, isn't it? And was that his last match last night? Yeah, was that his last match in Adelaide colours last night? Well, Ed and Woolley, he's tracked him down and asked him that very question, so we'll have that at 6. Also, we'll cross live to Sydney as the Swans and Roos lock horns. Alicia Loxley, of course, has all the news headlines too. Tribute to a young musician killed in a house fire in Malvern East. Malcolm Turnbull looks to lock in his new cabinet as Canning voters go to the polls. Plus, 2 best mates at war over a multi-million-dollar lotto win. Footy aside, plenty of sport. Mick Fanning's reclaimed the world's #1 ranking. Jason Day well placed to win another PGA title. And the Davis Cup, Australia and Great Britain locked at 1 rubber apiece. It's all happening, Dice.
Well, we look forward to seeing your smiling face at 6 o'clock tonight on Channel 9. Thanks very much, Clint.
Thanks, Dyson, and to you and the team, congratulations on another big, stellar year. Of course, 9 News really proud of its partnership with the EFL, and long may it continue.
Right back at you. Thanks very much to Clint for your support in season 2015. Clint Stanaway from Channel 9. Always appreciate him coming on during the season, giving us all the latest from the 9 newsroom. And look, I tell you what, while there's a couple of big finals going on in the AFL, there's one that's going on around here that Norwood really need to find themselves a way back in. Brash, just quickly before we go to a break and head back to the studio, is there a change that can physically be made, or is it just do you reckon it's more of a mental thing at the moment?
Oh, I think Dennis Knight is going to have to make a few changes just to gee up the boys and get them back into the contest. Look, I don't think the game is not done and dusted just yet, because I expect Norwood to have they're going to have their moment in the spotlight where they'll get 10, 15 minutes, I reckon, of trying to get back in the game. But if they don't take advantage in that time, I feel that Balwyn will just run away with the contest.
It's almost one of those games, David, where they need to kick the first 2 or 3, put the pressure back on. And you mentioned the fact that they're not 10 goals down. If they kick the first 2 or 3, it's only a 20-point margin.
Well, that's exactly right. And it's a half of football, and they're a good football side. You've got a lot of players down. You sit down and can you really find a player that's won his position yet?
No.
I don't think we can. So, and that's not going to happen in a whole game of football. So you've got to have belief in what your list is like, but they've also got to swap it up. Whether they throw bait forward maybe a little bit, I'm not sure, but got to do something in the middle. They really miss Holmes. Him coming off has really hurt their setup and their structure, but they've got to. They've got to find someone that can get their hands on the football, and I think they've just got to run. They're just not running. They're not presenting, not giving the hands. There's no handball receives from the back half. They just stop and pop, and the big kicks forward have just been useless. So they've got a lot to do, but they've got a half to do with it. So that's the key. Don't panic yet. Come out and grind your way back into contention.
The old adage, if they can kick 6 goals to nothing in a half, so can we. But got a lot of work to do, the Norsemen, to get back into this contest. They currently trail by 38 points. That was the final Payswater halftime show for season 2015. Getting a little bit behind myself. We thank Mark and the team at the Payswater for their support in season 2015. Long-standing advertisers with us at the Eastern Football League. We'll head back to the studio here. It's a Balwyn 38-point lead at halftime of the Division 1 Grand Final on Pancake Parlour EFL Gameday.
Good news, boys. It's 20% off to travel on Eastlink on weekends and public holidays with a car tag. So, with the money you'll save, you'll have enough.
Enough for what, Coach?
My birthday next week, and I have my eye on some sparkly gold footy boots with some pandas on them.
Get a breeze tag and use Eastlink, the quickest way to get around Melbourne's East. Arrive fresher, play better. Eastlink, it's time better spent.
In sparkly boots.
Program sponsor.
It's difficult to see through a dirty window, but once you clean it, you can clearly see the view. Tobin Brothers Funerals is just like a clean window. Its easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app are so transparent, you don't need to clear the cobwebs to find the information you need. It's all there for you to see and make an informed decision when planning a loved one's funeral. Download Tobin Brothers Memory Maker app today. It's free from iTunes and Google Play. Or find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Hey, man.
Yeah, man.
Can you smell it?
Smell what?
It's my favourite smell in the world. Footy season.
Yeah, man, like you can smell the grass at the Mighty G.
Yeah, and you know what else I can smell? The hot marshmallow chocolate at Pancake Parlour.
They're like my favourite smells ever. Like first you head to the G and smell the grass, and then after you've cheered your guts out, head straight to Pancake Parlour and warm up with a delicious hot marshmallow chocolate.
Oh, it's made with pure Belgian chocolate, seriously decadent.
Oh, Pancake Parlour, open 24 hours, High Point, Malvern, Doncaster East.
Lovely.
Program sponsor.
Hello, I'm Barry Mackay.
And I'm William. Don't miss the greatest hits from the 60s, 70s and 80s on Its Time, Saturday nights at 6 o'clock on Radio Eastern 98.1.
The best place to relax on Sunday afternoons is with Radio Eastern and the Sunday Sound at 3 o'clock. Enjoy the legendary artists of all time who've set the highest standards with those melodies and songs that will last forever. Timeless music for every mood, and it's yours to enjoy. Sunday afternoon at 3 on Radio Eastern 98.1.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Umpires are out on the ground, Balwyn's out on the ground, Norwood's out on the ground, and we're almost set for a start in the second half with the Tigers leading by 38 points. It's been almost one-way traffic at the moment, and it has in fact been one-way traffic at the moment in the Division 1 Grand Final for season 2015. The thing that's impressed me the most, I've got Wayne Brasher and Brett Davidson still here with me, is the run that Balwyn have shown has just been impeccable.
Yeah, it is, and they're just running the lines at will. Their disposal by hand and foot to position is exquisite, and the way that they're delivering the ball to their forwards, any forward line would be happy with the disposal that they're getting, Davo.
Yeah, look, I think what they've done really well is that they've got the ball early on and they've pushed it really wide all the way out. They've done fantastic work pushing wide, and then they suddenly went wide and back inside. They changed it up because Norwood were spreading out.
Yep.
They've gone back inside. I think they've worked Norwood over beautifully in that first half.
Pretty good work from the bloke who cleared the ground here at Bayswater Oval.
Yeah, gee, that was quick.
Gone within seconds. Brilliant stuff from that bloke. As we cross down to another bloke, all thanks to Lifecare and Kirkby Radio.
Yeah, boys, doesn't look good. I just asked someone from Norwood about Holmes. He's not on the bench, and I think he's done for the day.
That's a massive loss, just not only in terms of John Holmes the player, but John Holmes the leader, to try and get him back into this contest.
Oh, yeah, really difficult when that happens, especially so early. He has had no influence on the game, but, still 21 blokes. You've still got 21 blokes that can do the job for you. They've just got to all stand up and, lift. They've got to take 5% of his work rate and put it into their own. So we'll see if they're structured up a little bit differently. Williams looks like he may have come out to centre half forward.
Bates gone into the forward line. Darren Stewart looks like he'll be down at full forward.
So they've listened to us a little bit. They've made a couple of changes, which is good.
Davey Johnson's gone into the midfield to probably help go third up with Jonathan Wynn.
So Norwood looking to make something of this grand final with a half to play. They currently trail by 38 points, 2 quarters to play. No surprises, Davey Johnson and Alan Murray just reacquainting themselves.
They look alike too.
They do, with the matching head.
And Jordan Buckingham gets us underway for the second half. That's not the perfect start as Gilchrist goes forward. And trying to make something out of nothing. Good work from O'Regan. Overran the footy though. Barker tackled, held up. Gilchrist tries to get in there again. He's held up. And DeClaire wraps him up right on the paint of 50.
You know what, Balwyn will know that Norwood are going to come out and go really hard at them. They know that if they can hold it off for 5 or 10 and kick a goal, they're in the box seat to just really grind them.
Mason gets a tap down. O'Regan gets it out, finds Tregear, and Alan Murray all by himself. Dropped what he probably should have taken. Johnson puts the pressure on, and now Murray loads up from 50, looking for a target. Finds it. Blake Broadhurst plays on. Ball would draw first blood in the second half.
Oh, he's missed.
With a point.
With a point.
Jeez.
Balwyn 6-5-41. How he missed that, I'm not sure.
He was in the goal square, wasn't he?
I don't know.
Norwood 2 behind, 2 points.
Yeah,
1 minute gone, third.
Once again, it's the intent there, Davo. The intent by the Balwyn to totally dominate a football club and not let them off the hook.
So 39 points is the margin. Kick goes out towards the Johnson direction.
No.
He wasn't the man in front. He might have pulled it down, though. Jeff
Gotta be a
Goebbels was
master
claiming it.
What's he called
Umpire
here?
Geordie Buckingham says, well, you both had a fair old piece of it, so we'll restart it.
The old jump ball rule.
Yeah.
Win over the side, got it down. Johnson put his body on the line. Norwood now through the arms of Cruzaradis. Got the handball away, stolen by Tregear, who almost got tripped in the situation. Got it away to Sean Cross on the right boot. Pokes it up towards the half ball, or the forward pocket, I should say. And the mark's been taken there by Newman. Gets it away. Running out with it now is Matty Ava on the right boot. That's an all right kick. Bouncing football. It didn't go favourably there for Pearson. Came in Chris Pendlebury. Handball over the top. That was okay. Chopped off there by Stewie Hill. A little look away. Handball. He was trying to spot up a teammate in Leroy Williams, who copped one on the shoulder. And he'll receive the free kick across the half-back line.
Well, he's not going to do any damage kicking goals from there.
Well, maybe they just want him to get amongst it. Kicked it to Brasher's, handball to Brasher's love child in Davey Johnson, who just got spilled of the football. That is holding the football, there's no doubt about that, and Balwyn will get another chance to go forward.
The thing with that Pendlebury-Williams matchup and the fact that they're halfway out the ground is Pendlebury's had the same amount of possessions as well.
Yeah.
So, by Buckingham just saying all is fair, until he decided to blow his whistle on cue. So free kick goes the way of Pearson for Norwood. They need the first couple of goals in this third term to give them any chance of a sniff in this grand final. Was kicked to a 2-on-1 situation. Stolen there by Dixon. He got the kick up towards Cross, who's had some sort of a game, hasn't he? Drives it up towards the half-forward line. Fraser was the target. It was knocked away from him over the boundary line and out of bounds right in front of the strong 15-deep faithful on the outer side. 3 minutes gone in the third term. 39 points is the margin on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and Balwyn are having it all their own way at this stage. Meeson had the front spot, got the knockdown. Gilchrist little handball away, and now the Tigers go forward. The kick goes inside forward, 50, looking for Broadhurst. He went up, Watts was there, picked up by Broadhurst, snapped around the body Broadhurst, but he couldn't pull it back enough. He kicked it out of bounds on the full. That would have brought the house down. And no score is the result. Still 39 points the margin, 4 minutes in. Premiership quarter, Dyson Baker.
Certainly is.
I think Donati might be a little bit frustrated with the fact that they've actually had it in their forward 50 a lot. They just can't put them away at the moment. They still need to kick goals. They can't, get to three-quarter time and say, look, we're 5 up, we're going to win the game. They've still got to kick goals while they can in this situation.
And you'll remember back to the second semi-final where, it wasn't as big a lead. They probably had a 20-point lead at one point and just couldn't land that telling blow. Huge fly came from the back. Hill couldn't take the mark. Numbers around the footy as Murray gets taken down there by Gould. So ball will be thrown up, about 60 from home for the Tigers. Win, front position, got a little tap down. Gould at front position as well. O'Regan gets it inside forward 50. Darting ball finds Barker. Umpire wasn't happy with him taking the mark and call play on.
First 5 inside 50s for the quarter, all going Balwyn's way.
Complete opposite of what Norwood fans would have wanted, thanks to Choose Tap Grant Campbell. Gilchrist trying to break, O'Regan trying to break through, couldn't do so. And great work there from Gould. No, it was Declare. Apologies.
Tried to help you.
The number swap's killing me. And throw came out. Ava got a kick on the boot. Bate had front position. Crow put him under a lot of pressure. Tregear regains possession. Now gives to Gilchrist, who just chips one inside forward 50. Finds O'Regan.
Oh, Weatherald was on then.
And Mark O'Regan, the man on the mark, will stand at about 49 metres out from goal. Decides to play on, gives a handball off to the skipper, who can bring the house down. This one's going to go right to the goal square. Great mark taken there by Barker. Umpire said no. Snap around the body.
Tommy Roach.
They'll get it anyway. It doesn't matter how they look, as long as they go through the big sticks. Tom Roach finishes a great passage, an unfortunate passage of play from the Balwyn Football Club, and they're 7th on the board. 7-5-47. Balwyn Norwood 2 behind, 2 points. 6 minutes gone, third term. Grant Campbell, thanks to Choose Tap.
Rennie Gilchrist already with 4 disposals this quarter, including 2 clearances, so he's up to 21 for the match now.
And I'd love to know how many score involvements he's been with. He's just been instrumental in getting the tough kick out each time.
Well, I'm about to call it. Balwyn are all over this, there's no doubt about that. Getting down low there was Kennedy, got it away to O'Regan. He was brought down into strong tackle. Let's do it all again in the...
You going the early crow, BWS?
I'm not going the early crow. I can't see Norwood coming back from this. It is happening out here. Balwyn are all over it. Cross little handball away. O'Regan snap up towards the Barker direction. Couldn't quite trap her. That was good play now through Gibson. Norwood have a chance to go through the middle of the ground. But Cross once again chops it off on the right boot. Kicks it up towards the half forward line. Marks taken by Goebbels, who wastes no time going inside forward 50. And good space. Liam Fraser takes the mark, and he'll have a shot from about 40 metres out, 45-degree angle.
There was daylight and there was plenty of Balwyn free space there, Davo. Almost to me looked like then that Norwood looked like they were just running on empty.
And the work of Cross then was magnificent. The way he pushed back into that to get that ball, used it well, and another scoring opportunity.
Fraser goes goalward. It's an absolute beautiful kick. They've had 8 individual goal kickers, the Balwyn Football Club. 7 minutes gone in the third term in the Division 1 Grand Final. Don't worry about the early crow. This Grand Final is over. 8-5-53. Norwood are 2 behinds.
I tell you what, you'd have to go a long way back to remember when a Grand Finalist was goalless 7 minutes into the third quarter.
Extraordinary.
On a beautiful day.
Well, they're currently sitting on the lowest final score in Eastern Football League history, which is 2 behinds.
Perfect conditions.
It was Warrandyte back in 2003, of course, the second worst was Croydon just a few weeks ago in their second semi-final. That was 1-4-10.
That's right.
Which seems a far stretch away from Norwood's
That's exactly
score
right.
at the moment. So secondary ball up in the middle of the ground. Meeson had front position. O'Sullivan got nowhere near it. And then he tried to do a bit of roving work as well, the big man.
Cross worked really hard in that scrimmage there.
He's been so good today, Cross.
He was, you know what he adds to them? That real burst of leg speed, doesn't he?
Yep.
Very good.
Huge punch there from Sanfilippo as third man up. Tregear will be first to meet it. Outmuscled Ava there beautifully. Although boundary line beats all comers. She goes over the boundary line, out of bounds. True centre wing on the Bayswater Road side of the ground.
He's tried hard over, I think.
Yeah.
He's having a go, but he hasn't got a lot of mates at the moment, unfortunately.
Meeson dominant in the ruck at the moment. That man, Sean Gross, gets it inside forward 50. Great mark.
What a
taken.
mark.
Jeez. Fantastic work there from Jeff Goebbels.
He'd be silly not to have a ping.
Oh, he's got to have a ping.
Going to load up here. So,
if there's a man capable of kicking a boomer, this man, Goebbels can.
So,
and what they've done, they've isolated so well, haven't they? They isolate beautifully, Dan, and they did it again.
umpire Dan Beard has marked the mark at about 49.5 metres. Jeff Goebbels for the 9th on the board, and to almost put one hand on the cup for the Balwyn Football Club. Takes the time on the approach, stutter step, now sends it on its way. This one's going to go long, and straight through. Jeff Goebbels stand up once again on grand final day. He has 2 for the afternoon. His side have 9, and they're 9-5-59. Norwood are 2 behinds, 2 points. 9 minutes gone here in the third term of the EFL Division 1 Grand Final.
It's a bit hard to beat a torpedo from 60 out on the half-time siren, but I tell you what, that was pretty good. That was, I know he had a bit of a breeze, but that went through
half post height.
That was a magnificent kick. That was a huge kick.
Well, they've got all the answers, don't they? Bate gets a little handball away. Jessup, handball off. That was okay. Here's Gibson. Now can they get their chance towards the Williams direction? He was out-muscled in the contest. Cruzeratis came after it. Picked up by Penderbury. Got the handball away. Got the 1-2 back. Switches it out wide. Taylor Gilchrist takes the mark. O'Regan's all by himself on the wing position if he wants to go there.
Still by himself.
Screaming for it.
Not happy about it either, O'Regan.
Under a little bit of trouble there. McCutcheon takes the mark, though.
That's gone 4.5 metres.
Rennie Gilchrist asking for it as well. So they're mucking around with it a little bit here.
You can when you're 57.
Gottliebson, kick up towards the wing position. Murray, Renwick Watch couldn't quite pull the football down. Charging after it there was Goss. Right on his hammer is O'Sullivan. Goss little topo. He'll pick it up again. This way, that way, handball back. That's okay. Kick around the body there by Kennedy. Well, that it would have brought the house down, but he pushed it wide and out of bounds on the full it goes.
Inside 50s 10-1 in Balwyn's favour this quarter.
57-point margin. 11 minutes into the third term. Norwood haven't kicked a goal. That's right. If you're listening out there, Norwood have not kicked a goal. Kick goes out now. Stewie Hill at the fall of the ball. Got the handball away. Now Norwood, can they work something out here? The mark has been taken by Pearson on the wing position.
Look how hard Balwyn are pressing back.
Yes.
You know, you'd think they were just, that was a really tight game at the moment. Their pressure's been sensational.
Williams got it down. Gould picked it up. Johnny Mielhuisen rode the punt magnificently. You could hear the crowd in the effects mic, and the big man just hands it back to the umpire.
The Williams missed flying elbow.
Yeah, just
a little bit of frustration there from Leroy.
I think so.
Gilchrist goes after it hard again. It's time of the Rennie variety, and over the boundary line it goes.
That's the problem. Norwood have got a lot of confidence players who are just absolutely down at the moment. Brett Jordan's gone missing since about 15 minutes into the first quarter.
High throws it in. Who will it come out to? Here's Harrington. But dispossessed of the football. Murray came charging through the pack. A loose ball's created. O'Regan, little snap around the body. Now Roach might get the advantage here. He takes the football. He has a bounce. He's already kicked one. He'd love two, and he puts it straight through the middle. Now that is what a class side does at the stoppages. Forward kick their 10th goal on the Bendigo back scoreboard, and they are streaming away in this game. They will be premiers this year in 2015. It's 10 goals to zip. 13 minutes gone in the third term.
That was all from Murray's intent.
Yep.
And his intent was sensational at the contest. he won the football. They got the little lucky kick out and ran it. But I'm looking down on the Norwood bench, and they're just putting their hands up in the air. They don't know what's going on. They cannot come up with an answer at the moment.
Scary thing here is we mentioned it at half-time. The only positive that Norwood had was the fact that they weren't 10 goals down. The margin's now 63 points. Tregear gets it on the outer side up towards that man Murray. Just goes past him to Declare. Gets around Murray. Now kicks up towards centre wing. Finds Jessup. He's got bait in the middle of the ground. Decides to just double back and waits. Now chips short. And now eventually gets to Jordan. Although the kick wasn't all that flash. Rennie Watts came in to put pressure on. Cruceratis just waited. Jessup busts through the pack. Now gets it inside forward 50. Stewart to fly from the back. Couldn't take the mark. Ball spills out the back. Johnson in possession. Hard up against the pocket. This is what they need. And it's not going to matter, though, as Weatherald on the last line. And this is just where they're playing with them as they
lapping it up.
Work it out of the full back line. Milhuisen.
Oh, in the middle.
Has it.
Oh, look at this.
O'Regan all by himself. The pressure will come, but he doesn't care. Plays on. Gives off to Goebbels. Goebbels just goes short. Finds a teammate. Still got time to work it out here. Broadhurst hard up against the pocket and finds Barker.
This is like watching witches' hats at the moment.
The most benign passage of play you've ever seen, and it will most certainly result in the 11th goal on the board for Balwyn.
Now, the other thing about this is that Balwyn are a side that when they're in this sort of mood...
This could get really ugly.
It could get very, very ugly on the score. Not that it already isn't ugly, but it could even more.
Hallam Globetrotterish at the moment.
Hard to believe.
They just can't be touched.
Hard to believe Norwood have only conceded 100 points once in their last 40 games.
Luke Barker for his first of the afternoon, and he joins the party as well. Luke Barker, 11 goals on the board for the Balwyn Football Club. 11 at 5.71 now. Norwood 2 behinds, 2 points. That's right. If you've just joined us, 2 behinds, 2 points. 15 minutes gone, third term over she wrote.
Well, what do you say, Dave? We're 15 minutes into the third quarter. I don't reckon Dennis Knight looks like he's got too many options left up his sleeve here.
He probably doesn't, but I suppose you've still got to appeal at some stage to these guys' pride and for the fact that there's a lot of people here to watch a game of footy, and you might not win it, but you've got to give something a little bit more than what you're giving at the moment. And they've just got to work a little bit harder around the contest, and that's been their disappointing factor. Here we go.
Here's bait for Norwood. Can he be the first player to put one through for the Norsemen? Now that is what they were after. The stoppage, the clearance, the goal. Straight down the middle. That is how you play football. Norwood are finally on the board out here at Bayswater Oval. That's their first goal. Matty Bate, he's been a strong contender for their best player on the ground this afternoon. There's no doubt about that. 1-2-8 on the Bendigo back scoreboard, but they're still trailing by 63 points. Balwyn 11-5-71.
I don't know who'd be the more disappointed, Dan Donati or the players in the back line there.
I think that's just another classic case of the fact of winning a contest in the middle and running.
Yeah. We'll see if they can do it 10 more times in a row, and they almost have a goal. But here's Jessup, little handball back. That's okay. Gibson, can they get 2 in a row? Kicks it inside forward 50. Gottliebson, he read the football really well then. Got the little handball away. He'll receive it back now. He's got a little bit of a space. He's almost run down 2 in the tackle. Just got boot to ball in the nick of time. Jessup's running after it, so too is Gould. Paddled it to his advantage. Murray came in very hard, and he knocked the block off Rhett Jordan, and Geordie Buckingham comes in and says it'll be a free kick to you, Rhett.
I think Alan Murray was just checking he was okay.
Yeah, and look, again, they were 3-on-1 then, and he stopped the contest. So, clever play.
So Jordan just pops it up towards the half-forward line. A big pack will fly there. Gould's in there. So too is David Johnson, and Shane Tregear will hand the football back to the umpire at the bottom of the pack. Such a tough nut.
You know it's your day when we're commending the free kicks the Balwyn are giving away.
Stacks on the mill, and we'll have another bounce.
But again, that was disappointing. That kick from defence was just that big kick, hopeful that they'll take a mark. The only chance they've looked okay was when they've been running the footy.
Well, the kick goes forward now for Norwood. Bouncing football. Chris Pendlebury, last line of defence. Little handball away. Gottliebson on the right boot. He'll send it out towards the half-back line where Fraser might be able to pull this one down over the head. It goes. He got a little nudge off the football umpire. Dan Beard said it That was okay, Zach McCubbin, a little bit cheeky, but I'll say that's fair. And over she goes for a boundary throw-in. 18 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 63-point lead to the Balwyn Football Club. The free kick's been plucked out. Bate wants the advantage here. He'll kick it inside, looking for Leroy over the back, but Gottliebson, tell you what, hasn't he found space this afternoon and having a good game too? Switches it out wide to Budgie Murray, who takes the mark. He'll want to give the handball off. He does so now. Jackson Weatherald on the left boot. They've got such clean skills. Gets it away to Goebbels. Back to Weatherald now. This way, that way. Squares things up. Looking for Taylor Gilchrist, who takes a strong mark. True centre wing position here. They're about 2.5 kicks away from home here. Sean Cross takes the mark just inside the square. Switches it across now to O'Regan. He can take the mark and he can take off too. He'll have a bounce. He might even have two. He might even have a shot if he wants to keep going, but he goes inside forward 50. He was looking for Blakey Broadhurst. Couldn't quite pull it down and almost running away with it. Well, he wanted to run away with it. It was Matty Ava, but he was over the boundary line and out of bounds.
So ball to be thrown back in about 35 around from the Tigers' goal. Wynn had front position, managed to get the tap of the way, and now they clear it out, Norwood. Right, only as far as O'Regan. I'll tell you what, he's standing up for the blue ribbon medal today.
Very good game.
They've got about 6 or 7 players that are definitely got blue ribbon material on them all day.
Gives the handball back to Tregear, short chip kick. Looking for Gilchrist of the Taylor variety, missed it, made something out of nothing, and now John Meeson can join the party! Stand up, Johnny Meeson! The big man's been sensational all day and caps it off with his first of the afternoon and the 12th on the board for the Tigers. What a goal and what a game from the Balwyn Football Club. 12-5-77, Balwyn, Norwood 1-2-8, almost into time on third term. Here on EFL Gameday, this is the Division 1 Eastern Football League Grand Final.
That'd have to be about their 7th or 8th goal, different goal kicker. 10th different goal kicker. That's a fantastic performance.
Only multiples are Roach and Goebbels at the moment.
So back in the middle here, we've just hit time on in the premiership quarter. Cross got it away. Here's Gilchrist of the Rennie variety, sends the ball inside ball 50. It was a bouncing one. Barker couldn't quite trap it. Good tackle there by Murray, and we'll have a bounce about 50 metres out from the Balwyn goal line.
Look, I know their midfielders have been fantastic, but G. Mason in the ruck has just dominated, hasn't he?
All day. And he'll get another knockdown here. Rennie gets the handball out wide to his brother in Taylor. Little short pass was on. He was looking for Cross, but it was nicely chopped off there by Gould on the right boot up towards the wing position. It was good play, and now Norwood, they're streaming forward through Dixon on the right boot up towards a half-forward line. Strong mark's been taken there by Bate. He'll have to use his opposite this time, this way, that way. Just pops it up in the end. Johnny Muirhuisen, I tell you what, he's only had eyes for the football all afternoon, and he pulls down an absolute cracker, only 20 metres out from his defensive goal line. Gets a handball away. Weatherald, another player putting his hand up today, gets it across towards Ed McCutcheon on the right boot. Their skills are just so classy, aren't they? Jason Kennedy had to ride a decent old bump there from Adam Gibson, but he took the mark, got it away to Fraser. Stopped propped, he'll go back to Weatherald. Short passes on to Meeson, who's just screaming for it. The big man will just take his time, suck in a few big ones after a sensational goal from a one-step 50-metre bomb only moments ago. This time he sends it up towards the Lukey Barker direction. Over the top of his head it goes. Brett Jordan was there to see it over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in.
Hit-outs today, Balwyn 43, Norwood 20.
Grant Campbell, thanks to Choose Tap Match Stats. See the water stations out in force today. Keeping everyone hydrated. It is delicious. Pye throws it in now, bouncing football, Cruzaradis. Would have liked to have seen more of the football. Went for the old 1-2, switches it. It was a dangerous one, and Gottliebson takes a strong mark at centre half forward. Probably just too far out to score. He'd love to get amongst it. Short pass was on, and now Norwood will get a little bit of a chance here. The kick goes to the forward by O'Sullivan. Bouncing football that time. By Dixon, I should say, and he receives a free kick at centre half.
I don't reckon that
forward.
was a free kick.
In the AFL, that would have been against him for doing that.
Well, he got it away to Williams, who wanted it. It didn't go far enough. Back to Dixon on the right boot. He had to just spear it inside the 50. There was nobody really home, though, except Muirhuisen on the left boot, switches it out wide. Mark's been taken out there by Broadhurst, who links up well. Here's Roach on the handball, gets it away to Taylor Gilchrist up towards the half-forward line, where the mark's been taken by Kennedy. Wouldn't he love to get amongst it? Kennedy Kennedy runs in, and the umpire does not move. Kennedy kicks his first goal of the afternoon. They are just lapping it up the Balwyn Football Club at the moment. That's goal number 13 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They are 13-5-83. Norwood 1-2-8.
I think the other thing that's really interesting is that while we're giving credit to their midfield and their forward half, their back half, if you sit and think about the work that Milhusen, Pendlebury, Gottliebson,
Fraser.
These boys have been sensational today, haven't they? Really, really worked the ball well from their defensive area.
Stuart Hill in the ruck, just trying to make something out of nothing. The Norwood Football Club, Rennie Watts goes up against him, and Hill gets the first clearance, tried to bustle through a pack, got it away to McCubbin, who was under a lot of pressure from Sam Filippo.
I don't reckon there was anything in that.
Yeah, you're spot on, Brash.
I agree.
McCubbin's almost turned it over.
It was a gift.
So McCubbin loads up from 70, up to the top of the goal square. This one could go through. Great goal from Zach McCubbin.
Yep.
And the second on the board for the Norwood Football Club. They move on to 2-2-14. Balwyn still out in front, 13-5-83. 24 minutes gone, third term.
Well, you know, look, fortune favours the bold in that one. Lucky free kick there, I thought, for the Norwood Football Club. But, you know, they made hay while the sun shone and got a good goal.
Have they had a mark inside 50 yet, Grant Campbell?
Marks inside 50 for the game, 12-1 in favour of Balwyn. Norwood's only mark inside 50 coming in the second quarter.
Because the only two goals they've kicked have been long bombs from outside 50. So
yeah, there was a free kick there off the field. Dan Beard has called it.
Rennie Gilchrist kicks the ball inside 50. They've had all the answers this afternoon, picked up there by Goebbels, who arched the back. He'd love to ping one from here, but it came off the side of the boot and through for a minor score. That's number 6 for the Balwyn Football Club this afternoon. They have been kicking straight. 25 minutes gone now in the premiership quarter, 13-6-84, and they are leading by 70 points, 2-2-14, the Norwood Football Club.
Every time they go forward, we're expecting them to kick a goal now. That's how dominant they are.
So Jordan to do the kick-out duties. Kicks to himself, plays on now, kicks long down the line, looking for Williams. Fly over the back came from Pendlebury, couldn't take the mark. Cruceratus there at ground level. He was wrapped up by Gilchrist.
I just love the way that they're still attacking the ball with ferocity, even though they know that they're 70 points in front. They're just not letting up at all, Balwyn, at the moment.
So Williams playing as a midfielder at the moment for Norwood. That's how desperate they're looking for trying to get clean possession. Jordan, his kick was smothered, goes over the boundary line and out of bounds, about 40 from home for Balwyn. 25.5 minutes gone. Balwyn at 13-6-84, Norwood 2-2-14. In a grand final that we thought was going to go right down to the wire, Balwyn have just absolutely tore it up all afternoon.
The other funny thing too, Dyson, when we were talking about it post-match, we were talking about Brent English having an impact and he didn't even play.
Exactly right. So ball thrown up. We're all drawing the ruck. Kennedy was first to meet it. Kick came out from Murray. Up to the top of the goal square. Barker in front position. Man running back with the flight of the ball there was Jordan, but on the swoop. Great work there from Roach. And Roach kicks his third of the quarter. So brilliant work from Tom Roach. And as you said, Brash, every time it goes inside forward 50, we're just assuming they're going to score at some point or another.
And the other thing is too, I've been watching Luke Barker all day. And Davo, correct me if I'm wrong, but I reckon he's been going about half pace.
Yep.
He's still putting his body on the line, but I reckon he's just holding back that little extra step.
Yeah, look, I suppose the best way to explain this is clinical.
Yeah.
They are just clinical in the way they're going about it. I'm so impressed with their execution.
76 points is the margin. Chris Pendlebury drives it up towards the half-forward line. Bounce was read nicely there by Shane Tregear, who drives it inside forward 50. Jeffrey Goebbels wants to kick his third goal of the afternoon as well.
I'll tell you what, we're going to be making a lot of apologies for leaving blokes out tonight in our votes.
Gilchrist, 9 disposals, 5 clearances and 3 tackles this quarter. Inside 50 count, 20-9 in favour of Balwyn.
And again, they haven't deviated from their plan.
No.
Spread, lower the eyes, kick to the on of the lead. Very good.
Goebbels from about 48 metres, gets very close to the man on the mark. It's going. It was almost there. Good rise by Stewie Hill to fist it through for a minor score. Number 7 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 14-7-91 the Balwyn Football Club, and Norwood 2-2-14.
He miskicked that. He only kicked it 50.
It was a chip kick.
Yeah.
So Jordan for Norwood. Oh, it was a dangerous one, and Lux of Fortune too, because the siren sounds to announce a 3/4 time out here at Bayswater Oval, and it is a massive lead. 77 points to the Balwyn Football Club, 14-7-91. Norwood at 2-2-14. It is too much of a gap to bridge in this final term. Balwyn will be premiers in 2015. Tommy Roach, he kicked 3 goals in that 3rd quarter. He is the leading goal kicker for the Tigers, whilst Jeff Goebbels has 2, and the rest are singles, so they're spreading them around very nicely. 11 goal kickers this afternoon for the Balwyn Football Club. We'll see how many more can get on the board in the final term. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast this afternoon. It is EFL Grand Final Day, the big stage, Division 1 football, and it is Balwyn all the way.
It's difficult to see through a dirty window, but once you clean it, you can clearly see the view. Talbot Brothers Funerals is just like a clean window. Its easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app are so transparent, you don't need to clear the cobwebs to find the information you need. It's all there for you to see and make an informed decision when planning a loved one's funeral. Download Tobin Brothers Memory Maker app today. It's free from iTunes and Google Play. Or find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Program sponsor.
Hey man, yeah, it's crunch time. Is it fully speak? No man, it's crunch time at Pancake Parlour with the salted caramel crunch. Yeah, house-made warm salted caramel sauce and roasted almonds on 2 buttermilk pancakes topped with vanilla ice cream. Yeah man, it's crunch time at the G, and then it's crunch time at Pancake Parlour. So this is footy speak then. I'm just saying man, the salted caramel crunch would be great to have after a day at the footy. Pancake Parlour open 24 hours, High Point, Malvern and Doncaster East. Lovely.
Program sponsor.
Okay, boys, it's time we got ourselves a big advantage this weekend.
I'm not going to tank, Coach.
No, who said anything about tanking? It's what you'll save in the tank. I want you all to go out and get a breeze tag. Use Eastlink. You'll be at the ground faster and fresher, and you'll save fuel too.
Get a breeze tag and use Eastlink, the quickest way to get around Melbourne's East. Arrive fresher, play better. Eastlink, it's time better spent.
Program sponsor.
Saturday night is party night on Radio Eastern when we bring you the Platter Parade, 7 till 10. We roll through 50 years of timeless classics, guaranteed to make your party go with a swing. So put on your dancing shoes and join our team of presenters for the Platter Parade. More than just the hits, Saturday nights at 7. Oh, and you don't even need a phone.
EFL.org.au is a must visit for the die-hard Eastern Football League fan. In our news section, check out the latest news, feature articles and video programs, including the Inside Football Friday preview. Have your say in the EFL poll. Check out all the latest EFL videos. Best of all, you can listen back to any EFL radio program at any time. To go live and local for your footy, head to EFL.org.au. EFL mobile web app. Own a smartphone and love the EFL? Then the EFL mobile web app is a must for you. Go to f.efl.org.au to access fixtures, results and ladders for all EFL grades. You can also receive live around the ground scores every Saturday afternoon from the palm of your hand and contribute to the mighty EFL forum while you're online. Download the EFL mobile web app to go live and locally for your footy, right from the palm of your hand.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Bayswater Oval. A dominant display, a clinical display, and almost a training run at the moment for the Balwyn Football Club. They lead by 77 points at three-quarter time. Balwyn 14-7-91. Norwood at 2-2-14. Yarra Valley Water choose tap match stats. Greg Campbell.
Yes, the stat sheet just got uglier for Norwood because in the third quarter, Balwyn won the hitouts 21-9, the clearances 15-10. They had 58 kicks to 30. They won the contested possessions 38-29. The big story though, uncontested possessions in that third quarter is 61-18 in favour of Balwyn.
That is massive.
For the match, 193 Balwyn, 83 Norwood. So they've had the ball in uncontested situations 110 times more in three quarters, which is hard to comprehend.
Astronomical.
The inside 50 count in the third quarter was 20-9 in favour of Balwyn. They took 4 marks inside 50 to 0, which makes it 12 marks inside 50 to 1 for the match. Rennie Gilchrist in that quarter, 9 disposals, now up to 26 for the match. And Matthew Bate, I reckon he's probably been one of Norwood's only solid players. He's up to 18 disposals, but I reckon he'd be feeling like a Melbourne player today.
Exactly right. Certainly a tough day as we cross boundary side. Thanks to Life Care, Damien Watson.
Thanks very much, Dyson. Well, the Tigers huddle was abuzz with excitement, as you can imagine, at three-quarter time. Balwyn coach Dan Donati urged his players to run their opponents into the ground through immense tackling pressure and physicality by using the agony of last year's grand final loss as motivation. Aaron, I presume it'll be a dejected Norwood huddle at three-quarter time?
Yeah, it was. Dennis Knight just asked the boys, he said, they're not going to get medals around our neck in half an hour, but give us half an hour of Norwood footy. He just wants a bit of a pride restored to the jumper, as did the president. He was pretty vocal as well. But Norwood just looking for half an hour of the footy that they want to play.
It's all right. It's all right for the coach and the president to go out and ask, to play Norwood footy. But at the end of the day, they haven't been allowed to play Norwood footy, Davo.
No, and Norwood footy hasn't worked, has it?
Not today.
That's what they've got to do. They've got to come out and do something different. They had to lock down. They had to be disciplined. They had to play 18 on 18 and hope to get back into the contest that way. Instead, they tried a few moves, which some were okay, but again, this quarter, let's just hope it doesn't get real. Look, it's ugly enough as it is, but you don't want to
see a 20-goal or two.
Not in our showcase game. No. You don't want to see that. But all credit to Balwyn. They have been magnificent all over the ground. And, when you look at the fact they're 12 goals up and they don't have anyone that's kicked more than 3, that just shows the dominance all around the ground that they've had. Very, very good.
Here's hoping that the Norsemen can get back into this one as the ball's thrown up for the final time in the 2015 season. Bate tries to get the clearance away. Jessup just got to know Sanfilippo there as he ran straight through him. And this is where frustrations are going to start to boil over for Norwood. Good work from the umpire Jason Herman just to get the ball started once again. Hill. McCubbin was wrapped up going nowhere. Good tackle there from Cross.
He's given a free kick there.
Too high against Murray.
Yeah, coming in late then, but that was a great tackle from Cross. He's been very impressive, hasn't he?
So McCubbin decides to take a bounce, plays on, now kicks inside forward 50. Looking for a marking option. Stewart was the intended target. Good work from Pendlebury, went third man up, tried to just create something. Sitting over the back, great work. Kousaratis found a bit of space. And the first one on the board to the Norwood Football Club of the final term. And they go to 3-2-20. A 71-point lead still to the Balwyn Football Club, 14-7-91. 58 seconds gone, final term here on EFL Gameday.
Probably the first sign of intent there from Norwood to try and force a contest, and they've got a centre clearance, Davo, and just managed to find a good avenue to go.
Yeah, although I was disappointed with the kick again. It was just a big bomb. They've had one mark inside 50. Why are they bombing it forward? I don't know. But anyway, they got a goal, a good crumbing goal from Kousaratis.
Well, they haven't been able to kick 2 in a row all afternoon, the Norwood Football Club, and a strong tackle there by O'Regan on Bate. I tell you what.
Come on, umpire. You can't. It's just very soft.
Well, make sure you tell Dan Beard that after the game, Brash.
He wouldn't listen to me anyway.
Matty Bate, very serviceable this afternoon for the Norwood Football Club. Drives the ball inside forward 50. Sanfilippo, first one to mop up there for the Tigers, switches it out wide. That's okay. Now they'll have their chance along the wing position. The kick was, I thought it was looking for Cross in the end, but it was picked up there by Goss on the right boot. Drives it up towards the Broadhurst direction, knocked away nicely there by Matty Decler. And over the boundary line she goes.
He's tried hard. He's tried hard in his position, Declan. Look, he's been beaten, but certainly hasn't been disgraced. He's tried to play that one-on-one role quite well.
Well, Hilly knocked it straight into the arms of Poynton, who got dispossessed of the football. Meeson somehow got boot to ball. He did well, the big man, and they've kept the ball alive here. The kick by Gilchrist. This could be some sort of shot. Pushed it across the face of goal. I tell you what, on a day like it has been, I'm surprised that didn't just fall through the big sticks. Minor score is the result. 92 plays, 20 out here at Bayswater Oval. 72-point margin to the Balwyn Football Club.
And hasn't he played a captain's gun? There's a stark contrast. Norwood's captain off at the 6-minute mark of the first quarter, not to reappear. Balwyn's captain has just been dominant from the very first contest.
Big fly by Darren Stewart. That was an absolute ripper. Released it away to Bate, who had a bounce and then slammed it on the boot inside forward 50.
That was a really good chase by McCutcheon then.
Good pressure, you're spot on, Brash. Crow got it, took the mark, got it away to Tregear, kicked it up towards the half-forward line. Good mark taken there by Murray, who was out in front. He has a little bit of time. Did the skipper calls for it? The skipper wants it. Short passes on. It was an absolute grubber of a kick. Barker knocked it back to his teammates' advantage. Here's Gilchrist again. Had a little bit of a dance, snapped it around the body, kicked it to the goal square, where the mark's taken by Goebbels. And he'll have a shot from 20 metres out directly in front. He's already kicked 2 this afternoon, going for number 3.
Well, that really sums up the game, because even though Goebbels is shooting on goal, they mucked around a little bit and they still got away with it, Davo.
Yeah, again, Gilchrist just worked really hard around the contest. You know, they've targeted him. He's been tackled really hard every time he's gone for the footy, but he just keeps getting up and going.
Up to 29 disposals.
Goebbels, hop, skip, and a jump, and a 6-pointer to boot as well. Straight over the goal umpire's head. That goes for his 3rd goal of the afternoon. He equals Tommy Roach as the leading goal kicker for Balwyn on this day. 15 goals, 8.98 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 3-2-20, the Norwood Football Club. 78 points the margin.
Look, I don't like to be critical, but there were 2 interchanges then, the Norwood players, and Norwood player coming off the ground wanted the little touch on when you come on, and the other boys just ignored them and ran on. So they're just really lacking in confidence in everything that they do at the moment.
They look a bit
Norwood.
dispirited, don't they?
Very much so. I suppose you're going to be if you're 12 goals down, 13 goals down in a grand final, 3 minutes in the last quarter.
Safe to say that we're going to see black and yellow ribbons on the Premiership Cup in a tick over 25 minutes. Meeson got the tap down over the top of Hill. O'Regan tried to bustle through Bate, couldn't do so. And O'Regan, I was going to say he's gone down injured, but just had his foot slip out of his boot. And we get play resume once again. Meeson again gets a tap down. Bate was in front position, got his kick away. Cut off there by Tregear. Dixon will be first to meet it. Or good work, body work there from Tregear. Gets it away to Murray. Now inside 50, looking for Barker. And a great mark there from Luke Barker. Takes a bit of contact on the way too. But this will bring up the ton for the Balwyn Football Club.
You wouldn't mind the ball being delivered to you like that, would you? That was 45 metres, but it's hit him on a lead on the chest. Magnificent the way that worked then.
So Barker kicked his first in the 3rd term. Of course, suffered a concussion in the 2nd semi-final. Came back in for this game. Kicks it on the right boot. Sways it out left. And that's where it stays. 3 for 1 behind. 15-9, 99. Balwyn Norwood a 3-2, 26 minutes gone here in the final term on EFL Game Day.
It's not often a chance that you get to enjoy it. A quarter of football in a grand final.
Yeah.
Balwyn are going to be doing that.
Gibson takes the kick in. Fly came from Johnson, got leaps and just stayed down and almost managed to get it at the bottom of the pack. Gilchrist of the Taylor variety gives back to Rennie. His kick was smothered by Johnson, and now they regain possession here through Harrington, the Norseman. Gives it away, finds Poynton.
Ooh.
Poynton takes a bounce. Johnson's copped one behind play. Dixon up towards half forward, will turn it over. Rennie Watts. Watts, short, finds McCutcheon. Dangerous ball, hard up against the boundary line. Now decides to go back to Sanfilippo. Rod Crow, centre wing, commentary side, gives to Cross. Now to McCutcheon. Working in a phone books, Gilchrist. Now they're away. Milhuisen inside forward 50, looking for the marking option, won't find it. Barker spent it before he got it. Held up once again. Fair enough, a few ball players starting to cramp.
Gee, that was well done here, wasn't it, with their handball? They did not panic at all. They just ran to the right positions. It was great work.
Thrown up once again. Bate got the clearance, and now a chance to go away here through Gibson. Gives back to Bate, and they'll clear out a defensive 50 out to centre wing on the outer side, where Jessup marks, or should have marked. Dropped it, and great work there from Pendlebury. Got it to Weatherald. Weatherald, short chip kick inside forward 50. Umpire said travel too far without a bounce, and turns it over. So Norwood to get the free kick.
Only thing Norwood's winning is the free kick count, 23-13.
But even still can't make the most of it. Ava doesn't take the mark, but just roosted inside forward 50. All of a sudden found his player all by himself. Definitely spent it before he got it there to Gould. Just waited for it to bounce into his lap. Williams got around a couple, now gave the handball away. Phone Harrington. Harrington got bumped as he kicked it, but made no mistake with the kick and put the fourth on the board for the Norsemen. They're 4-2-26, Bourne 15-9-99. 8.5 minutes gone, final term.
I reckon there were 6 mistakes then made in that goal. I reckon 5 in a row by players of both sides, and eventually the only thing that happened well was that he picked the ball up and kicked the goal. It was a pretty ugly passage of play, that.
Having a look at a few of the Norwood boys coming off, Ambrose looked sore. You know, Gould looks like he's just come off the ground. He looks like he's pretty spent too.
Ball back in the middle here, little snap around the body.
He can
Taylor
barely
Gilchrist.
walk.
On the right boot, sends it up towards the half-forward line. It was an absolute ripper of a kick taken there by Fraser. The umpire didn't pay it in the end. It came out to Cross, who has time. Cross has a shot on goal. He got a fair old bit of purchase there with it, but he pushed it to the right-hand side and through for a minor score. Number 10 now for the Balwyn Football Club, which takes them to 3 digits. 100, 15-10, 100 leads Norwood 4-2-26.
What's this, the second time in 40 games that they've had 100 kicked against them, Sue?
Absolutely correct.
Kick goes down the middle of the ground. Kruzaratis takes it and then takes off as well. That was clever play. Now thumps it forward. Inside they go, looking for the Stewart direction. He had 2 players to beat. Knocked it in the way of Leroy Williams, who snaps around the body, hits the bottom of the post. So that is out of bounds on the full. He can't get around it this afternoon, Leroy.
Yeah, the only other time they conceded 100 points was against Roeville. Ray Baird wanted me to say that.
Been saying that all afternoon in the stands. Don't worry about that. Handball out. Roach, who's kicked 3 goals. Goes short. Crow, such a great player. Speaking of great players, here's Weatherald. Well, you could say nearly about the whole lot of them here at the Balwyn Football Club. They're a bunch of stars. Short passes on. Good mark taken there by Kennedy, who wants to release it out to Cross, who goes out wide. Here's Taylor Gilchrist on the right boot, drives the ball inside forward 50, waiting at the back. Barker, will it sit up for him? No, over the boundary line it goes for a boundary throw in.
There's the difference between the two sides, isn't it? I know they're confident, I know they're running, but that's what they've done all day.
Yep.
Their transference of the football from one end to the other through their run and spread has been absolutely magnificent.
74 points is the margin. Balwyn give away a free kick at the stoppage. John O'Wynn.
I'm a bit perplexed
Short
by
passes on. It was dangerous here. Chopped off there by Taylor Gilchrist. Handball over the top. Jackson Weatherald, eat your heart out. You little beauty. He slams it home. He only just got there, but he's another goal kicker for the Balwyn Football Club. Get around him and listen to the crowd. They are lapping this up, the Balwyn faithful. On the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, they moved to 16 goals 10, 106. The margin's out to 80 points. 4-2-26 Norwood.
Again, you know, I know things are, when things go right, they go right, but that's all through constant pressure. They haven't relaxed. They've continued to run. They've continued to tackle. That was forward pressure at its best then.
Well, back in the middle once again. It was Watts who got the tap down, but it goes straight into the hands of McCubbin, who gets it back, manages to find a teammate there, and Gibson under a lot of pressure.
Yep.
And umpire said he didn't dispose of it correctly. And now the kick goes inside forward 50 off the advantage. Stewie Hill able to wrap up. Kicks wide. Now we've found it to commentary side centre wing Ava. Kicks over the top. McCubbin. right in the centre of Bayswater Oval. Kicks further afield, manages to find fingers pointing. And a great punch over the back came from Sanfilippo. Hard up against the boundary line, can't be too much space out there. Bate, he was cut off. Good work there from O'Regan, gave to Cross. And now back to Sanfilippo, who kicks up, finds Fraser. Handballs to the running Gilchrist, who just had to double back under a bit of pressure. They'll go inside forward 50 on this next kick, all by himself. Jeff Goebels, Davey Johnson just didn't read it correctly. Jeff Goebels stayed down and took the mark. It'll line up for his fourth.
We talk about the out there then, Sanfilippo, the ball was going out of bounds. He could have let it go out of bounds. No, he's tapped it back.
Yep.
Then got the return ball, kicked it in, they've transferred up the forward line. That's the difference between the two sides, is their willingness to impact on every contest, no matter where it is, no matter when it is during the game.
Jeff Goebels for his fourth of the afternoon and for an 86-point lead.
Just go for a barrel.
Comes in now. Sends it on its way on the right boot and sprays it to the left-hand side and through from one behind. 16-11, 107 Balwyn. Norwood a 4-2-26, 13 and a half minutes gone. Final term here on EFL Game Day.
So Norwood drive the ball up towards the wing position. A huge fly over the back there by Avery. Couldn't quite pull it down. That would have been one of the few highlights for Norwood this afternoon. Free kick will go the way of Balwyn though to Ed McCutcheon. Little handball back, that's okay. Kennedy kicked a nice goal. Well, he elects to concede 30-odd metres. Goes back to Chris Pendlebury, who's had a ripper of a game today. Shane Tregear. He's got Roach short if he wants him. Instead elects to go on the opposite boot, which is a little bit dangerous. Chopping it off there was Dixon. Pye said it was a little bit too high. So he'll have a chance to send Norwood forward. It was a spearing kick, bouncing football, and over the boundary line and out of bounds. 14 and a half minutes gone here in the final term. It is an 81-point lead to the Balwyn Football Club. Couldn't have been confident saying that type of a margin at the start of this game. At the in the goal square, Cruzaradis tried to trap the ball. He tried to keep the ball alive also at the same time. Pressure saw him see it over by Jackson Weatherald, and will have a boundary throwing 20 metres out from goal. Well, the crowd's hanging around, and why wouldn't they? They want to cheer the Balwyn side home, and the bar's still open, let's face it. So as it comes out now, I think that was Roach, got the handball away. In there was Bate, brought to ground quickly, and will have a bounce 20 metres or so out from the Norwood goal line. Oh, huge fly over the top there by McCubbin. Pendlebury just fended off his opponent, got the handball out wide. Now here's Brendan Goss, has a bounce straight away. He might go for two, make that two. He could go for three on the right boot. He gets a fair old bit of purchase on the football. Bouncing. To no avail though, and Norwood the chance now through Jesse Newman. And they've got the spare players out on the wing position. They went over the top of John O'Wynn this time, but he might get it back here. But the mark taken by McCubbin, who's played a pretty good game here for Norwood today. Spots up a teammate in the middle of the ground. Oh, it went straight over the head there of Dixon. Goss came charging in. He was brought to ground, and the umpire said play on here, so it might be a bit of a shot on goal. Here's Davey Johnson on the right boot, but he pushes it to the right-hand side, and a point is on the board. Number 3 for the Norwood Football Club. Only 7 scoring shots, 16 minutes into this final quarter on Division 1 Grand Final day. Moves them to 4-3-27. Balwyn 16-11, 107. Shaw passes on.
There they go again, spread and run.
They've done it so well this afternoon, Davo. They're such an impressive unit, so well drilled. Here's Kennedy, moves it up forward. Good play. This way, that way, Fraser over the top. Little handball. Here's Tommy Roach, just tucked it under the arm, then had a bounce. He might go all the way, Tommy. He's had 2. He's kicked 3. He'd love 4. He's got 4. You little ripper. What a great goal that was by Tommy Roach. That's his 4th goal of the afternoon. He kicked 3 in the 3rd term, 1 in the last, and it's just celebration styles happening out here at Bayswater Oval this afternoon. They have the answer to everything the Balwyn Football Club. 28 scoring shots to 7 as it stands. 113 plays 27. Brash, what do you make of this?
I'm absolutely nonplussed by this because really I didn't think there was such a gap between these two sides, but Balwyn have been simply irresistible today, BWS. Absolutely irresistible.
Ball back in the middle once again, no surprises. Meeson gets the tap down. The Gould held up.
Even when they went forward then, they had 3 players standing by themselves 20 metres out that he could have gone to if he didn't kick the goal.
Third man up, Rennie Gilchrist, just tried to punch it forward, waited for it there, McCubbin. Throwing his head over the ball there was Taylor Gilchrist. What a season he's had. Half the year in Europe, and now he's playing in a premiership. And a free kick, downfield free kick against McCubbin on Kennedy.
New York, eh, Dice?
Will mean that Luke Barker can.
It's not in Europe, Rush.
Yeah, but I think he went to New York as well.
I was just going to go with the flow. Luke Barker can line up for his second of the afternoon. A quiet day by his standards, but he'll take a premiership medallion any day of the week.
It's up to you, Paris, is it?
Must be the 18-minute mark of the last quarter in a one-sided grand final. Luke Barker comes in for an 18th goal on the board. Looks good. Looks very good, Luke Barker. Lets the Norwood faithful know about it. And that's 18 goals on the board for the Balwyn Football Club. 18, 11, 119. Norwood 4-3, 27. And summing up the afternoon for the Norwood Football Club, the 2 blokes that were on the mark for Norwood actually ran into each other.
I noticed the same thing, and yeah, Barker's giving it to the Norwood faithful now. He's shown them the scoreboard a few times, and winners can be grinners, and they can do what they like, can't they, I suppose?
It's the old saying, winners are grinners and losers can please themselves. O'Regan snaps around the body on the right boot out to Tommy Roach, takes it, tucks it under his arm, drives it up towards the half-forward line. And once again, they'll just do it their own way as Goebbels comes out and takes a strong mark, 48 metres from goal.
When you think about it, they've kicked 18 goals, yet I don't think you probably find a forward in their best.
No.
It's an interesting stat, you know. I mean, they've been good, but they've been on the end of what has been magnificent movement of the footy.
Marks inside 50 for the match. Balwyn 16, Norwood 1.
That's a telling stat as well, Soupy.
He's played a fantastic game, Jeff Goebbels. He comes in now. He'll kick from 48. He pops it up and he brings it back magnificently. Jeff Goebbels has 4 goals this afternoon for the Balwyn Football Club, and they are just relishing in the moment now, the Tigers, at the 20-minute mark of this final term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard is 98 points, 19-11, 125. Norwood 4-3, 27.
Well, you know, it's not often that you see a side in full flight on grand final day just doing it at will, but today it's Balwyn's day.
Exactly right, and they'll get the clearance. This is almost Meeson who's going to try and take it away. Gets held up. So we'll have a secondary ball up. Meeson got his tap down. Overrunning the ball there was Kennedy. And held up Gilchrist by Matty Jessup. 98 points the margin. As Meeson tries to grab it out of the bottom of the pack, he's held up well there by Gibson. Tell you what, there's a fairly even spread, but I reckon there's a couple of standouts for the Cliff Tompkins medal this afternoon. As the kick comes out to Gilchrist, he might be one that features pretty heavily in the votes. So too this man, Jeff Goebbels. 50 from home.
Come on, Jeff. Give us a trip down memory lane.
Kick short and finds a teammate in Blake Broadhurst, who's 10 metres further afield. And now can chip over the top once again, finds Alan Murray. And they're doing it as easy as you like at the moment.
How long's it been since we've had a 100-point winner in First Division Grand Final? Has it happened?
A long, long time.
Well, put it this way. Everything seems to have gone to script this year because all the grand finals and all the major comps have been blowouts.
So Murray comes in now from a tough angle and almost makes it work back. Fair effort from the Norwood faithful. They're 99 points down and still want to have a crack, so good on them. 19-12 now on 26. Norwood 4-3-27. 22 minutes gone. It's only a matter of time now. Balwyn with 2 hands on the cup. As Johnson goes short. Finds his target there in Jesse Newman. Gives back to Johnson. Now kicks wide to the outer side. Dangerous kick. Great work there from Sean Cross. He's another one that's been incredible today. Unfortunately gives away a Tiggy Touchwood free kick. Gibson got his kick away up towards half forward. Now they've got a bit of run. Gibson inside forward 50 looking for a marking target. Stewart went up. Couldn't quite take the mark. Ball spills out the back of the pack. Got Leibson. That was Pendlebury, gives his handball away.
Here we
Kennedy,
go again.
Goebbels all by himself, centre wing, commentary side, and got a Paddock to work with, takes a bounce, just puts the ball under the arm, now kicks short, finds Broadhurst. Broadhurst 50 from home, little chip kick over the top, and a good mark taken. And a play on by Fraser. Fraser sends this one home, and that sums up the afternoon for the Balwyn Football Club as Liam Fraser kicks his second. Norwood have just stopped, and now with that the margin goes beyond 100 points. 20-12-132 Balwyn lead this game by 105 points. Norwood at 4-3-27. 23 and a half minutes gone, final term.
He didn't know whether to get up and kick the goal or give it to Goebbels, who was standing 10 metres clear by himself. So he thought, well, they're not going to hold me. I might as well get up and walk into goal. It's yes.
Ball back in the middle here. It's party time. RSVP, your invitation down to Cherry Road, because the Balwyn Football Club, it's going to be party central for the next week at least. Don't you worry about that. Kick goes inside forward 50. Murray takes a strong mark.
I think the biggest thing about today is that they haven't only won a senior flag comfortably, but they've also won their first reserves flag in the history. So.
Yep. And there's still quite a few people here. It's you don't often see that when you've got a win like you've got here.
That out of wings is packed.
I know.
Still.
But I think it's testament to the fact that people still want to see when a side's in flight like Balwyn have, they still appreciate quality football.
Spot on, Brash. Here's Budgie having a shot for his second. He gives it everything he's got in her. The strong mark has been taken by Johnson at the last line of defence. Short passes on. That's okay. Mark taken there by Adam Gibson in the back pocket. Gibson goes short. Gould got the little handball away. Now Norwood, will they use the middle of the ground? If Johnson on the right boot. Stewie Hill takes it, the general across the half back line, might switch it away. McCubbin screaming for it. That's ignored. He'll go towards the bait direction. He's turned it over. Stewie Dragier gets it away. Taylor Gilchrist from 50 metres out. Lukey Barker has to sit. Well, he almost gave a free kick from over the back there. The umpire said it was okay. It was picked up by Gibson. On the right boot, he might have gone too far with this one. Out of bounds on the full. Rennie Gilchrist.
That was
McCubbin stepped himself out.
He did. I tell you, that was great. That was great by the Norwood play then, because that really was a...
Well, that's been called out of bounds on the full by the boundary umpire, and that's why I'm wondering what's happening here, because...
Wasn't it a Norwood kick out of defence? So it should be...
Yeah.
Well, it was out of bounds on the full, so it's a free kick to Rennie Gilchrist.
Yeah. Coming up for disposal number 38.
What a star. We heard him on the huddle. He was confident.
Got to be a fair chance at the medal.
One of the youngest captains going around, especially when he was appointed. It's been nothing but a star ever since. Just a little bit too far out to score, so he'll square things up here. O'Regan takes the mark.
Sensational day.
Kicks the ball inside forward 50. It was a strong kick as well. Coming in there is Cross on the right boot. Can he put a sealer on the board? Don't worry about a sealer. That's the icing, and that's the sprinkles as well. Sean Cross, what a game he's played. He kicks his first. 13 individual goal kickers this afternoon for the Balwyn Football Club. They are a powerhouse, and they are 111 points up at the 26.5-minute mark of the final term.
You know what, when you're in this situation, sometimes you see a bit of showboating, blokes trying to do, but they have just gone about their job. Again, they spread it wide, hard contest, front and centre way they went. Again, all day they have just been so disciplined in the way that they've played their game of footy.
For the Norwood Football Club, it's been welcome to your nightmare.
Exactly right. This one's going to sit in the minds of Norwood faithful for a long, long time as Bate tries to clear out. And Pendlebury, like a rock, but premiers and redemption for the Balwyn Football Club in 2015, and they did it in emphatic fashion. Balwyn 21 goals 12, 138 premiers in season 2015 over the Norwood Football Club, 4-3-27. As dominant a display as you will ever see in a grand final.
Oh, look, as I said, 2 years ago, I thought the use of the footy was magnificent.
Across boundary side, Damien Watson's got a premiership coach, Dan Donati.
Dan, 3 premierships in 4 years. You must be getting used to premiership success now.
Oh, I bet you're getting used to it, boys. You never get used to this stuff. This is unbelievable. I was just so stoked. I think what the people saw today was the best local football side in this state, mate. We were primed for today. We had a great season, and gee, we showed it. We were great.
The tackling pressure, the physicality from the moment the ball was bounced. You must have been surprised at how one-sided it was.
Oh, no, I wasn't surprised, to be honest. I knew we'd come out and play well today. We were off our game a couple of weeks ago. Nothing went right in the first quarter. And that game wasn't played in the spirit of the game, I didn't think, and we prepared for that today, and I thought we were sensational.
And just lastly, 13 individual goal kickers. You must be pleased with the spread.
Unbelievable, mate. I don't care who kicks them, mate. We kicked them, and I'm over the moon. So,
congratulations. Enjoy it. Cheers.
Great stuff by Damien Watson. Let's lap up the theme song.
Whether the odds be great or be small, Balwyn goes in to win overall, while her noble sons are marching onwards to victory.
Well, have you ever seen more of a dominant performance in a grand final, Davo? That has to be right up there, mate.
Yeah, look, I thought, as I said, 2 years ago against Noble, I thought they were magnificent in the way they used the football around the ground. But today, look, it was a classic case of, we said it before the game, a team that plays a role, they play role football, they weren't allowed to play it. Another team just, their guns came to play, and they played clinical football. They got on top, they got a roll, and then they just kept on going. And unfortunately, Norwood just did not have an answer, didn't fire a shot. And look, you never, I don't care who it is, you don't want to see a team get beaten by 111 points in a grand final. But on the other hand, to watch the way they played their football was absolutely sensational. They were amazing with their foot skills, their running, but their discipline all over the ground was what I was so impressed with. They did not falter for the entire game with their intensity of the football, their run, their spread, and their discipline. And that is, as Daniel said, that's a credit to the way they've been coached this year. It's been an extraordinary performance.
Absolutely ferocious at the football today, Brash.
Absolutely amazing. I've never seen tackling pressure like I've seen today. And, you know, BWS, I really reckon it started from the first bouts, because Rennie Gilchrist sent the message in the first 10 seconds of the game when he went straight through the Norwood midfield and set up the first goal and said, this is our day, and he just set them wheels in motion.
Well, I think the other thing was that there's always been that little tiny question mark on Balwyn when they've been put under real pressure. Not so much, real physical, but real intent pressure. There have been times when they haven't played their best. Today, they just played their best under it.
Let's cross down boundary side. Thanks to Lifecare AKR. We're hoping Aaron's out there. We can hear you, Az. Go for it. We've lost Aaron there, but we can talk about this game till the cows come home. Even just in that first term, the way that they came out and played their football from the get-go, Norwood were on the backward step, and it seemed like every time they had possession, they were under pressure. They were thinking twice about themselves in which way they were going to go. And Balwyn, well, when you're in that sort of form, even luck goes your way, and Norwood couldn't get any of it today.
Yeah, and look, we know that Balwyn are a magnificent user of the football, and as you said, that first 10 minutes.
Yellow and black, will not give in, will always attack. Oh, that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or be small, Balwyn goes in to win overall, while her noble sons are marching onwards to victory.
Balwyn has...
Cheer, cheer the yellow and black, will not give in, will always attack. Oh, that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or be small, Balwyn goes in to win overall. While her noble sons are marching onwards to victory. Cheer the yellow and black. We'll not give in, we'll always attack. Hold that noble banner high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or be small, Balwyn goes in to win overall. While her noble sons are marching onwards to victory.
John Mason and Shawnee Cross just to put that icing and sprinkles on the cake.
And I think Soupy will, when he talks about the stats, we talked about it at half-time and three-quarter time, the uncontested possessions. The way they played their football, they were allowed to play it, but gee, they played it so well, and I'm sure he's got some amazing stats for us.
Thanks to Choose Tap, Grant Campbell.
I may as well just do the two categories that tell the story. The uncontested possessions, Balwyn 260, Norwood 114. So that's 146 more uncontested possessions for Balwyn. Marks inside 50, Balwyn 21, Norwood 1. So that tells you everything you need to know, really. And Rennie Gilchrist.
You may as well tell us the rest.
Yeah,
Let's cross down boundary side thanks to Lifecare as I think our boundary riders might have to make their way a little bit closer.
Bloody hell. Just get how they feel, but absolutely fantastic, mate.
Move closer, boys.
Hang on, we've got to come a bit close.
Crossing down again.
All right, you can hear us now?
Yes, go for it, Az.
You've, sorry, mate. How does it feel you to come to the EFL, mate, and the best league in Australia and win that?
Mate, I was actually having a chat to my old man last week and sort of said the differences between VAFA and EFL, and mate, the sort of the family environment around, Balwyn Footy Club is just absolutely amazing. And, 21 blokes have put in the heart and effort and, the recovery and all that stuff that I hate. What it means to these budget group is absolutely unbelievable. So, mate, absolutely thrilled to be a part of it and couldn't be happier with the move. So, it's been great.
Well, congratulations, mate. I'll let you get over in the celebration.
Thanks, brother.
Great stuff. Aaron Kirkby Rodia down there with Brendan Goss. Come on board this year to the Balwyn Football Club. We've spoken to him on the huddle. He's been an absolute ripper there. But I tell you what, on the park as well, for a little player, he wins the football and he's got a fair old roost on him as well, Davo.
He has, and again, when the ball went forward, he was quality. But we talked about it before the game. Really like the way that they rotate their good forwards up the ground and through the contest. That was really clever again. It really makes it hard for key defenders to get comfortable by having the football play in front of them the whole time. So, very smart coaching move. We talk about it. We just said about it a moment ago. What the ball would do from here. That's that's a big question mark. Do they change their style, their structure? Because obviously under that intense scrutiny of a side that can use the football, and sure, there aren't many other sides can use the football like Balwyn, but if you're going to get to the big dance, you need to be better than what we showed today.
Let's cross down boundary side once again, thanks to Lifecare.
Got the captain, Rennie Gill. Ren, what a win.
Yeah, great win. Wasn't really expected. We thought it was going to be a tough game, as grand finals usually are.
Only fitting that the two best sides in the Division 1 senior competition finish on the biggest day in the Eastern Football League. A round of applause for both sides who took the field this afternoon.
Yeah, there you go. I felt pretty good.
Congratulations.
I'll call up Victoria Police Superintendent Graham Arthur, who'll make the presentation for the Blue Ribbon Medal and also the Cliff Tobogans Medal to today's Best on Ground,
After the fact, so we can
which will go to the Balwyn Football Club.
doing a great job.
Number 17, the captain, Rennie Gilchrist.
Blue Ribbon medalist this afternoon, Rennie Gilchrist. What can you say? An absolute star. We heard that he had 40 touches. He also kicked the goal. He's a ripper.
38 according to me, 23 kicks, 15 handballs, 5 tackles, 145 dream team points.
As Brash said, he set the standard with the intent early on, and then he's used to the football. I think he was involved in 4 of the first 6 goals.
I'll now call on Eastern Football League Chairman Graham Helbish, who'll make the presentation of the Premiership medallions and also the Premiership Cup to the Balwyn Football Club. Starting with number 1, John Milhuisen.
Early on, very, very sure with his hands, great with his feet, just like a lot of their backmen. It's going to be hard to say anything.
Number 2, Luke Barker.
Get up to today's game was a massive effort, 2 goals, what a start.
Yeah, look, he looked very scratchy for most of the day, but yeah, he made it and he's been rewarded.
Number 3, Brendan Goss.
Welcome addition to this side, no doubt.
Yeah, class user of the footy, and his electrifying pace is magnificent around the ball when he gets it.
Kicked over 6.
Number 4, Jeff Goebbels.
What an absolute star this guy is. Give him the football today. He was just slotting him. He loved it.
And it was their lowering of the eyes. How many short marks?
Number 5, Taylor Gilchrist.
Well, you'd welcome this guy back into the team any day of the week, wouldn't you?
Yeah, another good user of the footy. Good runner.
7, Blake Broadhurst.
Well, I reckon this guy, after missing really the majority of the second half of the season, he just slotted back in here and just played.
Number 8, Rod Crow.
Love Rod Crow. He's such a rock of Gibraltar down back.
Another one that great overhead.
He's had his injury woes this year too. So
Number 9, Chris Pendlebury.
Mr. Consistent, there's no doubt about that.
Would have been disappointed missing last year's grand final with injury. Gets a chance, and he's got a man.
Number 12, Rennie Watts.
Great big man.
Did a fair job as backup for Mason today.
Had a great year.
Number 13, Christian Sanfilippo.
I like him. I like the way he just goes about his footy, hard at it the whole time.
Probably kept Churgwin out of the side for the majority.
Number 14, Tom Roach.
4 goals this afternoon, just took the game on its ear.
Probably had 2 Pancake Parlour moments, I reckon.
Number 15, Shane Tregear.
Class act all the way.
Again, they've got those elite outside runners, haven't they? And they use the ball so well.
Number 18, Ed McCutcheon.
I was happy with his game today as well. He created a great spread across the ground.
Has matured this year and to break into this lineup and be a consistent player has been.
Number 20, Alan Murray.
Having this guy back in the side, he's an absolute ripper.
Not bad. Your 150th game, you retire and you've won another medal. His intent on the football and the contest was very, very important early.
Number 23, Marco Regan.
Thought he had a great game today.
Yeah.
He did the hard yards today, this man. He was sensational.
Number 29, Jason Kennedy.
Kicked a goal and put his hand up, won a lot of football as well today.
Very serviceable, Davo.
Yeah, as I say, you can't say too much wrong about any of these boys.
Amazing, really.
Number 30, Jackson Weatherald.
One of the very close to my favourite player in the EFL. He's an absolute ripper, reads the play so well. He's got poise, he's got the skills, he's got the answers.
Tell you what, you can play him in that back half, the way he runs and controls.
Number 36, John Mason.
Monstrous effort by the big man today.
Super.
Well, I said that this guy was going to come and prove to be the difference in the final series, and he hasn't let anyone down, not only even in the Balwyn faithful as well.
Number 37, Liam Fraser.
Kicked 2 goals this afternoon, had a fantastic game also.
Had to fight for his spot for the majority of the year. And
Number 43, Jamie Gottliebson.
Didn't he just own the football across the half-back line?
And you think about it, he's another young bloke, you know. They've got some
And number 58, Sean Cross.
Here's the other one. Oh,
this guy was sensational.
he was so good today.
Got him my votes today.
Yeah, same here. He just used the footy, ran hard to the contest. Very, very impressed.
Actually, Dan Donati was quite perplexed that he didn't make the.
The president of the Balwyn Football Club, Richard Wilson.
Richard, he puts a lot into the Balwyn Football Club's been there since its inception. Deserves all the credit and all the trappings that go with it.
You'll be putting on one hell of a party too, don't
Oh
you?
yeah,
Don't you worry.
I wonder if you let Wilson car park.
Football director, Paul Johnson.
He's such a great character, Paul Johnson. He bleeds red and yellow and black.
This
as well.
guy is sensational. We never speak enough about this guy, but this guy's contribution.
Football manager, Joe Tregear.
And so is this. We spoke about Joe at the start. She's taken over the reins and been a
She's
really
the go-to lady for Balwyn.
Yeah, and she's
Runner, Travis Dowsett.
well, obviously the runner's the key message man for the coach.
The go-to man.
Yeah, and an integral part of the football fabric of the side.
The captain and the best on the ground in today's grand final, number 17, Rennie Gilchrist.
Well, I reckon this guy, and I said this to him on Wednesday night.
And the coach, Daniel Donati.
Great coach, and as a captain, this bloke, if you want someone to stand up in a big game and dominate, he's the Luke Hodge of our competition, the way he can do what he's done in grand finals.
I'll ask Dan to say a few words.
Thanks, everyone. Look, first of all, obviously to Dennis and his team, commiserations. We sat in the exact same position as what you guys are right now last year. I think the two clubs enjoy a rivalry like no other in this competition at the moment. I know we've been pretty even over the last couple of years. So again, hats off for another great season, 2 grand finals, and commiserations to Norwood. Now I'll go whack.
What does he say? I mean, what did
I do think what the public came and saw today was the best local football club in Victoria go about their business, though. I thought they were fantastic. We prepared for today. We've had a great season. We had a hiccup a couple of weeks ago, and indeed we bounced back last week and this week. I couldn't be any prouder of the boys down here. They were unbelievable. We had a couple of injuries out of a couple of weeks ago. Chris Waller, who missed the grand final today through injury. The jaw has been a very important part of our team this season. And commiserations with him at the moment because he misses out. And everyone else, our reserves had a premiership win today, adds in the boys. What a day for the Balwyn Football Club, 2 premierships. Unbelievable, so great. And finally to the supporters, everyone that supports us, our staff, everyone that supports the Balwyn Footy Club, thanks so much. It's going to be a massive couple of days. Go Tigers!
Fantastic stuff.
In emphatic fashion, the 2015 Senior Premiers, Balwyn!
Cheer, cheer the yellow and black. We'll not give in, we'll always attack. Oh, that noble banner high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or be small, Balwyn goes in to win overall. While her noble sons are marching onwards to victory. Cheer, cheer the yellow and black. We'll not give in, we'll always attack. Oh, that noble banner high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or be small, Balwyn goes in to win overall. While her noble sons are marching onwards to victory.
Hammer, let them lap up the moment, and then we'll see how they're feeling at the moment. 111-point win to the Balwyn Tigers today. Let's cross down boundary side. Thanks to Lifecare.
Got Alan Murray with me. Alan, fantastic win, mate.
Yeah, it's boys have worked hard all year, and we had a bit of a hiccup a couple of weeks ago, but we knew all year that we were the best team, and it's just a matter of bringing our A game and bringing our pressure, and we brought that today, and it really showed that once we bring our A game, no one can stop us.
And back at the footy club with a premiership, mate.
Yeah, it's great to be back, and no doubt I bleed yellow and black, and it's a fantastic football club, and it's a pleasure to be a part of, and yeah, it's just a very humbling moment, and it's just a fantastic moment.
And great to see you getting involved with the crowd late as well.
Yeah, look, it's always fun to bring the crowd into the game, and that's local footy at its best, isn't it? And it's always good to give a little bit back, and you cop a little bit on the chin as well, and so that's fantastic, and that's what footy's about.
Well, thanks very much, Alan. Enjoy.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you very much to Aaron Kirkby-Rody with Alan Budgie Murray, who this afternoon he kicked a goal early. He copped one on the chin, literally, and he was taped up, but he had a sensational game. The boys will no doubt be reeling off the interviews over the next 5 or so minutes. Let's hope that they can chuck a headset also on whoever they're interviewing as well, because we'd certainly like to ask some questions up here in the broadcast position. So just cross down boundary side. Damien Watson has a very smiling Richard Wilson down there, the president of the Balwyn Football Club.
Richard, congratulations. 3 premierships in 4 years. You had a reserves premiership victory today. It must be all smiles at the Balwyn Football Club.
Yeah, it's a great day for the Balwyn Footy Club. It's, a lot of work goes into building a team and over the years, and to have the consistency that we've brought to Division 1 footies ever since we came here in 2007, and then just to keep building and playing squads and lists and all the football staff, the department sits in behind that. To get a result today in the reserves and the seniors is the most satisfying of all of the premierships and that we've won. And it's we don't take these for granted. We don't take them lightly. They are bloody hard to win at any level, let alone at this level. But it's a great day for the footy club, all the supporters. But for the players, they played the perfect football game. I said to them on Thursday night, you've got the ability to play the perfect game of football, and Saturday will be the day you can do that, and they did it today. They did what Hawthorn did last year. They just played the perfect game of footy today.
Well, I mentioned earlier they have 13 individual goal kickers. There was a great spread from one side of the ground to the other, right from the first bounce. I don't think you could mask perfection like that.
No, you can't, and that's just the quality of the depth. And we talked about the depth, and we thought that was our advantage today. That the depth across the whole 22. There was 5 or 6 players in the reserves who could well have played in the firsts, and that was where we thought our strength was today. And to get away to a good start like we did, it put them under pressure, and we were terrific. They had a shocker. They had a really off day today. It's not the Norwood you would have expected, and sometimes it happens. For us today, we're able to capitalise on that, and we got the result.
Do you predict such a dominant victory, I guess?
No, you wouldn't. No, you never predict 100-point wins in grand finals, and really. It was a 50-50 game at the start. It was tricky, but these conditions, as I said to you guys earlier in the day and at the lunch, these are our conditions. We were set up for this. The game last week really got us at the right end of preparation, and with the class across all the areas of the field, we gave ourselves every chance to win today, and we were confident. But they've been a bloody good team, and. You just don't expect to get what you got today, but they played the perfect game of football.
And just lastly, the joy doesn't consist of reaching to the players and the coach. It's also the volunteers, all the supporters have contributed so much across the season. Yeah, look, of course, and they're all here today, and every club has volunteers and people who want to enjoy success and be part of a club, and the people, and our club's no different. They've got great reward for being a Balwyn over many years, and they know how to celebrate, and they'll all be back at the club as you'd expect. It's a great day for our football club. Thanks very much, mate. Enjoy the celebrations.
Yeah, we will, boys.
Thank you very much to Damien Watson and Richard Wilson, the senior president of the Balwyn Football Club. We've heard the term when you play the game Monopoly over a number of years, but surely there's a lot of free parking going out to this senior side at the Balwyn Football Club.
Gee, that is a great analogy there, BWS.
BWS, you asked Dan Donati that last week on EFL Sunday, and he said Richard Wilson gives nothing away, mate.
Hello, Ray.
Yeah, no, look, a great victory today, though, by the Balwyn Football Club, for the seniors and the reserves to both get up. Look, they are truly, the powerhouse now of the Eastern Football League, and if they weren't before today. Norwood, look, they were, as Richard said, they had an off day, but they've been gallant in defeat, and look, they'll go back to the drawing board and no doubt pick up all the scraps from today and start again next year, Davo.
Well, look, I suppose you probably would write today off and not even look at today, to be honest. There's nothing you could draw from today to actually get any benefit from, apart from the fact of looking to see how a quality side plays their football. So maybe they need to look at how they develop their group a little bit differently, how they can maybe introduce a plan B or a plan C, because today they didn't have any. Their plan A didn't work early on, and they had nothing to go to after that. So, you know, maybe that's something they've really got to work hard on.
Would you agree with me in saying that along my lines of thought with Norwood, particularly on today, was the fact that they need a little bit more versatility with their players in the side that they've got? You know, players who maybe can try to adapt for players to play in different positions on the field rather than what they just go ahead. To me, they seem to go in with the same thing every week.
They do, and we talked about it. They're very much a role-driven team, and they've been very disciplined in that. But sometimes when you play against a side that
make a change.
Yeah, well, sometimes when you play against a side that has got, like, they've got exquisite skills, Baldwin, and we've known that. The difference was once they got their hands on the football and they ran and spread, your role goes out the window. So it's their plan B. I think I agree. They don't have enough players that can play in different positions. That allows them that versatility, and yeah, that's something they might have to look at. Maybe have to train for as they go through what will be probably a pretty long summer for them. But they can't really think about today, to be honest, because you can't draw anything about today that's really that positive for the club, and that's disappointing when you get to that last hurdle.
Dave, I've just been sitting here thinking while you and Ray have been talking, right, and we're now talking probably 80 weeks of football for the Balwyn Football Club, right? And I reckon they've won 73 weeks of football in 4 years, right? Counting the fact that they've lost games, so I count that as a losing week. But I tell you what, to have probably, you know, over a 90% winning rate over 4 years, 3 out of 4 grand finals, beaten in 1, it's
Let's go to the
unheard of.
rooms, Brash.
Exactly.
Sit down the thunder from the sky, whether the odds be great or be small. Balwyn will win overall, while their loyal sons are marching onwards to victory. We're from Tigerland,
Bum, 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 bum.
fighting fury, we're from Tigerland. In any weather you will see us with a grip. Hey! We never weaken till the final siren's done. Taking the ball, we're striking the ball. Tiger, yellow and black, we're from Tiger.
Well sung with gusto from everyone in the Balwyn rooms, including that bloke that must have been right next to Aaron Kirby-Roder and Damien Watson, who we got the full song from. But I mentioned it when they were handed the cup. It was just emphatic, and that was probably the only way to describe it. We were there right at round 1, and they were clinical in that last quarter and got over the top of Norwood away from home, which is something that they weren't able to do for the last few previous years. But they just continued on. Had a hiccup during the mid-season, had a hiccup a couple of weeks ago, but did nothing wrong. And I mean, you know, I was saying out on the ground to Aaron and Damo that it was even blokes who potentially haven't stood up over the last 5 or 6 weeks were exceptional today.
Yeah, they were clinical, weren't they? That's why we use that word a fair bit during the commentary as well. Their use of the football. I think this is the thing that the other clubs need to look at, is that if you're going to win these big games, you've got to be able to make sure that under pressure you've got to be able to use the football well. And while you might say that Norwood didn't play them under too much pressure, it's still a grand final, and they came out and at the very start when things needed to be done well, they did them well right from the very beginning, and they were magnificent in what they did. Well trained, well drilled, and they've got some super talent that's not going away either. There's a lot of boys that will be still around next year, I would imagine.
There's an old adage, you can only play as well as the opposition lets you. And for, you know, Norwood were gallant, but Balwyn were just superb. They just could not do anything wrong. They just moved the ball at will from side to side, and in the end they just couldn't cope. Norwood, they just could not cope with the class that Balwyn exuded.
Brash, what I was particularly impressed with Balwyn today was their hand and foot skills.
Oh.
They hit targets when they had to, and not only that, but when the leading forwards, they put the ball out in a space that gives the defender absolutely no chance of stopping it and spoiling it. And today I just thought that they were exquisite in what they did with the ball today.
They were, but Dave and I actually mentioned that, Ray, that, we didn't think that, that their forward line, right, probably don't feature in the best six. All their players that we thought all came from the midfield and the back line. The forward line was on the end of some fantastic play.
Yeah, well, and what you also got to remember, I thought there was a lot of goals kicked over the heads of the forwards today by the midfields, and that maybe that counted out a little bit of that.
Ray, what was the feeling like out in the crowd today? Because it seemed like so many people just hung around to the end. They wanted to watch a class unit go about it. What was the feeling like out there? Because the game, realistically, was done at half time.
Well, look, I felt that a lot of people, were disappointed with the margin because they really expected Norwood to be a little bit better. But generally, look, I think that they were really in awe of, as I said, of the foot skills and the handball skills of what the Balwyn produced today. And look, I just thought that also that Balwyn today, Dave, had the ability to have 2 or 3 or 4 players at the contest all the time.
Oh, look, they ran, their intensity at the football was outstanding. But as you said, their run and spread was magnificent, and it was disciplined right through the entire game, and that was what impressed me, was that it didn't drop off. Even in that last 5 minutes, they were still running and spreading as well as what they did in the first quarter. The other thing was, in that second quarter, when Norwood had the wind, their control of the football. Oh my goodness, how good was their control of the football here, where they just chipped it around, but they had the confidence in their ability to be able to do it and the discipline to do it. And they played an all-round game, and they may never play as well as that ever again. It doesn't really matter because they played it in a grand final and won a medal with it.
Sorry.
It might seem overly confident what Dan Donati said on the dais, but he said you've just seen the best local football team in the state, and there's no question about that. The way they played today, that was as good a side as you will see in local football anywhere.
Well, I'll tell you now, and I'll go out.
Maybe they can take on the Ammos next year.
Yeah, we'll cross boundary side. Thanks for life care, Az.
Got Jackson Weatherwood with me. Jackson, what a victory.
Yeah, it was. We came out hard early. It was our intent to, the first 5 minutes of the game, really put a stamp on it, and I think we were pretty good right from the word go, and we really just ran away with it in the end, but it was still hard fought.
You almost came out and whacked them really hard in the first quarter, and they never recovered from that.
Yeah, as I said, our intent was to go out really, really hard early, within the rules, of course, but we just felt that we had to take it up to them physically, because I think they got us last couple of weeks ago physically, so we thought if we could get them early and then just run away with it, we thought our fitness and pace and skill would get them.
Boys upstairs.
Jackson, it's BWS here, mate. Sorry, Dyson, mate. Congratulations on the season. It's been sensational. You're one of my favourite players. But I tell you what, your skipper, Rennie Gilchrist, what a superstar this guy must be to run out with every other week.
Oh, he's an absolute champion. This is only my second year at the club, and when I first came here, I just couldn't work out how he didn't get a crack at the highest level. He's a complete professional. He's the greatest leader I've ever seen, and geez, he's a really good footy player as well.
Jacko, congratulations on a fantastic season yourself, named in the back line of the SEN Division 1 Team of the Year. But speaking more in team terms, that back line was just phenomenal. Every one of those blokes just stood up today.
Yeah, we did. We were very good down there. I think we were the best defensive team for the year. Quote me, I think, if I'm not wrong.
Correct.
But yeah, every week we just go out there and we work really well together. I think we've got the right mix of blokes who can stop and then blokes who can run and create. So we really, really work hard on the training track together as a back six, and pretty much all year we kept the same 6 or 7 through the back line, which helps as well.
Jackson, Brett Davidson here, mate. Look, we just thought your run and spread today was absolutely sensational, and was that something that you concentrated on before the game to make sure that you could stop the Norwood, I suppose their role players do, the shutdown role was just continually run them off their feet, which you did it all day, but was that one of the key factors in your pre-match?
Yeah, definitely. That was probably the number one. A couple of weeks ago here, they stopped our run, which which meant they just dictated terms for the whole day. We just couldn't get anything. So today we just said we'd just run sideways if we had to, just spread, go wherever we needed to, just to open the game up. And yeah, I think we really cut them up through the midfield at times.
Jackson, it's Brasher, mate. Have you ever been involved in a game of football in your life where basically there wasn't a weak link?
No, I haven't really, and it's a good time to do it on the biggest day of the year, so pretty stoked. But yeah, no, it was a complete performance by everyone. You know, a couple of weeks ago, as much as you don't want to lose, it was probably the best thing to happen to us. So we definitely bounced back today.
No doubt there'll be a few celebrations over the coming days, mate.
Yeah, just a few beers, I think. I can't see at the moment. I've got that much beer in my eye already, but it's going to be a big few days, I think, but well worth it.
And make sure Richard gives you one of those gold cards for free parking for the rest of your life, mate.
I will. I'll have a chat to him about that,
Yeah.
don't worry.
Good stuff, mate. Congratulations on the win. We look forward to watching you again next year.
Cheers, guys. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Jackson Weatherald, sensational player, SEN Team of the Year, Premiership player once again for the Balwyn Football Club, and a great job by the guys down on the boundary side. Thanks to Live Care. Reeling in the guests this afternoon. We've still got time for some more. There's many happier faces out there. Dyson Baker.
One bloke who I want to make a mention of, he's standing out there. I think he's on the phone at the moment. Taylor Gilchrist left pretty much, I think Rennie was saying, the Tuesday after the Division 1 Grand Final last year. Spent most of the year in Europe and all across that part of the world, and came back with about 3 weeks to go in the season. Just got enough games to qualify. It shows a fair bit of nous for a bloke not to be able to play, 20 odd weeks of football, but to come in at the last second and play the way he did. He was actually absolutely fantastic today.
Yeah, look, it's a risk in some ways, but it's a calculated one, and when you can surround him with the other quality footballers that they've got, then you can afford to take those sorts of risks, and it certainly paid off today.
You just can't help that. Everything they did today, Balwyn touched the goal, but you make your own luck, and they certainly made it. And like I said, it's probably the most complete game of football that 22 players can play. I mean, they're just, to me, like I said, there really wasn't a weak link.
It was I mentioned it a couple of times during the coverage, but it was really Harlem Globetrotter-ish.
Yes.
It almost looked like a training drill at times, that they were actually being set up to go forward and kick goals like that.
And having fun.
Yeah, it was... people were saying out there, it must have been disappointing to get a game like this, and I think no. Well, I think we still made it entertaining, but I think the players made it entertaining, and some of the goals that they kicked, and the fact that right until that final siren, they weren't worried about taking the game on.
Sometimes you can see a 50-point win and it be a fairly boring spectacle, and not much happened. And today we saw a 100-point win, but it was the way that they won that you just sat back and actually admired it.
Well, cross boundary side, thanks to Life Care, Damo.
I have Sean Cross with me in the room. Sean, congratulations. A comprehensive victory. You must be pleased.
Yeah, very pleased, very pleased. Great win.
And obviously the way that you dismantled the Norwood Football Club, were you surprised at that? I've asked many people and they did seem surprised. What about yourself?
No, after that first week, I thought we moved the ball a bit slow. This week we went out and just tried to move the ball fast from half back, and we managed to do that, so that's what took them apart, I think.
And how much did you learn out of that semi-final loss by only 3 points? Was that a big factor in the big win today?
Yeah, it was a lot. It was that fast ball movement that we took out there. We moved the ball too slowly in that first final, and 3 people went down, so yeah, we just came out and tried to move the ball as fast as possible, and it showed.
I'll throw it up to the boys.
Hi, Sean. It's Brasher, mate. One of the things I've been really impressed with you is since you've joined the Balwyn Football Club, your form has gone to another level. You must be really, really happy with the way that you fitted in down there.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great. They're a great group of boys, and obviously they're very talented, so it makes it easy. But yeah, it's great to have success as well.
One of the things that I think that you've worked on since you played at Scoresby is I think that your gut running levels seem to have come more to the fore. Have you specifically worked more on your fitness now that you're playing at a much more elite club?
Yeah, the pre-season is definitely bigger, and we work harder, and you have to work hard because there are spots up for grabs every week. We've got a very competitive list with lots of depth, so you have to be on your game, and we spread so well, so you have to be able to gut run.
Sean, it's BWS here, mate. You played a sensational game, and we loved watching what your team put out on the park today. After you belted out the song, what were the few messages that Nutsy had to say to the boys?
I think just enjoy the night,
reflect back on what we've done. It's a big 3 weeks or 2 weeks is a big time in footy, and yeah, just enjoy the effort we put in.
And you'd have to be one of the best number 58s running around, mate. Where's the number 58 come from?
I've just kept it and never really. I had it probably when I was a junior, or when I was probably 18, 19, and then just kept it and never really changed up. So I like it.
Well, big number for a big-time player. Crossy, you snuck down during that last term and kicked a goal. Was that your own doing, or did you get free rein from the coach late in the game?
Oh no, I got swung to the half-forward flank. So yeah, they just said have a bit of a go and enjoy yourself out there.
Well, it was party time in the last quarter. It'll be party time down at SEM Park tonight. A fantastic win. All the best and enjoy the win.
Thanks very much, guys.
Thanks to Sean Cross. All thanks to Life Care in Croydon, down boundary side.
Yeah.
Go for it, Brash.
Yeah, look, you know, he was just one of many midfielders that had a marvellous day. You know, Tommy Roach was sensational in the midfield.
Boundary
side, thanks to Life Care as.
Got Jeff Goebbels down here. Jeff, another premiership, mate.
Yeah, mate, it's a unbelievable feeling. This one's probably the sweetest out of the three, I think.
We're just speaking off air. It was a perfect game from everybody today.
Yeah, mate, no one played a bad game today. Everyone did their job. Mate, Critter in the back line, kept Williams goalless again. Everyone played their role today. It was a great game.
And how about your captain, Rennie?
Inspirational, mate. He always leads us from the front. You know, get him in the middle, sets all the boys up. We're sort of playing him a bit forward this year, then come finals, throw him in the middle, sets the boys up, and he just led from the front. He was unbelievable, mate, all day.
And there was no danger of you going the big talk in the last quarter in the same spot?
Nah, I was kicking into the breeze there, so if I had a bit of a wind behind me, I might have had a crack at it.
Boys?
Oh, missed the one he kicked during the second term at about the same spot.
That's true.
were you thinking back to a couple of years ago when you nailed one from this side of the ground?
Actually, no, all I try to think about when I'm having a set shot is nothing. So I just try to clear the mind.
Have you replayed that moment a couple of times since it happened with that Ben Warren Smith call ringing in your ears?
Yeah, probably about 100 times. No, just joking. No. I've watched it a few times. Yeah, I don't mind looking at it every now and then.
100 of the 12,000 hits. Jeffrey, it's BWS up here, mate. I tell you what, the work of the big ruckman John Meeson today, he was absolutely super.
He was, mate. He was great. He was a bit down on form sort of towards the end of the year, and in the first final he wasn't real happy with himself, and his feedback was really honest to Nutsy, and ever since then, mate, he hasn't looked back. His last two finals were unbelievable for us. He just gets his first use in the middle and then just gets into the forward line.
Jeff, it's Brasher, mate. One of the things that since you've entered the competition, right, I reckon each year you seem to be getting better and better. Has playing in the Eastern Football League from where you come from, does that sort of have brought the best out of you every year?
Yeah, it's a good question, Brash. When I first moved over, mate, obviously the Waffle was quite big grounds. I don't think I got a kick for the first 5 or 6 games. I think Nutsy might have dropped me to the 2s at round 7. But now I learned to play, especially at Balwyn Park, so small, but I had to adjust how I played. And yeah, I guess I get more comfortable with it as the years go on. But I'm not getting any younger, mate, so it could be the downhill for me from now on.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. No. Mate, I reckon they could always still rest you in a forward pocket and you still be able to kick 5 or 6.
Yeah, that'd be nice. But with our forward line, mate, it's hard to kick goals. Everyone's a bit greedy sometimes.
Well, you are part of the famous quartet, mate, that we call the Bee Gees, so, you know.
Nah, mate, it's been great playing with those boys. And today, Budgie playing his 150th game.
Yep.
And what a fairy tale, you know. The fairy tales do happen. He's finished with a flag, and it's fitting for him because he's a champion of the club. He's probably the best player that Baldwin's ever had. So it's just great that he got that flag today, mate.
Do you reckon you can convince him after 30 beers tonight to run around again?
Oh, mate, I don't think he wants to go again, so there's no convincing him.
Judging by that celebration, he's going to enjoy it long and hard.
Yeah,
One more before we let you go, Jeff. It was a phenomenal display today from everyone on board, but have you ever played in a side where 4 players have kicked more than 50 goals for the year?
No, I haven't actually. Yeah. Now that you've said that, no, I haven't. Yeah, it was a good effort by the boys. Good even spread. I think out of the competition, we've definitely got the most even spread. And you know, if one of the boys is a bit down on one day, the other boys will stand up. So it's good having the other boys around.
Thanks for joining us, Jeffrey. Go and enjoy the celebrations, mate.
Boys. Woo!
Jeff Goebbels down at boundary side. Thanks to Life Care. The boys working feverishly as Dan Donati gets interviewed on camera with Alana Coleman. We're almost getting We've still got plenty of time, actually.
Lana's seeming to get a lot more interviews a lot easier than a couple of Damo and Az down there.
Doing a lot of work boundary side. There's still a congregation of players just sitting around the Balwyn rooms. Jackson Weatherall's copped it a little bit from a few players for his double cobra up on the dais. Look,
Nothing wrong with a double cobra.
Mate, when you get named in the team of the year and you win the grand final by in excess of 100 points, I think you're allowed to celebrate however you like.
Couldn't agree more.
Most definitely.
Still a big crowd
boundary
out
rider
here.
with interview here.
Aren't we glad we don't have to take the signs off the fences?
Haven't done that for weeks.
I know, but isn't it nice?
Well, we're slowly ticking down, and all that's left out on the outer is a whole pack of cans at the moment, and the crowd's slowly starting to leave Bayswater Oval for what has been a fantastic day. It was Vermont in the under-19s, it was Balwyn in a tight one in the reserves. We didn't realise it at the time, but that kick was literally seconds after the siren that could have put Vermont in front at the last minute. And of course, Balwyn in convincing fashion, 21-12, 138, 111-point winners for 327 Norwood.
Yeah, well, look, Dyson, when we talked about blowouts this year, I mean, look, the Eastern Football League hasn't been the only league this year that's
exactly right.
That has suffered some huge blowouts in grand finals.
I just saw that the Ammos have had the closest grand final of all time, I think.
Yeah.
I think St Kevin's came from 7 goals down to get up. So congratulations to former Balwyn coach, Daniel Harford.
Boundary.
We'll cross boundary side, thanks to Aaron Kirkbriota as we try and pad time to wait for another interview.
Yeah, we've got one of the 50 goal kickers this year, Blake Broadhurst. Blake, terrific win.
Yeah, look, great win. Certainly didn't expect to win by that much. We were probably quietly confident going in. We'd had a good think about 2 weeks ago, and we're confident we'd get the win, but certainly not by that much, but absolutely wrapped.
And yourself, you went down, mate. Coming back for now to collect the medal, Clark Keating style.
Yeah, no, it was good. I mean, sort of 6 to 8 weeks. I'd written the season off. I was booked in for surgery and pulled out a couple of days before, and started coming good. So I put a couple of cortisones in the ankle and got up and got out there and got through. So yeah, bloody wrapped.
Boys.
Blake, you must be really, like you've just touched on what I was going to go to. When I saw you limp off the ground at Vermont, you're in ice pack heaven there, mate. You had a shoulder and you had an ankle and then you had another shoulder, and I'm thinking, you look like the walking wounded. You're not going to get back, but really testament to your own intestinal fortitude and hard work to get back into this lineup, because it's a cracking lineup and you would have had to have done some hard yards just to make it back here today.
Yeah, no, thank you, appreciate that. And yeah, look, obviously it didn't look too good back then, but did a bit of work and was lucky enough to get back and be part of these boys, and they played bloody well, and great depth this year, and so to get back at
Blake, it's Brett Davidson here, mate. Look, just as a forward playing in that side today, the thing that really we noticed was the fact that when the players come down the ground, they don't kick the ball long. They all lower their eyes, and the amount of short kicks that went into that forward line was amazing. Is that something that you've been practicing? Because today it just looks sensational.
Yeah, look, that's. I mean, obviously we've got some pretty skillful players running through the midfield, so and there's a lot of options up forward. So we spread the load pretty well, and we've got some quality ball users, so they're makes our job pretty easy up forward.
And just finally, Blake, before you go back in the middle of the ground, mate, one of the things that that brings the best out in good footballers is playing with good footballers. Do you feel that your football has gone to another level since you've started playing at the Balwyn Footy Club?
Oh, look, it's certainly a great club and surrounded by a heap of good players, and that makes life easy, particularly as a forward. So, look, it's been fantastic. Enjoyed every minute of it, and a couple of flags now. So, yeah, it's been fantastic.
Broady, we'll let you go because I think the boys are planning to head into the centre of the ground and sing the song as per normal. So enjoy the win tonight, mate.
Beautiful. Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
Thanks to Blake Broadhurst, and as has become a custom in 2012 and 2013, the Balwyn players make their way into the centre of the ground. Cup in hand, flag in tow, and they will belt out the song one last time here at Bayswater Oval before belting it out probably another few hundred times this evening back at SEN
Why not,
Park.
too?
Marco Regan in possession of the cup. We might even see if we can get our boundary riders in there just so we can get another rendition of the song.
They might want it leave it just amongst themselves.
And if possible, if
we can eavesdrop, Brash. Don't worry about
okay,
that. If possible, if we can alert Jeff Goebbels, who's currently getting an interview with Alana Coleman, that the boys are going to start singing the song, possibly without him.
They'll wait for him, mate. There's plenty of players still loitering around and filtering their way out into the middle of the park. So,
well, Ella Murray's still out there with his children and that, holding the cup and sharing a family moment there, which he'll probably cherish forever. So, you know, look, he'll make his way over to the middle there and sing the song with gusto again for one of the millionth times again this evening.
It would be really interesting to know how they actually feel, because after a grand final, there's, you know, you have a range of emotions. But I reckon what they probably knew they had it won a long, long way from home. So, you know,
10 minutes into the third quarter, I reckon.
Yeah, is it relief at the moment? Is it because it just looks like
it's one of those things. Do you look at it from a season point of view, or do you look at it from today's game? And obviously, a 1 point after the siren would have been a more.
The fact that, you know, if you sit and put plans together for a long, long time, and today, you know, those plans were put together and they did them really, really well all day. So
I also think there's almost a stream of redemption as well, not just for last year, but also for 2 weeks ago. As Alana Coleman wraps up her interview, Jeff Goebbels is probably going to sprint to the middle and enjoy the song.
I'm not convinced they're even going to do the song out there. I think they'll just having a little bit of a mingle at the moment.
I think they're going to wait. Yeah, they're all looking at Jeffrey and Alan Budgie Murray, waiting for them to get to the centre of the ground.
See Az out there. Don't be shy, mate. If you got Lukey Barker or someone else, just throw the headset on and we'll have a little bit of a chat.
He's just having his own chat to Gossie at the moment. Well, some of the finer scenes. Well-deserved premiers in season 2015, the Balwyn Football Club. Richard Wilson making his way out into the middle of the ground as well. So no one missing out. One man who's not out there yet is Kennedy, who's I think he's been bailed up by a past player. You know, and potentially his nan. So he'll probably be the last one to make it out. two separate people, of course.
I just noticed Dennis Knight walking around the outside. It's going to be a long night at the Norwood footy. Look, about 8 o'clock they'll sit down and reflect on the year more than reflect on the game, and I think that's something that's really important, is that they put a lot of things in place to be successful in the future, and today it just didn't work, and nothing that they did work, and that's frustrating as a coach, I must admit.
Norwood 2 grand finals today and 2 losses. They went down in the under-19s. They went down, of course, in the seniors. Balwyn 2 grand finals and 2 premierships, getting up in the reserves and the seniors. And as they lay the premiership flag in the centre circle and stick the premiership cup on top of it, I reckon they're getting ready to sing the song, Ben Warren Smith.
Yeah, it would be looking that way, as is primed in the right position there. Still a fair few of the Balwyn faithful hanging around this afternoon. Half the crowd's gone to the Bayswater Hotel. They should sponsor the league, the Bayswater Hotel, with the amount of money we pour into them on this day every year.
Well, you can see at about 2 o'clock each and every Division 1 grand final day, there's about 47,000 people that walk across Mountain Highway and here into Bayswater Oval. And what a massive crowd it was. What a massive crowd it's been right across all 4 of the senior grand finals for 2015. We saw record crowds in Warrandyte's record-winning day. They were fantastic, of course, last weekend. 2 brilliant grand finals in perfect conditions. And then we came out here today to a picturesque Bayswater Oval. It couldn't have been better conditions for any or all of each of the grand finals. So while they're milling around, I think they've been looking like they're going to sing the song for about 10 minutes. Aaron Kirkby-Rode is just hovering around, doesn't know whether to interview or just sing the song with them. Well, just get them started.
They started to sit down, so I'm not quite sure what's going on.
Told you it wasn't happening, Dyson.
Well, maybe if we can throw the microphone in there.
Why don't you sit down next to one of them, Az? That would probably work too, mate.
Go and photobomb the photo that Joe's taken at the moment.
I better not.
Here we go. They're starting to link arms. From the middle of Bayswater Oval. 21-12, 138 Balwyn. Norwood 4-3-27. Premiers in the Division 1 seniors for 2015.